I think he might be actively holding his breath. Meatball stops licking him mid-slurp, pulls back, and gives a single confused woof. I'm sorry, what now? My soul slips free, hovering above as I watch everything unfold, a live scene of humiliation starring me, with the bulldog as the only witness. Laura, I hiss. What the hell? She blinks. Her grin falters. Wait, you told him, right? I thought you were... Oh my God, you didn't. Tell me what? Nick's voice cuts in, low, sharp, ice cold. The kind of calm that's less, it's okay, and more, someone's about to get fired into the sun. I turn to him. He looks at me, really looks at me. And I swear the floor tilts. Laura stares between us, then does a thing I've never seen her do in the history of ever. She panics. Oh my God, she blurts. Oh no. Oh shit. I thought... Sarah said... You said you were going to. I was, I squeal, tangled in the blanket, trying to wrestle myself upright. I was going to tell him today. Literally. Right now. Nick doesn't move, doesn't blink. Even Meatball shifts uneasily, clearly desperate to escape this conversation and retreat to the hallway for some sock chewing. Laura emits a strangled, dolphin-style noise, lets the croissants fall with a sharp gasp, and retreats with the urgency of someone who just stepped on a landmine. I'm gonna go, she says, eyes wide, voice an octave too high. I'm just gonna go combust in the stairwell. She spins on her heel and runs. Actually runs. The door slams behind her so hard it rattles the frame. And suddenly, it's just me, Nick, Meatball, and the suffocating silence of a man who just found out he's been hit by a freight train named Surprise Baby. Shit.
Chapter 22, Nick. The silence hits first, a sharp, suffocating stillness that settles deep in my chest. It drowns everything else, leaving nothing but the sound of my own heartbeat. For a moment, I can't breathe. Laura's words are still hanging in the air, a smoldering wreckage I can't avoid. I'm guessing you finally got him alone to tell him about the baby? The baby. The thought takes root in my mind, cold and heavy, and my body reacts before I can stop it. Meatball shifts on my chest, but the movement does nothing to relieve the weight pressing down on me. Every beat of my heart is thunderous in my ears. I glance at Sarah, sitting there tangled in a blanket, her eyes wide, her lips moving, but the words don't make sense. It's as though I'm watching a person scream underwater. Everything's distorted, out of reach. I stand, my body moving cautiously. I shift Meatball off me, and he gives a disgruntled huff before hopping off the couch with a shake. I barely notice him. Is it true? I ask, and I don't recognize my own voice. It's too controlled, too calm, too fucking cold. Sarah's gaze snaps to mine, and I see the panic in her eyes. Nick, why the hell would you keep that from me? Because we had to keep our distance and... Don't. I cut her off, the words coming out sharper than I intended. Before I know it, I'm standing, buttoning my shirt with trembling hands, each movement mechanical, almost disconnected. Don't lie to me, Sarah. You still could have told me. I'm not lying, she says quickly, panic in her voice. I was going to tell you, I swear, today. I laugh, but it's empty. It's the sound of disbelief, not humor. So Laura just beat you to it? She nods, clutching the blanket tighter around her. Yes, I was panicking. You had been distant, and I didn't know what to do. There's been so much drama, and you've been cold. I start pacing, my mind spinning, every step an electric current running through me. And what? You were going to spring it on me? Just casually drop it over coffee? Oh, by the way, I'm having your kid? Her face falls, the pain clear. It's not like that. No? I ask, the words escaping in a sharp bite. Because that's exactly what it feels like. I didn't plan this, she shouts, her voice trembling. Do you think I wanted this to happen like this? That I wanted to... I don't let her finish. You should have told me. I feel the anger rising, thick and suffocating. You should have told me the second you knew. Her jaw shakes, her eyes fill with tears. I was scared. The word freezes me. Scared? Of me? I stop in my tracks, staring at her, trying to piece it together. Why? She opens her mouth, closes it, struggles for words. Because you're my boss, and you're older, and intimidating, and rich, and powerful, and you backed away once, and I thought... Her voice cracks. I thought if I told you, you'd run. It's as if she slapped me. I take a step back, shaking my head in disbelief. You thought I'd run? I didn't know what else to think, she shouts, her voice breaking. You were pulling away. You barely looked at me after that night, Nick. And then I started feeling sick, and I missed my period, and... God, I thought I was losing my mind, but the test came back, and... I press my fingers to my temples, trying to push away the fog in my mind, but it's no use. When did you find out? About 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks. The words hit with the force of a freight train, leaving me no space to breathe. My chest tightens, a slow, suffocating pressure building in the hollow of my ribs. 2 weeks. She's known for 2 weeks. 14 days of... nothing. 14 days of her pretending she wasn't holding something that could shatter us both. 14 days of me thinking I still had time. Time to sort out whatever the hell this is between us. Time to keep my head above water while I try to decipher the mess I'd let myself get caught in. And she's been carrying this secret, our secret, without a word. I was trying to find the right moment, she says, her voice barely a whisper. It trembles, but there's still that edge to it, the one I want to reach out and touch, the fraying end of a rope. But there's no right way to say it. I didn't want to lose my job. I didn't want to lose you. My jaw clenches, hard enough to crack teeth. You don't trust me. Her eyes widen, desperate. It's not about that. Bullshit. It's not, she insists, voice rising. I'm not used to people showing up for me, okay? I grew up thinking the other shoe was always going to drop. I'm not good at asking for help. Her words hit hard as a punch, unexpected but deep. I wasn't ready for that, for the cracks in her armor to reveal something so raw, something I'd never imagined under all that bravado. And then she keeps going, talking faster now, words tripping over themselves. Her eyes don't meet mine, flicking around the room, looking for an escape. And then I thought, what if you didn't want it? What if you were angry? What if you thought I trapped you or something? God, like Rebecca said would happen. And I thought maybe you'd believe her, and then I... She pauses, her breath hitching as if she's just crossed some invisible line she can't come back from. I started thinking maybe I could just handle it on my own, like my mom, just figure it out. I freeze. Her mom. I can barely hear her over the thundering in my head. The walls are closing in. What? I manage to rasp. Sarah's shoulders shake, her hands twisting in her lap. She was sick, she stammers. Growing up, she was always sick, and she raised me by herself and never asked for help, and she... She falters, stops, presses her hand to her mouth as if she's trying to shove all of this back inside. She did it alone, until she couldn't anymore, and then it was my turn to look after her, which is why I was freelancing and jobs weren't secure. I'm trying. I swear I'm trying, but none of it makes sense. Her mom, illness, fear, loneliness, all of it's tangled, all of it's jumbled. I can't focus. Can't breathe, can't make any of it fit into place. Because beneath it all, one truth is screaming at me louder than everything else. She didn't tell me. She didn't trust me enough to tell me that I was going to be a father. I take a deep breath. I need a minute, I mutter, backing toward the door. Her face falls, eyes wide with panic. Nick, please. I don't look at her. I can't. Not now. I need space. I need air. I need to think. I can't do this. Not now. I pause, my hand gripping the doorknob because it's the only thing keeping me tethered to this moment. I need to think. I can't do this right now. I don't wait for her response. I just walk out. I don't even hear her. The door slams behind me, but I don't hear it. My heart is beating too loud. I don't look back. Not yet. If I do, I'm not sure I'll be able to leave. And right now, I have no idea what the hell I'm walking toward, only what I'm walking away from. I make it down the stairs, but it's a blur. My feet are moving as if they belong to someone else. I don't remember the neighbor who might have greeted me on the way out, or the world that's still moving on, oblivious to the chaos cracking inside me. The sun's too bright, the air's too sharp. It's too much of everything. A baby. That word spins around my head, a buzzard circling, getting louder and louder. Sarah's pregnant, with my child, and I didn't know. For 14 days she knew, and I didn't. My jaw clenches so tight it hurts. My hands curl into fists at my sides, but it does nothing to ease the pressure building in my chest. She looked me in the eye, kissed me, let me feel things again, things I thought I had buried years ago. And all the while she was sitting on the biggest truth of our lives, holding it back from me. I don't know how long I've been sitting in my car, engine off, hands locked around the steering wheel so tight my knuckles are turning white. I don't even know where I'm going. What the hell am I supposed to do now? What's the next move? How do I even begin to process any of this? There's only one person I'd normally call. Only one. Evelyn. She's the one who kept me grounded when everything else was falling apart. Every scandal, every mess, every damn heartbreak I thought I'd never crawl out of. She's the one who would know what to say, the one who'd talk me down, remind me that it was temporary. But she's not talking to me, and I get it. After everything that went down, all the wreckage I dragged into her life. But God damn it if I don't miss her. I lean back, head hitting the headrest as I drag my hands down my face. I exhale hard, like I've been holding my breath since I walked out that door. I want to be angry. I am angry. But underneath the rage, there's something worse, something quieter. Shame. Because maybe she was right to be scared. Maybe I would have reacted the same way no matter when she told me. I'm a selfish asshole, too wrapped up in my pride to show the grace I should have had. I was just inside her, not even 20 minutes ago, telling her she was mine, kissing her, knowing I couldn't breathe without her. And now I'm here, outside, alone, same as every damn man she's ever had to survive. I slam my palm against the steering wheel hard enough to rattle the car, but it doesn't help. Doesn't even come close. She should have told me, but I should have stayed. And now I'm fucking lost. And for the first time in years, I don't know who the hell I am anymore. Am I the man who walks away, or the one who finally steps up?
Chapter 23. Sarah. I don't cry at first. Not when the door slams so hard that the walls seem to flinch in response, rattling under the force of his departure. Not when Meatball presses his cold nose against my hip, whining softly in confusion, as if he can't comprehend why the man who smelled like safety just disappeared without a word. Not even when I call Nick over and over again, and each time it goes straight to voicemail, the same empty tone again and again. I sit there, frozen, staring at the place where he used to be, still clutching the throw blanket like it's the only thing keeping me from falling apart. The hoodie I'm wearing smells like cedar, expensive cologne, and the lingering memory of last night, a ghost of something that's already slipping through my fingers. He left. He left, and he didn't look back, didn't wait for an explanation, didn't give me a chance to beg for him to stay. It's not until I blink and realize I've been staring at the same spot on the wall for what feels like hours that it hits me. I'm shaking, trembling with the raw aftershock of surviving this. But I don't feel lucky to be alive. I feel empty, shredded from the inside out, like a part of me was ripped away and left to bleed. I stand up, my body moving on autopilot. My legs barely hold me up as I stagger across the room. Keys, phone, slides, hoodie. I don't think, I just move. I need to get out. Meatball follows me to the door, his paws tapping softly against the floor as if asking where I'm going, but I can't look at him. If I do, I know I'll fall apart all over again. I take the elevator up one floor, pressing Laura's doorbell with a hand that trembles more than I want it to. The door swings open almost immediately. She's barefoot, holding the crinkled croissant bag she'd forgotten earlier. "Sarah?" she starts, her voice soft, like she's surprised to see me. "I was just coming back down to—" But she stops mid-sentence when she sees me. And that's all it takes. One second, I'm standing there, holding it together with whatever little I have left, and the next, I'm in her arms sobbing so hard I can barely breathe. It's the kind of sob that feels dangerous, like it could break me wide open. The kind of sob that's been waiting for years to come out, built up by every hurt, every loss. Not just today, not just Nick, but everything. Everything. Laura stays silent. She pulls me inside, closes the door behind us, and holds me with the steady strength of someone who's been here before, countless times. I ruined it, I gasp out, my chest heaving. I ruined everything. Shh, she whispers, brushing my hair back. You're okay. We'll talk. Sit. She guides me to the couch and covers me with a blanket, as if that'll stop me from coming apart. It doesn't. He left, I say, staring down at my knees. He didn't even yell. He just walked out. Nick? I nod, and the tears come again, softer this time. He asked if it was true about the baby, and I said yes. I told him I was going to tell him today that I was trying. But then you said it first, and damn, Laura, he looked at me like I lied, like I'd stabbed him in the back. You didn't, she says fiercely. I did. I did by not telling him. I waited too long. And now I don't know how to undo it. She sits beside me, waiting, letting me sort through the chaos of everything I've been holding inside. He said I didn't trust him. And he's right. My voice cracks. I didn't. Because I thought maybe if I told him, he'd run. And the moment those words left my mouth, I saw it. I lost him. Laura exhales slowly, a quiet storm held just beneath her skin, her restraint barely contained. Then he said he needed time, and he left like I was too much. And then the real spiral starts, the ugly one, the one where my thoughts race faster than I can catch them. God, what if I pushed him too far? What if I am too much? What if this was all just some stupid accident to him and I've been walking around like it meant more and... Stop, Laura says gently but firmly. Breathe, one thing at a time. I do try, I swear, but my chest is tight and the fear is clawing at my throat. He doesn't know the full story. I didn't even get to tell him about Rebecca, about the gala, about what she said to me. Laura's eyebrows shoot up. What exactly did she say? I swallow. She said I was a phase, that Nick doesn't do commitment, that he always moves on. And part of me, some stupid part of me, believed her. So I panicked. I spiraled, and then the test was positive, and I thought maybe I could just handle it on my own and not ruin what little I still had left. And now it feels like you've lost everything. Laura finishes softly. I nod, eyes blurry with tears. I might lose him. My job, my stability, my future. A pause. I don't know how to be a mom, Laura. I don't know how to do this. She reaches for my hand and grips it tight. You don't have to have all the answers tonight, but you're not doing this alone. Not ever. You have me and Meatball. And she hesitates. And maybe Nick once he stops spiraling. You didn't see his face, I whisper. He didn't fight for me. Maybe he's still trying to figure out how. Not everyone has your backbone, babe. Some people have to break first before they come back stronger. I blink at that. I look down at my stomach, my flat, ordinary stomach that doesn't look like it's holding a goddamn miracle. I feel like I'm standing on the edge of a cliff, and if I fall, that's it. No, Net. No second chance. Laura squeezes my hand again. Then don't fall. Just hold on until you figure out what comes next. I let out a shaky breath and lean into her side, suddenly so tired I can barely keep my eyes open. But I do, because sleep won't come, not while everything is unraveling. All I know is the man I love walked away. And this secret I've been carrying is no longer just mine. And if he doesn't come back, I don't know if I'll ever feel whole again. Laura's just gotten me to drink some tea, something herbal and vaguely citrusy, when my phone buzzes on the coffee table. I don't move at first. I don't want to know. I don't want to see Nick's name or not see it. Both options feel equally unbearable, but it keeps vibrating. Twice, 3 times. Laura arches a brow, nudging it toward me. That could be him. I swallow and pick it up with clammy fingers. But it's not Nick. It's Tina from HR. My stomach drops. I stare at the screen, willing it to change, hoping for a name that won't feel like a brand burned across my skin, marking me for trouble. I have to take this, I murmur, already standing. I slip out onto Laura's balcony, my heart thudding so loud it drowns out the city noise. I swipe to answer. Hi, Tina. Sarah, hi, comes her cheerful, too bright voice. I hope I'm not catching you at a bad time. Depends. Are you about to fire me? No, it's fine, I say, even though everything inside me is screaming. She clears her throat. So, listen, this is just a courtesy call, okay? Off the record. But I thought you deserved a heads up. My spine straightens. Okay. There's been some chatter about you and Nick Ashford. I go cold, arctic, heart-stopping cold. What kind of chatter? Well, let's just say someone's been making some noise about a possible inappropriate relationship between an executive and his employee. It hasn't gone above my department yet, but I wanted you to know, in case it gets worse. I squeeze my eyes shut. Is someone accusing me of something? No one's filed anything yet, but you know how this place works. People talk, and lately, well, let's just say certain meetings and late-night sightings have made their way through the grapevine. And then there are the online rumors. Oh my God, the gala photos. My knees buckle slightly, and I have to lean against the balcony railing. Who's saying this? I can't say, and honestly, I don't even know who started it, but the timing feels intentional, and I just thought, as someone who likes you, that you deserve to be warned. I nod, even though she can't see me. Thank you, Tina. I appreciate it. She softens a little. I know this sucks. I'm not trying to add to your stress. Just be careful, okay? I will. We hang up. And then I just stand there, staring out at the New York skyline, the wind slapping my face, trying to keep me conscious. Because I'm not sure I am. Inappropriate relationship? Chatter? Rumors? I press a hand to my belly. The nausea is creeping back in, but it's not from hormones this time. Someone knows. Someone's talking. It won't be long before this all blows up in my face. I feel sick. I stumble back into Laura's apartment, pale and shaking. She jumps up instantly. What happened? Tina from HR. I can hardly get the words out. Someone's spreading rumors about me and Nick. Laura's expression hardens. What the actual hell? She said it's just office gossip for now, but that it could get worse. My chest tightens until I can barely breathe. What if I get fired? What if he does? What if this all blows up and it's not just us who get hurt, but everything we've worked for? Laura grabs my shoulders. Hey, look at me. I try. You haven't done anything wrong. You were 2 consenting adults. If anyone crosses a line, it's not you. It's whoever's trying to weaponize your relationship. But her words don't land. The panic is already taking over. What if this isn't just heartbreak? What if this is destruction? I left my freelancing gigs for this job, for the stability, the health care, the routine, the future. I thought I was finally safe, and now I might be about to lose everything. My career, my reputation, my man. And it's all unraveling before I've even gotten the chance to breathe. Tears burn again, but I swallow them back. No more crying. Not today. But somewhere deep in my chest, I feel it starting again anyway. The terrifying, spiraling thought that maybe I've already lost too much to fix this, and I don't know how to make it stop.
Chapter 24, Nick. The second I step into the office, I know something's wrong. It's in the air, heavy, charged with the tension right before a storm breaks. Conversations cut off too quickly when I walk into earshot. A junior associate I barely know won't look me in the eye when we pass in the hall. It's not paranoia, it's instinct, and right now, it's loud. I adjust the cuffs on my shirt and head for my office, jaw clenched, trying to shake it off. Maybe it's just the lingering tension from yesterday. The look on Sarah's face when I walked out, the way her voice cracked when she whispered my name and I didn't turn back. But this is different. This is work. And this is as bad as a fuse burning somewhere under the floorboards. Emily's sitting at her desk when I round the corner, poised, professional, as calm and composed as always, but even she won't meet my eyes the way she usually does. "Morning," I say, stopping at her desk. She looks up, offering a smile that's just a little too tight. "Good morning, Mr. Ashford." "Everything all right?" Her fingers twitch over the keyboard. "Yes, of course. Just a reminder, you've got to check in with legal at 9:30. I narrow my eyes. "Anything else I should know?" A beat, a slight hesitation, almost imperceptible, but it's there. "No, sir," she says, too fast. Bullshit. My gut twists, a knot tightening in my stomach. I glance at Sarah's desk. Empty. Her screen is dark. Her coffee mug, the one with the "Let's circle back, never" quote, hasn't made its usual place on her desk. I check the time. It's 8:04. Sarah's never late. I keep my tone casual. "Has Sarah been in yet?" Emily hesitates, the silence stretching between us. "I'm not sure," she answers a little too deliberately. "She may be working remotely today." Maybe. No confirmation, no details, just more half-answers in an undertone I can't ignore. Something's definitely off. I take a final scan of the floor as I head to my office, and everything is different. The air's thick, the weight of eyes on me, the buzz of whispers has a taste of smoke. They're talking about me. I slam the door behind me harder than I mean to and drag a hand down my face. The pounding in my temples is brutal and my thoughts are a jumbled mess. The only thing louder than the blood rushing in my ears is the echo of Sarah's voice from yesterday. "I thought if I told you, you'd run." I did run. I left her there wrapped in that blanket of heartbreak, and I didn't look back. Not because I don't care, because I care too goddamn much, and I couldn't breathe. And now Now she's not here. The walls are closing in, the air thick with something I can't name, but I can definitely feel. It's crawling under my skin, a quiet pressure building. I'm halfway to sitting when... Shit! I bark, whipping around. Jonah standing in the doorway, his face unreadable. One hand holds a thick folder, the other gripping something that makes my blood freeze. "Don't you knock!" I snap, heart still pounding. "You scared the hell out of me." He doesn't flinch, doesn't blink, just steps in, shuts the door behind him, and drops the folder on my desk with the kind of precision that tells me he knows exactly what he's doing. "You're going to want to see this." I hesitate for a second before flipping it open, and everything stops. Screenshots, full color, blown up from some glossy gossip site I've never even heard of but clearly has reach. The headline screams at me, the letters too bold for comfort. Billionaire bad boy gets handsy with his employee. Galanite liaison raises ethical questions. Underneath it, the photo. The photo. Sarah in the lobby, my hands on her waist. Her laughing, cheeks flushed, me leaning in, lips just a breath away from hers. That stolen moment, the one I locked away in my desk, the one that should never have left the fucking drawer. I bite back a curse as my eyes dart over the caption beneath. Speculation, sources claiming the woman works for my company, a statement that we were spotted sneaking off together, then a goddamn throwback to some shit I can't escape. This isn't Nick Ashford's first scandal. Fans will remember the infamous injury during his final season when he hospitalized an opposing player with a hit many called deliberate. My jaw tightens, my grip on the folder tightens, my knuckles go white. It's all here, laid out as an exposé, painting me as some reckless, power-hungry bastard who's racking up PR disaster trophies. I look up at Jonah. He doesn't even flinch, just meets my gaze, grim as ever. "It hit the site this morning. It's spreading fast." I stare at the photo again. My arm around her, the warmth of the moment twisted into something seedy, corrupt. "Where the hell did this come from?" I growl. "I don't know, but that photo..." Jonah taps the printout. "That's the same one you told me was missing. Someone took it from your office. This isn't a leak. This is a hit job." My fists clench, rage building under my ribs in a storm ready to break. "Rebecca." Jonah shrugs. "Maybe. It smells like her, but she usually leaves fingerprints. This," he gestures at the file, "this is clean, professional, no names, no direct claims, just enough to get people talking, and just enough to get you in serious shit if the board sees it first." She already said she was behind the texted photo. I mutter more to myself than anyone else. Why stop there? Because if this was her, she's changed tactics. This is smarter, colder. She wants blood. I lean back in my chair, the weight of it all crashing down in one brutal wave. Sarah, the baby, this goddamn mess unraveling in my office while I'm still picking glass out of my chest from yesterday. I need to talk to Sarah. "Yeah," Jonah says quiet. "You do." I push back from my desk, the chair scraping across the floor, loud against the thick silence. I pull up my calendar, issuing orders before the thought even registers. Set up a meeting with legal and HR, today, before lunch. Jonah's fingers are already moving across the keyboard. Done. Want me in there with you? Yeah, I nod. And get a hold of PR. I want eyes on any mention of this article, any keywords, hashtags. Hell, set up a fucking Google alert if you have to. He hesitates, then looks at me. What about the board? The board. The mention of them settles in my stomach. They've tolerated me, let me work my way into a position of power because I've made this company sharper, leaner, profitable, untouchable. But this could break it all apart. Sleeping with a subordinate, rumors of favoritism, scandal tied to my name again. This could crack the foundation if I don't move fast enough. I'll handle them, I say, voice tight. I'll call a meeting, today. Jonah raises an eyebrow. You sure you don't want to wait and see how loud this thing gets? I meet his gaze. If I wait, they'll think I'm hiding, or worse, guilty. I need to control the narrative before they start spinning it without me. He nods, understanding. Good, because they'll be looking for a scapegoat, and if it's not you, it's going to be Sarah. I finish for him, voice low, the anger crawling up my throat. His silence speaks volumes. They'll go after her, even if none of this is true, even if there's no policy violation, no misuse of power, even if what we had was real, mutual, honest. The board doesn't care about any of that. They care about perception, leverage, and she's the easiest target. I slam the folder shut, force it into a drawer with a snap. If this is war, we're not showing up with rubber bullets, I growl. Get me everything on that gossip site. IPs, domains, ad sponsors. I want names. Jonah smirks, grim. Now you're sounding like the guy who made that first billion. I don't smile back, because this isn't a game anymore. This isn't about shares, headlines, or legacy. This is about her. And if anyone in this building, on that board, or behind that article thinks they can destroy Sarah to get to me, they're about to learn exactly how dangerous I can be.
Chapter 25. Sarah. I'm not at work today because I have somewhere else to be. And since my boss walked away from me, I'm going to assume that he doesn't care. But as I sit in the waiting room, hands folded over my stomach, all I can think about is how empty the seat beside me is. The walls are a soft blush pink, an intentional effort to soften the space. Calmness hangs in the air. A basket of magazines sits nearby, a water cooler hums quietly, and a mural of a stork cutting through clouds stretches across the far wall. It should be comforting, but it's not. Because all around me are couples. A woman with her head on her husband's shoulder, both of them smiling over the ultrasound photo in her hands. A man rubbing his partner's back while she sips ginger tea, his voice low and soothing in her ear. A pair of first-time parents across from me, whispering excitedly about gender reveals and nursery colors. And me? I'm sitting alone, in Nick's hoodie, staring at the clock and trying not to throw up from a cocktail of nerves and morning sickness. I shift in my seat and press a palm to my belly. There's barely anything there yet, just a whisper of change, a promise of what's coming. But already I'm carrying a weight no one else can see. No one but me. I don't let the tears fall. I can't. not here. Not surrounded by joy, softness, and the hum of quiet, hopeful beginnings. I'm a fragile crack in stained glass, one sharp sound away from breaking apart. I keep hearing his voice in my head. You should have told me. And mine. I thought you'd run. And then the silence. The door slamming behind him, the cold space he left behind on my couch. A nurse steps out from behind the reception desk. Sarah Brooks? I stand, knees trembling just a little, and follow her back through the hall. The room is small and sterile, but the doctor is kind. She talks me through everything, what to expect, how far along I am, the basics of prenatal care. Her voice is warm, her smile genuine, but I can barely focus. This should be a milestone, a moment I carry with me forever. Instead, it's stolen. Someone should be here beside me, holding my hand, asking questions, whispering that everything will be okay. But he's not, and I'm starting to wonder if he ever will be. The doctor dims the lights, and the soft hum of the machine fills the silence. The gel is cold against my skin, making me flinch, but then I hear it. The heartbeat, fast, fluttery, alive. I don't realize I'm holding my breath until I hear it again. And then I exhale, my eyes stinging. There we go, the doctor murmurs, smiling as she turns the monitor toward me. That's your baby. My baby. My heart twists in my chest, a strange, overwhelming ache I wasn't ready for. I press a hand to my mouth as the tiny shape flickers on the screen. It doesn't even look like a baby yet. Not really. Just a small, blinking bean of light. But it's there, inside me, alive. I think of my mom, of the quiet strength she wore every day, of the years she spent doing this alone. And suddenly, I get it. The sacrifice, the courage, the love. A wave crashes over me. Hot, silent tears trace their way down my cheeks before I even realize I'm crying. The doctor says nothing, just offers a tissue with a gentle smile, as if she's witnessed this moment countless times before. I know it's a lot, she says gently. I nod, wiping my face. It's just real now. She smiles again and moves the wand slightly, frowning in concentration. Let's get a couple more measurements. I watch the screen, my breathing slowly returning to normal. For the first time in days, something inside me settles. It's not peace exactly, but it's something close. Until she stills. Her brow furrows. She moves the wand again. My stomach clenches. Is something wrong? No, not wrong, she says quickly, her voice still calm, but more alert now. Just unexpected. She clicks something on the monitor, shifts the angle again, tilts her head. My skin prickles. I'm just going to take a closer look, she says. Sometimes the images overlap this early and, oh, wow. What? I ask, my voice barely more than a whisper. She looks at me, then back at the screen. Well, it looks like you're not just carrying one baby. The air leaves my lungs. What? There's another heartbeat, she says, and a third. My whole body goes still. I'm sorry. Did you just say 3? She nods, her voice still calm, as if she's delivering weather updates and not detonating my entire reality. Yes, I'm seeing 3 separate heartbeats. You're carrying triplets. 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 I stare at her, at the monitor. The pulsing, blinking dots of light blur and distort, no longer signals of hope, but noise scrambling my thoughts. Triplets, I say again, the word slipping from my lips, barely even mine. She nods, pulling the wand away and gently wiping my stomach. It's rare, but not unheard of. They look healthy so far, and we'll monitor everything very closely from here. We'll talk about high-risk factors and what to expect, but right now, I don't hear the rest. My pulse hammers in my ears. Vision narrows to a pinpoint. I grip the crumpled edge of the exam table, anchoring myself to a world that might as well be slipping away. 3 babies. 3. I'm 26, possibly unemployed, freshly heartbroken. I live in a 1-bedroom apartment with a dog who eats shoes and a closet that still smells of Nick. And I'm going to have triplets? I don't remember leaving the room. Not really. The nurse presses pamphlets into my hands. The doctor murmurs something about the next appointment. I nod, maybe even smile. I'm not sure. Words slip away before I catch them. I'm moving through thick water, every gesture heavy, awkward, as if my body is still trying to grasp what just happened. Triplets. I step outside the clinic into the harsh glare of late morning sun. It crashes over me, too bright, too loud, while the world spins on, oblivious to how everything inside me just shattered. Triplets. The sidewalk blurs. My knees give out, and I collapse onto the nearest bench, barely catching myself. The ultrasound photos crinkle in my fist, my anchor, my proof. My other hand trembles uselessly in my lap. 3 blips. Not just shadows or smudges. Heartbeats. Lives. I stare down at them until my vision swirls, and then I break. The sob punches out of me before I can stop it, loud and ugly and impossible to control. I curl forward, pressing my forearms to my thighs, my head hanging between my knees as the weight of it all comes crashing down on me. I can't do this. Oh my God, I can't do this. Not alone. Not like this. 1 baby felt impossible enough. Managing the money, the doctor's appointments, the fatigue, the fear. But 3? That's diapers and cribs and daycare times 3. That's triple the bottles, triple the cost, triple the crying, triple the exhaustion. I don't even own a car. I can't do this. My shoulders shake, and I don't care who sees me now. I'm crying in public, and let them stare. Let them judge, because I am terrified. Not just of the physical reality of carrying 3 babies, not just of the logistics, but of the emotional mountain ahead, the endless uncertainty. Nick, what if he doesn't come back? What if this, us, is already over? What if I'm doing this alone? I think about my mom again, how strong she was, how she never let me see how hard it must have been. I used to believe that strength meant doing everything by yourself, that being independent meant never needing anyone. But now I know better. Because I need help. I need support. I need someone. I need him. And for the first time, I let myself admit it fully, not just in my heart, not in the privacy of my apartment, but out loud, here in the real world, in the aftermath of the biggest news of my life. I can't do this alone. My voice cracks. No one hears, or maybe someone does. I don't know. I don't care. I press a hand to my stomach, to the faint swell that's only just beginning, and close my eyes. I need to figure out what comes next, how to breathe through this, how to tell him. Because ready or not, this is real, and I'm not the only one who needs him anymore.
Chapter 26, Nick. I don't call ahead. Rebecca's assistant tries to block me at the front desk, but one look is enough to make her step aside. I walk past her without breaking stride, heading straight for Rebecca's corner office as if I still own the damn place, as if I never left this mess behind. She's sitting at her desk looking exactly the way she always does. Blood-red silk draped over her, every inch of her poised and perfect, as though she's been waiting for this moment with the cool detachment of someone who always gets what they want. She doesn't seem surprised to see me. "Nick," she says with that faint, practiced smile, as if I'm just a few minutes early for brunch instead of about to destroy everything she's built. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" I slam the door behind me. "Don't." Her brow lifts in feigned innocence. "Don't what?" I toss the manila folder Jonah handed me onto her desk with a force that makes the paper spill across the marble surface. Screenshots, tabloid headlines, my name and Sarah's in big, bold, scandal-hungry print. Words like inappropriate workplace relationship and pattern of behavior jump off the page. There's even that side-by-side shot of me walking into the gala with her, and the stolen one, grainy, intimate of us in the lobby after. Too many photos from a night we were never supposed to be seen at. Her eyes scan over them slowly, almost disinterested, as though this is just another Tuesday for her. "Tabloids have always loved you, Nick. You are the most unattainable bachelor CEO in the city. Shit, both men and women want you, everyone else envies you, and the worst part, you don't even try." My jaw tightens. "It was a legal hit. You know it." She shrugs. "Didn't look that way in the press." I don't bite. Not now. Not when I've got the fire of a goddamn furnace crawling up my spine. "Cut the bullshit, Rebecca. I know exactly what this is." She leans back, steepling her fingers as if she's got all the time in the world. "Do you?" "You're behind this." I gesture to the chaos in front of us. The leaks, the timing, the missing photo, you're the only one who had access. She scoffs as though this is beneath her. "Please, if I wanted to come after you, I wouldn't waste time with some bottom-tier gossip site. I'd take it to the Times." "And you didn't?" I snap. "No," she says, her tone flat now. "I didn't." I watch her face closely. I'm looking for a flicker of guilt, something, anything to tell me I'm right. But there's nothing. Not even a hint of the smirk she gets when she lies. Just cold indifference. "Then who did?" I demand. She lets out a half laugh, her expression hardening, crossing her legs as though she's the one in control. "I don't know, Nick. Maybe someone else realized that Sarah's just the flavor of the month, that she's nothing new, and that you—" She jabs a finger at me. "You fall for the same type over and over. Wide eyes, pretty mouth, damsel in distress routine." My fists clench. "Careful," I growl, my voice low. "You're treading a line you won't come back from." "Oh, don't be dramatic." She waves a hand dismissively. "You think you're different now? That playing house with your assistant makes you a hero instead of a cliché?" "She's not my assistant," I snap, cold as ice. "I've told you that 1,000 times. Rebecca's smile is sharp, a knife cutting through the tension. "Right, of course not, because that would be unethical." That's it. I step forward, placing both hands flat on her desk. I lean in, looming over her, my voice low and lethal. You don't get to talk about her. Not like that. You don't know a damn thing about who she is or what she means to me. She doesn't flinch. The satisfaction on her face slips, just barely, but it's enough. You always pick the ones who make you feel good about yourself, she says, her voice tight. I was too much, too loud, too demanding, but she looks at you like you invented oxygen. I came here to get the truth, not a jealous monologue. Her eyes flash. I'm not jealous, Nick. I'm bitter. There's a difference. You walked away from me, and that's fine. I've made my peace with it. But don't pretend I'm the villain just because your new girlfriend makes you forget your past. I stare at her, and suddenly it's all clear. She's not calculating anymore, not pulling strings, not dangerous. She's hurt, clinging to something that was never as solid as she thought. This isn't about strategy, it's about spite. And that makes her less of a threat, not more. You didn't leak it, I say, my voice low. You just sent it to me. She doesn't deny it, just lifts her chin, meeting my gaze. You should be careful, Nick. This thing with her, it's going to cost you more than you think. I straighten, jaw tight. It's already cost me enough. I walk out of her office and down the hall, the weight of her words lingering behind me, but inside, I'm unraveling. Rebecca didn't leak the photos. I believe that now. Not because I trust her, but because for once she told the truth, or at least just enough of it to show me this is bigger than I thought. Someone who doesn't want to just wound, they want to wreck. By the time I reach my building, my pulse is thudding so loud in my ears that I almost don't hear the quiet voice call my name. Mr. Ashford? I turn. One of the security officers, an older guy, graying buzz cut, steps out from behind the desk. He's never said more than a nod before, but now there's something different in his eyes. Serious, alert. I've got something you need to see. He holds out a flash drive. I eye it. What is it? He glances around before speaking in a low voice. You asked us to monitor for anything suspicious after that incident with the file going missing from your office. I nod, memory clicking into place. He clears his throat. One of our overnight guys flagged some footage. Thought it looked off, so I pulled it. Thought you should be the one to see it first. I take the drive from him, the plastic still warm from his hand. Thanks. Check it soon, he says, his gaze lingering on me. The look lands heavy in my gut. It doesn't feel right. I don't waste time. Head straight for my office, close the door behind me, and plug the flash drive into my laptop. My fingers tremble slightly against the trackpad, a reflex I can't shake. The folder opens, footage queues up, and then I see her. Not Rebecca, not some tabloid intern. A woman I've never seen before. Slim, pale, big dark eyes, nervous posture, and I know instantly this isn't a coincidence. She's standing outside my office door, dressed in a black blazer that's too formal for her. Clutching a bag to her chest, her posture stiff, as if she's afraid someone will notice her. Not once, not twice, multiple times across several days, watching, lurking, timing her entrance for when no one's around. And then, there it is. She slips inside my office the afternoon after I got the gala photo. A quick glance over her shoulder, then she's gone from view. 4 minutes later, she walks out. The camera doesn't catch her taking anything, but I know exactly what went missing. I know where it was. The photo of me and Sarah. And whoever she is, she's the one who took it. I rewind the footage, freeze frame her face as she passes the security camera near the stairwell. She's not someone I know, but there's something in her expression, eager, vacant, that twists my gut. Who the hell is she? And more importantly, who is she working for? My mind races, matching the woman's nervous, careful movements to the name that's been rattling around in the back of my head since this whole mess started. Isla Vale, the journalist from Edge magazine who sent the note, the one who seemed to have every piece of this puzzle except for the one where I come out unscathed. I lean back in my chair, staring at the screen, the weight of it sinking in. Whoever Isla Vale is, if this is her, then she's playing a game and it's far from over. The photo of me and Sarah, that's just the beginning. If she's been watching me this closely, then she's not just after a story. She's out for blood. My phone buzzes on the desk, jerking me from the spiral I'm already sinking into. It's a text from Jonah. Board's calling an emergency meeting this afternoon. They're pissed. You ready? No, not even close. But I text back. Yeah, let's sort this out. If that magazine is behind this, they've made one hell of a mistake. Because I don't care what it costs me anymore. My name, my job, my damn reputation, they came for me, fine. But now they've come for her, and I'll burn the whole damn building down before I let that stand.
Chapter 27. Sarah. I don't go straight home after the appointment. I walk for an hour, maybe 2, around the block, through the park, past cafes I used to love and restaurants I can't afford. It's sunny out, but I can't feel it. The world is too loud, too bright, too much, and all I want to do is find a quiet corner and disappear into it. By the time I reach my building, my legs throb with every step, and my mind churns, raw, shredded, barely holding shape. Triplets. 3 heartbeats. 3. I still don't know how I made it through the appointment without passing out. I still don't know how I'm standing. I don't know how I'm supposed to do this. The second the elevator doors open to my floor, I walk straight past my apartment and knock on Laura's door. I don't think, I just knock. She answers in pajama pants and a face mask, blinking at me as if she's mid-nap and expecting takeout, not a hormonal breakdown. Sarah? I need to tell you something, I say, and my voice cracks so violently on the last word that she grabs my wrist and yanks me inside without a second thought. I don't make it past her couch. I sit down and pull my knees up, wrapping my arms around myself like I'm trying to stop the pieces from flying apart. Laura peels off the mask and crouches in front of me, alarmed. Okay, deep breaths. Did Nick show up? Did someone die? Did Meatball choke on a sock again? I shake my head. Worse. She stiffens. Sarah. It's not twins, is it? I look at her, eyes glassy, voice trembling. It's triplets. She goes completely still. Then she laughs. One of those high-pitched, nervous sounds that don't mean amusement at all. Sorry, I thought you just said triplets. I did. Her mouth opens, closes, opens again. Like 3 babies? I nod. In your body. Right now? Another nod. My throat is too tight for words. Laura stands up, sits back down, stands again. Are you sure? Like, medically sure? Not they saw a shadow on the screen and it might be a foot situation? They showed me the heartbeats, I whisper. All 3. Holy hell, she breathes, sinking into the armchair. Triplets. Actual triplets. I mean, 1 baby is so many, and now you're telling me it's 3? Are you okay? Are you in shock? Because I might be in shock. I need a paper bag. I can't do this, I say, and now I'm crying again, full-on, messy tears this time. I don't know how. I don't have a plan or a clue or any idea where to start. She stares at me for another stunned second, and then something shifts. Her eyes narrow with purpose, her body language sharpens, and I can almost see the exact moment she switches from what the hell to, okay, let's do this. She grabs a tissue, hands it to me, and mutters, well, guess I'd better open a spreadsheet. I blink at her through wet lashes. What? Budget, babe. Diapers, formula, baby wipes. Do you know how many diapers triplets go through in a week? No? I do. Because I once hate-watched an entire season of Quince by Surprise after a breakup. She pulls her laptop onto the coffee table and starts clicking with the speed of someone storming a battlefield. I live in a shoebox, I mumble. You'll move. I might be unemployed. We'll make it work. I don't even know what kind of stroller I need. 2 doubles or 1 triple, she says, not missing a beat, but the triples are monstrous. Think grocery cart on steroids. You'll need wide doorways and a helmet for pedestrians. Despite myself, I laugh, a half-hiccuped thing that shakes loose from my chest. You're insane. Thank you. Now, names. You need 3. Can't call them thing 1, thing 2, and, oh shit, there's more. I lean back against the cushions, finally letting my body sink. I haven't even thought about names. Well, you've got time. But for the record, I vote Nora for 1. Strong, classic, very main character energy. A lump builds in my throat again, but it's different this time. Not fear, not panic, something quieter, something almost safe. I'm still scared, I admit, even with you, especially without Nick. Laura closes the laptop and shifts closer, her voice softer now. Of course you're scared. You're growing 3 people and doing it in the middle of a scandal with a maybe job and a definitely messy love life. But you're not alone. You've got me. You've got Meatball. And whatever happens with Nick, you'll deal with it, 1 thing at a time. I nod, slowly letting her words sink in, letting the weight of them fill the cracks in my chest. Because, yeah, this is still terrifying. It's still completely overwhelming, but with Laura beside me and 1 hand on my belly, I don't feel like I'm falling anymore. Not exactly. Once I'm alone, though, and Meatball is curled up on my feet, the quiet presses in too hard. All day, I kept it together with spreadsheets and strollers and Laura's endless list of baby names that ranged from adorable to absolutely unhinged. But now there's just me. And the echo of 3 tiny heartbeats still thudding somewhere deep inside me. I curl up on the couch in Nick's hoodie, a cup of chamomile tea going cold in my hands, and stare at the blank page on my laptop. I don't even remember opening it. My fingers hover over the keys like they're waiting for someone else to start typing. And then, slowly, I do. Dear babies, I don't know how to say this, or even if it's the right thing to do, but I need to try. I need to put this somewhere because it's too big to carry inside me alone. I'm scared, not just a little scared. The kind that makes your stomach flip or your palms sweat. I'm talking heart in your throat, world tilting, nothing makes sense kind of scared. And I don't want to lie to you and say I'm brave or ready or even remotely okay, because I'm not. I feel like I'm holding this beautiful, impossible miracle in my hands, and I have no idea how not to drop it. But I want to get this right. More than anything, I want to be good for you. I want to be safe and kind and strong. I want you to laugh more than you cry, to never wonder if you're loved. I want you to know that even if everything around us feels uncertain, you were wanted. All three of you. Every single heartbeat. I pause, fingers frozen over the keyboard, and then I stare at the screen for a long time, the cursor blinking after the last line. My hands start to shake as I write the next part. Your dad... No. I delete it, then type again slower. Nick... And stop, because I don't know what comes next. I don't know what he wants. I don't even know if he still wants me, or if they will be too much, too fast, too late. I close the laptop slowly, my throat tight, my chest aching, and then, just as the silence settles in again, buzz, my phone lights up beside me. Nick, I need to see you, please. My heart stumbles. I stare at the message for a full 30 seconds, my thumb hovering above the screen as if pressing a key might detonate me. Then I exhale and type, Sarah, now's not a great time. It's not meant to be cold, but I need to be more emotionally stable before I face him. He replies almost instantly, Nick, it's important. Nick, I need to explain. I need to see you just for 5 minutes. Please. There is so much going on. The word please does something dangerous to me, makes everything in my chest pinch and burn and ache. But I don't say yes. Not yet. Sarah, I have something to tell you, too. There's a pause, a long one. Then, Nick. Okay. Nick. What is it? I chew on my bottom lip. Sarah. Not over text. Nick. Sarah. Sarah. You're not the only one who's been hit with a plot twist lately. Another beat. Nick. Is it about the baby? My pulse skitters. My fingers move before I can overthink it. I type because I don't want to see the expression on his face again. Sarah. Babies. 3 blinking dots. Then they vanish. Come back. Vanish again. Then, Nick. What? I wince. Sarah. Yeah, you're going to want to sit down. Nick. Sarah, tell me. Nick. Right now. Please. My heart is pounding. I don't know what his face looks like right now. I don't know if he's in his office or his car or pacing the roof of a building. All I know is my entire future is vibrating in my hand. So I say it. Sarah. There are 3 of them, Nick. Nothing. No dots. No response. Just silence. Sarah. Triplets. I found out today. Still nothing. I bite my lip so hard it hurts, resisting the urge to backtrack, soften it, turn the truth into something smaller than it is. And then, finally, Nick, where are you? I blink, reread it 3 times. Sarah, home? Nick, I'm on my way. Oh, God. What the hell is going to happen now?
Chapter 28, Nick. The second I step out of the elevator, I move fast. Sarah's door is down the hall, and I swear the floor's getting farther away with every step, the whole building holding its breath along with me. Triplets. The word's been echoing in my head ever since I got that text. I read it, reread it, waited for some punchline that never came. 3 versions of her smile, or mine, or some combination of both. Hell, maybe something entirely new. God help them. My stomach's in knots, but my hands steady as ever. When I knock, it's without hesitation. A second later, the door opens. Sarah stands there in leggings and an old t-shirt, hair tied up, her expression unreadable. Her eyes flick over me. She's weighing whether to slam the door or let me in. She doesn't say anything, so I do. I'm sorry. Her shoulders tighten just slightly, but she steps back, letting me in. I walk past her into the apartment I used to know better than my own. It's the same and different all at once. A memory that changed without warning. Meatball lifts his head from the couch, eyes narrow, then lets out a disgruntled huff before flopping back down. Not forgiven. Fair enough. Sarah closes the door softly and leans against it, arms crossed. I turn to face her. You should have told me. I know. I shouldn't have walked out. She nods. I know that, too. The silence between us is thick, heavy. Finally, I exhale, my breath coming out ragged. Triplets. Her eyes fill with just the slightest shimmer, but she nods. My chest tightens. Are you okay? No, she whispers, voice soft, fragile. But I'm trying. I take a step closer. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I was scared, she admits. I didn't know how. I thought if I said it out loud, it would change everything. And then Laura said it before I could, and Nick, the look on your face. She stops, swallowing hard. You looked at me like I broke you. I close my eyes. You didn't. You didn't break me. I broke myself. Her silence is louder than anything else in the room. I open my eyes again. 3 babies. I murmur, softer now. Shit, Sarah. I don't know how to do this. Neither do I. But I want to learn. I want to try. She searches my face, eyes flicking over me. Even after everything? I step closer. Nothing matters more than this. Nick, no, listen to me. I run a hand through my hair, tension crawling up my spine. This whole week's been a mess, and I've handled it all wrong. But I'm here now, and I'm not going anywhere. Her lip trembles. You say that like it's easy. It's not, I say honestly. I'm terrified, but I'm more terrified of not being here, of not being with you through this, of not meeting them, all 3 of them. A laugh escapes her, soft, broken. They're the size of jelly beans, and they're already wrecking my whole life. I smile just a little. Sounds about right for Ashford's. Her expression softens. I step closer again, watching her face the whole time, giving her time to stop me if she wants. She doesn't. I want to be there, Sarah. Appointments, the scary stuff, the messy stuff, all of it. What if it gets worse? She asks, her voice small. What if the media doesn't stop? What if the board fires you? What if we crash and burn again? I take a step closer, not backing down. Then we figure it out together. She holds my gaze, and I see the war inside her, the fear battling against hope, the pain fighting the possibility. Finally, she exhales, a soft breath of surrender. You really want to do this? I nod. Yeah, I do. All of it. You, them, this insane, upside-down, terrifying life. She doesn't cry this time. She just steps into me, her arms finding their way around my waist, and lets me hold her. For the first time in days, maybe weeks, something inside me settles. Because I don't know how we're going to do this, but I know we will. Together. We stand there for a long time, the world shrinking down to just us. Her arms around my waist, my chin resting on the top of her head, her breath warm through the fabric of my shirt. Finally, I can breathe. But it doesn't last. It never does. Eventually, she pulls back a little, her eyes still cautious. You said you needed to see me, that there was something you wanted to talk about. I hesitate. I don't want to break this fragile peace we've managed to find, but I can't avoid it any longer. Yeah, I say. There is. I reach into my coat pocket, pull out the flash drive, and hold it between us. This showed up at the office today. Security handed it to me without saying much, just told me I needed to see it. Sarah's brows furrow. What is it? I walk her to the couch, pop open my laptop, and slide the flash drive into her port. It takes a few seconds for it to load. Then the screen fills with grainy footage, the timestamps on the corner, the lobby view. Sarah leans in. Then she stills. The figure on the screen is hooded, unremarkable, but there's something about the way she moves, purposeful, quick. She lingers near my office door, just outside the frame, then shifts back into view, walking calmly toward the elevator, as though she hasn't just crossed a line she shouldn't have. I fast forward, switching to another angle. This one's clearer. Her face lifts briefly toward the camera. I freeze the frame. Sarah inhales quickly. I've seen her before. You have? She nods, her expression twisting into something akin to confusion or maybe dread. She was in the lobby, then maybe at the gala. Do you know her name? Sarah hesitates. I don't, but what if it's Isla? The hair on the back of my neck stands up as she catches the same thought I had. Isla Vale? Sarah's voice drops to a whisper. Maybe, she's a journalist, right? I glance at her and my chest tightens all over again. She looks tired, fragile in ways she shouldn't be, but there's something in her eyes now, sharper, fiercer, stronger in a way I didn't expect. But I should have known. She's never been weak. I'll find out who she is, I promise, and what she wants, but for now, I let out a breath. I think you need to come and stay with me, somewhere I can keep an eye on you. Sarah stiffens immediately. No. I blink. No? I'm not moving in with you just because things are scary now. She crosses her arms, her jaw set, defiant. I'm not some damsel you need to rescue, Nick. I didn't say you were. You didn't have to. I sit back, biting down on the instinct to argue. That fire in her, the way she stands her ground, it's one of the things I first fell for. But right now, it's standing between her and safety. Sarah, this isn't about pride. Someone stole from my office. They leaked private photos. Now they're lurking outside buildings like they're casing the place, and you're carrying 3 babies. Her eyes flash. I know exactly what I'm carrying. I'm not saying you can't handle yourself, I say, soft but firm. But I can't sit in my penthouse knowing you're here alone with a meatball and a deadbolt that looks like it came from Home Depot's clearance rack. She opens her mouth, probably to throw that independence back in my face, but she doesn't get the chance, because just then Meatball bolts upright from the couch, snarling. His ears are up, his body tense, and he's staring through the blinds at something we can't see. Sarah freezes. I'm across the room in an instant, my heart already racing. I glance out the window. I don't see anyone, just the faint shimmer of movement near the alleyway. But it's enough. That's it. I turn back to her, my voice hard. Pack a bag. I know, I say, cutting her off. I'm not asking. I step closer, lowering my voice. This isn't about you needing help. It's about me not walking away from you again. It's about keeping you and them safe. Them. The weight of the word hangs between us, and in that moment, it hits me. The depth of this, what I'm fighting for. Sarah's mouth opens, but no sound comes out. Her eyes flood with emotion, shock, pain, maybe even relief. And before I can say another word, she's moving into me, her arms wrapping around my neck. This time she does cry. Really cry, messy, broken sobs that shake her whole body. I feel the wetness against my shirt, and I just hold her tighter. My hand slides to the back of her head, my lips brushing her temple, offering her what little comfort I can. I don't say anything, because what the hell could I say that would mean more than this? I can't do this without you, she whispers. You don't have to, I assure her. Not ever again. We stay like that, wrapped around each other as Meatball stands sentry at the window. And I realize that I'm not just fighting for control of my company or my name anymore. I'm fighting for my family. And I'm not losing this one. Not a chance in hell.
Chapter 29. Sarah. The silence in Nick's car is deafening. Not angry silence, not awkward exactly, just loaded. Every inch of space between us is thick with everything we haven't said and everything we're terrified to feel. Meatball sits between us, a furry, drooling buffer zone. His tongue lolls happily. He's completely oblivious to the fact that his mom is minutes away from emotional collapse, and his chauffeur might actually be a billionaire with a protective streak the size of Manhattan. I keep my eyes on the window, watching the city blur past, bright and loud and alive in that way New York always is at night. It should make me feel small. It usually does, but not right now. Even if I don't know what we are, even if I still don't know how this ends, I'm not walking this road solo anymore. Nick's here. And that matters more than I want to admit. Seat warmers still work, he mutters, adjusting a knob on the console. I glance down, realizing the leather beneath me is heating slowly. My feet have been cold since the appointment, and I didn't even notice until now. Thanks, I say softly. He nods, eyes still on the road. We're not exactly chatty. He keeps glancing over every few blocks, needing to see that I'm still here, that I haven't disappeared. I do the same, checking, watching, afraid that if I stop, he'll be gone. Meatball sneezes dramatically and flops over, wedging his head in my lap with a grunt. I run my fingers through his ears, feeling the first hint of calm filter through me. It's thin, brittle, but it's there. 20 minutes later, we pull into a gated drive tucked between rows of brownstones and mid-century luxury. I blink at the security pad, at the way the gates open smoothly on their own. And then we're turning down a narrow, perfectly manicured lane, and oh, wow. I don't know what I expected, but this is not it. Nick's place isn't just a building, it's a statement, rising with quiet arrogance, lit from below to cast sharp, commanding shadows. Valets shift positions with practiced precision. Inside, the marble lobby gleams, cool and echoing. A chandelier of glass teardrops hangs above, catching the light in fractured bursts that scatter across the walls. A doorman greets him by name. I'm still clutching Meatball's leash as if it's going to protect me from being wildly out of my depth. We take a private elevator straight to the top. I should say something. I know I should, but I don't know what. Thank you? I'm sorry? I hope your board doesn't crucify you for this? The elevator doors open with a soft chime, and then we step into his world. It's breathtaking. 2 stories of floor-to-ceiling windows stretch across the main living area, framing a skyline so perfect it doesn't look real. Everything is soft lighting, muted grays and golds, warm wood and brushed steel. Clean, luxurious, huge. There's art I probably couldn't afford if I sold a kidney. A grand piano I'm 90% sure he doesn't play. The ceilings are cathedral height. There's a fireplace taller than me. And it's quiet. The kind of quiet that costs a fortune. Wow, I breathe, stepping inside. I know, it's a lot, Nick says, watching me closely. No, I mean, it's beautiful, but also, like, palatial. Where's the moat? He huffs out a small laugh. Out back, with the dragons. Meatball trots in, owning the place. I skim my fingers along the back of a velvet armchair, fighting the sense that I've stepped into a story that isn't mine. Come on, Nick says gently. Let me show you the guest room. You can settle in, and we'll figure everything else out tomorrow. I nod, still in a daze, still waiting for the other shoe to drop. Still half convinced this is some fever dream brought on by morning sickness and stress, and my body suddenly producing 3 humans at once. Nick disappears down the hall and returns a few minutes later with a menu and his phone in hand. Takeout options, he says, like we're negotiating a high-stakes contract instead of tiptoeing around our emotional wreckage. Thai, Italian, something that doesn't smell like regret. I arch a brow. Does that mean no garlic knots? He smiles, and God, it's unfair how much that smile still hits me in the chest. We'll make an exception. You're eating for 4. I groan and bury my face in Meatball's fur. Don't say it like that. I already feel like a bloated science experiment. Beautiful science experiment, he corrects. I peek at him. Suck up. Pregnant woman with 3 future Ashfords in her body. I'm not taking chances. We order pasta and salad and enough garlic knots to qualify as reckless. And by the time the food arrives, I've kicked off my shoes and curled into the corner of his oversized couch. It's absurdly comfortable. The kind of couch you sink into and never leave. A trap laid by someone with deep pockets and a Pinterest addiction. The city lights twinkle beyond the glass, and for the first time all day, I feel almost okay. We eat cross-legged on the floor, boxes spread out between us, Meatball shamelessly begging from both sides. I tell Nick about the prenatal appointment, the heartbeat, the measurements, the moment I cried without realizing I was crying. He listens, quiet, focused, nodding in all the right places. He tells me he's been working with Jonah to figure out who the woman in the security footage is, that he's already increased building security and changed his office access codes. You don't have to handle this alone, he tells me. I want to believe him. I really do. But believing means letting my guard down again, and the last time I did that, it ended with a slammed door and a full-blown scandal. Still, tonight is different. Warmer, more real. We talk about small things after that, non-threatening things, childhood stories, the best pizza in the city, Meatball's mysterious vendetta against delivery men. And then somehow we're side by side on the couch, close. Close enough that I can feel the warmth of his thigh next to mine. Close enough that I can smell the faint trace of his cologne, clean, masculine, way too effective for my current emotional state. Nick leans back, one arm stretched along the back of the couch, fingers just brushing my shoulder. I don't move. Neither does he. You know, he says after a beat, his voice softer now. I used to picture this. My heart skips. This? You. Here. Not just for a night. Not just for sex. I used to imagine what it would be like to have you in my space, part of my life. My breath catches. And now you're here, he adds, looking at me, carrying our babies, 3 of them. Technically, I murmur, they're the size of gummy bears right now. Then I guess I'm crazy about gummy bears. I laugh, and the sound is foreign in my throat, light, unburdened, something I haven't let myself feel in weeks. He turns toward me, and the moment shifts. Can I kiss you? He asks. It's not a line. It's not a move. It's careful, considerate, after all we've been through. And I nod, because I want it, because I need it. Nick shifts closer. One hand comes up, fingers brushing along my jaw. He's giving me time to pull away, to change my mind. I don't. I lean in instead. And when our mouths meet, it's soft at first, sweet, careful, a promise unspoken, a question. 1,000 apologies wrapped into one warm, lingering press of lips. But then I exhale against him, just the barest sigh, and something in him breaks open. The kiss turns, deeper, hotter. His hand slides into my hair, cradling the back of my head as he angles his mouth over mine and takes more. Not rushed, not frantic, but hungry, intentional. He's reconnecting with the shape of me, relearning what it means to kiss someone you can't stop thinking about. I curl into him, my fingers bunching in the soft cotton of his t-shirt, tugging him closer, needing to feel his weight, his heat, his gravity. Damn, he still tastes the same. I can't believe how much I've missed him. Nick groans low in his throat, the sound vibrating against my lips, and it sends a shiver straight down my spine. His other hand finds my hip, grounding me, holding me in place as if he knows I might float away if he doesn't. "You feel so good," he murmurs against my mouth. I arch into him, dizzy with it. "So do you." He kisses me again, deeper this time, claiming space we both forgot belonged to us. His tongue brushes mine, teasing, coaxing a moan from somewhere deep in my chest. My body reacts before my brain can stop it, pressing closer, needy and alive in a way it hasn't been in weeks. And then his hand drifts, sliding along the curve of my waist, skimming the bare skin beneath my shirt. I gasp softly into his mouth, and he stills, just for a second. "You okay?" he whispers, lips brushing mine. I nod, breathless. "More than okay." Nick's eyes darken at my answer, not with surprise, with intent. He kisses me with a raw hunger, all restraint shattered. I kiss him back, just as desperate, needing, taking. My hands find the hem of his shirt and shove it upward, fingers grazing the hard lines of his stomach and chest, aching to feel more, to take all of him. He lifts his arms and lets me strip it off him, tossing it to the floor without ever breaking the kiss. His hands grip my hips tight, anchoring me against him. I can already feel how hard he is through our clothes, thick and straining beneath his jeans. When I grind down just slightly, his groan rumbles into my mouth. "Fuck," he breathes. "You're going to kill me." "Not yet," I whisper. His hands slide under my shirt, fingers stroking up my spine until I arch against him. When he tugs the fabric up, I raise my arms and let him peel it off, his eyes dropping to my breasts excitedly. "No bra?" he asks, voice rough. "Didn't plan on leaving my home tonight." He leans in, brushing his mouth over the curve of one breast. "Well, you're here now." "Tell me about it." I breathe, just as he flicks his tongue over my nipple. I gasp, and his mouth closes over it, sucking gently, then harder. My hands fly to his hair, tugging. He growls, switching to the other side, lavishing it with the same attention until I'm panting. Then his hand slips between my thighs. "You're soaked," he says, voice dark with approval. "Maybe I missed you." "Maybe." His fingers tease the seam of my leggings, then hook into the waistband. "Off, now." I wriggle out of them, breath catching, when he drags my panties down with them in one slow, ruthless motion. He kneels between my legs, running his palms over my thighs, opening me to him. "Nick," I whisper, trembling with want. He glances up, his pupils blown wide. "Spread wider. Keep your hands above your head." I freeze, heat flaring in my belly. "Bossy." "Always." I obey because I want to, and the look he gives me in return is possessive, proud, wicked. Then his tongue is on me, inside me, and everything disappears. I cry out, bucking against his mouth, but his strong hands hold me down. He devours me slowly, thoroughly licking up every drop of slickness, sucking gently on my clit until I'm shaking. "You taste like fucking heaven," he growls between strokes. My thighs tremble, my breath breaks apart, and then he slides 2 fingers inside me, curling just right, just perfect, and I see stars. "Come for me," he commands. "Right now." I do. Hard. I shudder around his fingers, arching off the couch with a cry that's foreign to me. When I come down, he presses his mouth to mine, letting me taste myself on his tongue. "You're mine now," he says, low and possessive, as he finally rises off me. And God help me, I want to be. But I don't get the chance to say it, not out loud, because the moment he sees that look in my eyes, wrecked and desperate and greedy for more, he moves. He lifts me in a single breathless motion, carrying me effortlessly as if I weigh nothing, and this is nothing new. I yelp, gripping his shoulders, still naked and spinning from my orgasm. He drops me onto the chaise lounge by the window, and my whole body bounces with a startled gasp. "Hands behind your back," he orders, voice full alpha now, full CEO, full "you will submit." I blink up at him, dazed. "What?" "Now, sweetheart." My hands fly behind me before my brain catches up. He grabs the tie from the discarded blanket, thick, soft fleece, and wraps it expertly around my wrists, binding them behind me. Not tight enough to hurt, just tight enough that I can't move without thinking about how much I want him to. He parts my thighs and steps between them, the thick head of his cock dragging over my slick entrance, teasing me, tormenting me. I gasp and try to rock my hips up to meet him, but he grips my bound wrists and holds me still. "Oh, baby," he murmurs, "you think I'm gonna let you fuck yourself on me like that? After the way you came on my tongue?" I whimper. "Beg," he says, teasing me again with the head of his cock, sliding it just barely in, then pulling back. "Beg for it, Sarah." "Please," I gasp, eyes wild. "Nick, please, I need you, need to feel you. I'm so wet. I can't." "You're dripping," he growls, sliding one finger between my thighs to prove his point. "Look at this. Look what you did to my mouth. Look what you're doing to my cock." Then he thrusts, hard, deep, all the way in. I scream, an unfiltered, raw sound that barely resembles my voice. "Fuck," he snarls. "That's it." He pounds into me with a rhythm that borders on feral. Each stroke hits deep, perfectly angled to make me see stars. My bound arms press against the back of the chaise. My body is arched, helpless, at his mercy, and it is the most intoxicating thing I've ever felt. He grabs my thigh, presses it higher on his hip, opens me even more, possesses me. "Yours," I breathe, barely coherent. "I'm yours." His eyes flash. He snaps his hips forward and stills, buried deep, throbbing, pulsing, and growls. "Say it again." "I'm yours." "Again." "I'm yours, Nick." He fucks me with fierce possession, carving the truth into my skin. He leans in, bites my lip, swallowing every moan as if they all belong to him. When he pulls out, I cry out, but he just flips me, face down on the chaise, ass up, wrists still bound. My heart's beating loud as a war drum. My body is wrecked and humming and still begging for more. He spreads me with both hands, dragging his fingers along the swollen folds he's already ruined. "Look at you," he murmurs, red and swollen, so fucking wet. He spanks me once, light, sharp, just enough to make me moan, and then slides back in, burying himself to the hilt from behind. This time, it's slower. He rocks into me with controlled dominance, one hand fisted in my hair, the other gripping my hip as if he'll die if he lets go. I push back to meet each thrust, moaning, begging, filthy and feral. "Nick, fuck, I can't." "Yes, you can," he growls into my ear, slamming into me. "You're gonna come again. You're gonna come just like this, tied and fucked and mine. And God help me, I do. I come again, shaking and sobbing, my legs buckling beneath me as pleasure detonates through my body. He fucks me through it, relentless, merciless, praising me in that broken, reverent voice. Good girl. Take it. That's my girl. My body goes slack, useless with bliss. He unties my wrists and catches me as I collapse, pulling me into his arms. But he doesn't give me time to recover. He rises to his feet in front of me as I roll onto my back, towering, cock flushed and slick, glistening with pre-cum, a dark, almost dangerous hunger carved into every tense line of his body. His hand strokes himself slowly as he stares down at me. I'm the altar he's about to worship at and desecrate in the same breath. On your knees, he says roughly. Now. My heart stutters. My thighs are still shaking, arms trembling, but I scramble to obey. He helps me, gently but firmly, guiding me off the couch until I'm kneeling on the plush rug beneath him, body still bare, still glowing from orgasm, still open for more. He fists my hair and tilts my face up, not cruel, not rough, just his. You look wrecked, he murmurs, voice shredded, completely undone. I whimper, licking my lips. You're still hard. A slow, sinful smile curves across his face. That's because I'm not done. He strokes his cock faster now, standing over me, a god made of muscle and sin, jaw tight, breath ragged. You gonna let me mark you, baby? He growls. Gonna let me come all over that beautiful body? Yes, I whisper breathless, eyes wide. Hell yes. That's all it takes. With a harsh groan, he throws his head back and explodes. Hot, thick ribbons of cum painting my breasts, my collarbone, my stomach. His hips jerk as he finishes, grunting my name through gritted teeth, a prayer and a curse. His release hits my skin in hot pulses, and I swear to God, I feel every drop like a brand. I moan at the feeling, at the sight of him losing control, at the claim in it. By the time he exhales long and low, I'm trembling again, needy again. He looks down at me with something primal in his eyes. Fuck, he breathes. You're a masterpiece. He drops to his knees in front of me, cupping my jaw, smearing a bit of his release across my skin with his thumb. Then he leans in and kisses me, thanking me for letting him lose himself, for letting him mark me in this way. When he pulls back, his voice is ragged velvet. Next time, I'm tying you up and coming on your thighs. My breath catches. Why? I ask, dazed and aching. His smirk is wicked. Because I like seeing my mess on what's mine. And all I want is to be messy for him forever.
Chapter 30. Nick. I awake to the sound of snoring, soft, rhythmic, not quite chainsaw level, but with just enough drama to suggest someone's fighting for their life in a dream. For a second, I think it's Sarah. Then I hear a tiny grunt. Ah, there it is. The duet. I crack an eye open, and the problem presents itself in high definition. Sarah's curled against me, one leg tangled over mine, her arm draped across my stomach, her curls a mess. There's drool on her lip. She looks angelic. And then there's Meatball. The world's most judgmental bulldog is pancaked between us, his squashed face buried in the comforter, his ass pointed directly at me. He lets out a particularly aggressive snuffle, his jowls flapping, then twitches his back leg. If that dog dreams of anything other than hot dogs and general destruction, I'll eat my tie. I try to shift without disturbing anyone, but Meatball lets out a sound that can only be described as a huff. How dare I move when he's clearly an REM? One of his eyes cracks open to glare at me, then shuts again with dramatic finality. Right. I stare at the two of them, Sarah soft and sleep-wrecked, one hand resting on her belly, and Meatball dead to the world, smelling vaguely of peanut butter and betrayal. Something in my chest tightens. This is my bed, my home, and they're here. They've always been here. They belong, which, frankly, is alarming. Except for the part where I'm dangerously close to Googling how to make waffles from scratch and signing us up for a couple's pottery class. I rub a hand over my face and check the time. 6:03 a.m. Of course it is. My circadian rhythm is a cruel type A dictator with no regard for cuddles or bulldogs. Still, I stay for a moment, just watching. Sarah's brow furrows slightly in her sleep. Even unconscious, she's expecting the next crisis to arrive by express delivery. Her hand tightens a little over her belly. 3 babies, 3 Ashfords in utero. That's not a pregnancy, that's a corporate takeover. And yet, somehow, I'm not panicking. I should be. The old me, the one with spreadsheets for feelings and a 10-year plan that didn't include sticky hands or nursery themes, he'd be halfway to the airport by now. But I don't want to run. I want this. I want her. Which is inconvenient, to say the least. Carefully, I extract myself from the tangle of limbs and dog. Sarah shifts with a sleepy mumble, but doesn't wake. Meatball lets out a death sigh and stretches further into my pillow, the smug little dictator he is. I jot down a note on the hotel stationery from the nightstand drawer. Stay in bed, take the day, rest. I'll handle the world until you're ready to rejoin it. N. I set it where she'll see it, then grab a suit from the closet and head for the door. Because I've got a mysterious woman to track down, a security breach to contain, and apparently a new family to protect. Also, I think we're out of garlic knots, so yeah, crisis mode. And I wouldn't trade it for anything. The elevator ride to the executive floor passes in complete silence. No one approaches, and I don't make an effort to engage. Given the state I'm in, I can't blame them. 3 hours of sleep and a night spent wrestling a bulldog in my dreams leave me looking like I've been through a battle. Because in truth, I have. Joan is already in my office when I arrive. He's standing by the window, holding a mug of something far too green for my liking, a mild concern evident on his face. His expression says it all. He is waiting for a public breakdown, a meltdown perhaps, the kind of moment where the line between chaos and clarity disappears, and everyone around you wonders how you'll handle it. "Morning," he says cautiously. "You look different." I drop my briefcase onto the couch and immediately go for my tie, loosening it in one swift motion. "I just got spooned by a French bulldog," I reply dryly. Jonah nods as if this explains everything he needs to know. That actually answers a lot of questions I hadn't asked. I rub a hand over my jaw and walk straight to the liquor cabinet, but not for whiskey. It's too early for that, and the situation demands clarity. Instead, I pull out the emergency espresso pods I keep hidden behind the bottles. We need to find out who Isla Vale is, now. Jonah straightens, the wheels in his mind turning at full speed. The name on the tips? The anonymous leak? She's not just writing the gossip, I say, turning to hand him the tablet with the security report. I flip to the grainy image of the hooded figure loitering just outside the executive offices. She's coordinating it. This was 2 nights ago. Security tracked her movements. Whoever it was bypassed the garage entrance, used a secondary stairwell. No key card, no sign-in. Someone let her in. Jonah frowns, his expression sharpening with realization. You think it's Isla? I think it's someone feeding her, someone with internal access and a very personal vendetta. Jonah mutters a curse under his breath as he sinks into the chair opposite my desk. Christ, I knew the Rebecca situation would come back to bite us, but this is coordinated. I exhale slowly, focusing on the weight of my words. It's not just about me and Sarah anymore. This is about everything. Someone is trying to destroy all of it. Jonah's eyes flick to mine, understanding the gravity of what I'm saying. I hesitate, the weight of what I'm about to say pressing down on me. But I trust Jonah. I need someone else to carry this burden, someone to help navigate the chaos. I lean back in my chair, fold my arms across my chest, and finally speak the truth I've been holding in. She's pregnant. Jonah blinks, his expression blank for a moment. Sarah? I nod once. His brows shoot up in surprise. Holy... Okay, that's a big development. I don't stop there. There's more. It's triplets. Jonah drops his pen, eyes wide. Holy shit. Yeah. You're having 3 babies. I manage a half smile, though it feels heavy in my chest. Apparently my swimmers are overachievers. Jonah makes a sound somewhere between disbelief and the faintest trace of humor, rubbing a hand over his mouth as if trying to process a dozen different thoughts at once. You just spent 2 weeks convincing the board this wasn't a relationship, that Sarah had nothing to do with the league, that this was all tabloid garbage. I know. Jonah leans forward, his tone becoming more serious. Nick, I know. I cut him off more firmly now. But I'd lie again. I'd lie every goddamn day if it meant protecting her from this. There's a long silence. Jonah studies me for a moment, absorbing everything I've just said, and then, finally, he speaks. You're all in. I don't hesitate. I'm all in. Another beat. Jonah exhales slowly and mutters, Well, shit. Guess I better find out who's trying to ruin your life before the baby shower. I give him a grim nod. Yeah. And Jonah? Yeah? Let's keep this between us. Just for now. He meets my gaze, his expression solemn. Your secret's safe, but you know this won't stay buried forever. I know. And I do, but I'm not focused on the potential fallout this time. I'm not planning for the worst anymore. I'm planning for them.
Chapter 31. Sarah. Turns out Nick's penthouse is not designed for pregnant women, emotionally unstable tea drinkers, or French bulldogs with zero spatial awareness. I might as well be living inside a tech billionaire's Pinterest board. Everything is cold, sleek, and somehow always whispering, "You don't belong here." I'm padding around in leggings that gave up at breakfast and Nick's white Oxford shirt because it's comfortable. Trying to find a kettle in a kitchen so futuristic I'm scared it might yell at me. Meatball is having the time of his life, chewing on everything in sight. "Meatball, no!" I hiss, my heart racing as I imagine the cost of that rug. If I'm being honest, it's a little bit of an overreaction, but I'm on edge. The last thing I want is to ruin anything in Nick's perfectly curated fortress of wealth. I don't even know the proper way to apologize for this kind of thing. Stop it! I am on a mission. I just want tea. Just one soothing cup of peppermint tea because my body is being used as a deluxe Airbnb for 3 tiny, high-maintenance roommates. "Meatball, come on," I mutter as I scoop him up. But instead of tea, I get disaster. It starts when I reach for what I think is a canister of loose-leaf tea, except Nick has stored it in something that could belong in a NASA lab. And in the process of pulling it out, I accidentally elbow a weird metal thing. I say thing because I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. A sculpture? A coat rack? A violent metaphor? Whatever it was, it's now in pieces on the floor. Oh no. Oh, no. Meatball, don't lick that. Too late. He's already investigating the wreckage, a slobbery crime scene analyst. I stare at the glittering pile of sculpture shards, wondering if I can glue it back together with eyelash glue and tears. Oh, no. I gently place Meatball down on the floor and try to gather the sculpture shards into the towel. I should not be left unsupervised. I manage to scoop up the last few pieces of the wreckage. My fingers tremble, partly from the stress, partly because my pregnancy hormones are now in full force, making everything feel like the end of the world. I look at the broken sculpture in my hands, contemplating my next move. I'm going to have to glue it back together with something, aren't I? I say aloud to Meatball, who's sniffing the floor like he's looking for hidden treasure. Oh, God, I'll ask Nick. I really do need tea. Tea will fix this. Spoiler, tea does not fix this. Because while I'm hunting for the kettle, I somehow managed to bump into the espresso machine. And by bump, I mean knock it sideways as if I'm a hormonal Godzilla. It makes a very bad sound. I freeze. Coffee pods go skittering across the marble like sad little hockey pucks, and water is pooling on the counter as if I'm trying to flood the kitchen out of spite. I just stand there, wide-eyed, clutching a tea bag, thinking, this is my life. A woman who kills coffee machines and Danish art before noon. Art that probably cost more than my student loan. I lock Meatball in the room with his bed while I clean up the mess because I can only deal with one issue at a time. I'm really starting to need a break. In my defense, all I wanted was smooth legs. It seemed like a good idea at the time. A little self-care after the morning I've had. A hot shower. Maybe I'd even exfoliate. Pretend I was the kind of woman with a 5-step skincare routine instead of one who eats crackers over the sink and uses Nick's body wash that smells of pine and masculine secrets. But Nick's shower? Oh, no. Nick's shower is not a shower. It's a statement. It's one of those glass-enclosed, minimalist spa torture boxes with 10 confusing chrome knobs, a rain head the size of a manhole cover, and an LED touchscreen that probably links to NORAD on the wall outside. Everything is matte black, sexy, and completely unintuitive, something Batman might use to rinse off crime. It takes me 10 whole minutes just to get the water to a temperature that doesn't feel as hot as Satan's back sweat. And once I'm finally in, legs propped awkwardly on a built-in shelf that's definitely not meant for shaving, things are going okay. Until I reach for my towel hanging on the wall. My elbow hits a panel, a button beeps, then another, and then chaos. A siren starts wailing from somewhere in the walls, followed by a robotic female voice, calmly announcing, "Security breach detected. Penthouse lockdown initiated." "What?" I scream. The shower shuts off, the lights flicker red, something clicks loudly, and I swear I hear a panel sliding shut in the hallway. Meatball starts barking so loudly my anxiety spikes. Panicking, I leap out of the shower, dripping wet, and wrap myself in the world's tiniest towel because, of course, Nick only stocks hotel chic linens the size of napkins for small dogs or European models. I run into the hallway, slipping slightly, just in time to see armed security burst through the private elevator door as if they're raiding a mob hideout. "Stay where you are!" one of them yells. I freeze, a deer in headlights and body wash. "I'm sorry, I don't know what I did, The guy blinks. Then Meatball escapes his room and launches. And by launches, I mean he hurls his 27-pound body at the nearest boot. There's snarling, there's growling. There's a very large man trying to shake off a very determined bulldog while shouting, "Sir, there's something on me!" Then, of course, Nick walks in. Hair mussed, tie askew, eyes scanning the room, possibly wondering who to fire. He takes in the red flashing lights, the security guy doing the hokey-pokey with Meatball on his foot, me, dripping and humiliated, clutching my towel like a contestant on Survivor Bathtub Island. Nick exhales through his nose, slow and controlled. "For the love of God," he mutters, "did you hit all the buttons?" "I was trying to shower, and I don't know." He rubs a hand over his face, clearly questioning every life decision that led him to this moment. "The emergency panel is meant for security overrides, not exfoliation-related emergencies." I leaned, Nick. I didn't even press anything hard. It beeped at me, and then the apartment tried to lock me in. Meatball finally lets go of the guy's boot and trots back to me, smug and slightly foamy. One of the security guys clears his throat, not quite making eye contact. Mr. Ashford, should we stand down?" Nick nods, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Yes, and call off the lockdown protocol. It's not a threat. It's just my Sarah." The way he says it, my Sarah, shouldn't make my chest go all warm and fluttery given the circumstances, but it does. "Also," he adds dryly, looking pointedly at the disaster zone, "call maintenance, and maybe someone who's good with espresso machines." I shoot him a glare. "Don't judge me. You built a house that's literally a Bond villain lair." He arches an eyebrow. "And yet you triggered a full-blown panic alarm by accident." "I was multitasking." Nick looks at me, dripping wet and barefoot, towel barely hanging on, bulldog at my feet, and he does the one thing I absolutely don't expect. He laughs. A real one, low, warm, head tilted back slightly. "You're never going to survive here, are you?" "I'm trying," I mutter. "Let me make you dinner. Make it up to you." Honestly, it sounds suspiciously like a bribe, but I'm too emotionally fried and physically damp to argue, so I nod and go put on real clothes before I flash another security team. By the time I return, wearing clean leggings and one of Nick's hoodies that swallows me whole in the best way, the penthouse has mostly returned to normal. The lights are no longer screaming DEFCON 1, and Meatball is curled on the couch, acting all innocent. Nick is in the kitchen, sleeves rolled up, tie discarded, sautéing something in a pan with the easy competence of a man who either actually cooks or just had Gordon Ramsay personally train him as a hobby. It smells of garlic and lemon and olive oil. And I suddenly remembered that I haven't eaten anything today besides prenatal vitamins and half a banana I found in my purse. You're an enigma, I mutter, leaning against the counter. Who panic-proofs their own home and also makes a perfect sear on salmon? He shrugs nonchalantly. I like order and dinner. I snort. Weird flex, but okay. While he plates things with surgical precision, there's garnish involved. I wander a little, not snooping, just observing with mild curiosity and a keen sense of spatial confusion. There's almost nothing personal in the penthouse. No clutter, no fridge magnets, no junk drawer full of expired coupons and half-dead batteries. It's all sharp edges and expensive lighting, and that unsettling feeling you get inside a high-end art gallery where everything is beautiful and off-limits. But then, tucked on a minimalist shelf behind a pane of glass, I see it. A photo. Real, not digital, framed in brushed silver and totally out of place. It's Nick. Younger, maybe 10 years. He's standing on a sun-drenched patio, laughing happily in jeans and a t-shirt. His arm is around a woman. She's beautiful. Tall, elegant, with dark curly hair and that kind of effortless, glowy confidence that makes my bones feel shaped wrong. They look close, too close. I stare at it for a second longer than I should. Who's this? I ask as casually as I can manage as he sets 2 plates down. Nick looks over his shoulder. His expression shudders instantly. And I mean shudders, as if someone pulled the blinds on his whole face. Just someone I knew a long time ago. Just someone? Cool, vague, normal. Totally not the answer that sends a twinge of unease down my spine. Oh, I keep my tone light. Like an ex, a friend, a second cousin with oddly intimate posing habits? He doesn't smile. He doesn't even really look at me. She was important, he says finally, picking up a fork. But that part of my life is over. That part of my life. I stare at him, fork frozen halfway to my mouth. Okay, cool. Vague and ominous. Double whammy. Do you, still talk to her? Nick's jaw ticks. He stabs a green bean with unnecessary force. No. And that's it. That's the full sentence. No explanation, no details, no anything. The silence stretches. It's thick and awkward. And now the garlic salmon smells of tension. I force a bite down and try not to spiral, but my brain is already there, pulling out the red string and conspiracy board. I mean, it's not as if I expected full transparency after our first actual day of cohabiting post-pregnancy chaos, but I didn't expect the cold wall of mystery man deflection either. And the way he looked in that photo, happy, uncomplicated, someone I don't even know. I glance back at the frame, back at him. He won't meet my eyes. And just like that, my stomach twists. Not from pregnancy, but from the nagging feeling that maybe I've walked into something I don't fully understand. And Nick? He's not giving me much reason to believe I ever will.
Chapter 32, Nick. I love Vale. Jonah doesn't bother with pleasantries. He drops into the chair opposite me in the small executive conference room, the morning sun glinting off a stack of folders he's already sorted by priority. His expression tells me the contents skew heavily toward urgent. What have you found out? I ask, straightening, palms flat on the polished walnut. That she's a vulture, he replies. One with an exceptional talent for smelling blood that isn't hers. He slides the first file across the table. A headline glares up at me, Kinsey cover-up, followed by 3 pages of conjecture masquerading as investigative work. Blake Kinsey's photograph sits in the corner, eyes hollow, jaw clenched. I remember that look. Every ex-athlete does. It's the expression of a man who thought he'd outrun the past, only to discover that it has better stamina. She operates on a pattern, Jonah continues. Retired athlete, preferably one who exited under less than glorious circumstances. She dredges up medical reports, combs court filings, bribes former trainers, anything that gives her a thread. Then she pulls until something unravels. When it doesn't, she fabricates enough implication to keep the clicks coming. For Edge magazine? Mostly, but also subscribers, ad revenue, strategic leaks from people who hate their former heroes. It's a cottage industry. Pain pays. I flipped to the next dossier. Case study, Damon Cole. Once a top draft pick, now an empty barstool someone reserves out of pity. Knee reconstruction, prescription mismanagement, an angry voicemail to an assistant trainer. Vail packaged it into a 6-part podcast that sold 8 figures in advertising. Nothing Cole's lawyers did slowed her. If anything, litigation fed the narrative. Jonah leans forward. I spoke to Damon last night. He said she starts politely, asks for comment, claims she only wants the truth. When you refuse, the engine revs. She finds whoever will talk, pays them if she has to, and keeps going until the story breaks you or you break yourself. A moment of silence stretches between us. I can hear the ventilation humming, the subdued clatter of the trading desk 2 floors down, the faint echo of a life I run on timetables and discipline. None of it steadies me. What did Cole suggest? I ask. He exhales. He said the only strategy that preserved any part of his sanity was to starve her. No quotes, no legal threats, nothing that widens the spotlight. Eventually, the audience drifts to a louder scandal, but it took him 2 years of silence and cost him every endorsement he had left. 2 years. Endorsements are the least of my concerns. Reputational collateral is replaceable currency. Sarah and the children she's carrying are not, nor is the fragile equilibrium we're trying to build. I close the folder. All right, no engagement. Everything goes through our comms blackout filter. If she wants a statement, she can quote the hold music. Jonah arches a brow. And the board? I'll brief them before the monthly call. They can handle market jitters. It's what they're paid for. What matters is keeping Sarah out of the blast radius. Jonah doesn't move, doesn't nod, just watches me in that way he does when he's choosing his next words carefully. You know this doesn't stop at market jitters, he says finally. Even if Vail backs off, which she won't, you're still sitting on a live grenade. Sooner or later, someone on the board is going to ask what exactly is happening with Sarah Brooks. You can't pretend it isn't her forever. My jaw tightens. I don't want her involved, I know, he says, cutting me off gently. But the optics don't care. This isn't about morality, it's about leverage, conflict of interest, power imbalance. You're the CEO, she's... I know, I snap, hating the way Rebecca's words flood my mind. And, of course, Jonah says, folding his hands, she's pregnant with your children, staying in your home. I don't respond right away. Not because he's wrong, he isn't, but because I've already run the calculus 100 times. There is no version of this where we emerge unscathed. No scenario where I disclose our relationship and it's met with polite applause and a fruit basket from legal. He sighs, lowers his voice. Nick, I'm not your handler. I'm not going to tell you how to live. You want to be with her? Good. You want to raise your family? Even better. But you don't get to pretend the world isn't watching just because you're tired of being seen. I lean back in the chair, feel the leather creak beneath my spine. He is right again, of course. He usually is. It's infuriating. You think I don't know this? I say, quieter than before. You think I haven't mapped every potential headline, every investor reaction, every shareholder who will use this to call for a vote they've been salivating over for years? I know exactly how this plays, and I'll handle it one step at a time. Jonah watches me a beat longer, then nods slowly. Just make sure the step you're on isn't the one off the edge. Sarah falls asleep mid-sentence. One moment she's explaining again how You've Got Mail is superior to Sleepless in Seattle because of email tension, whatever that means, and the next her head drops to my shoulder. I glance down, halfway expecting her to startle awake and accuse me of breathing too loud during Meg Ryan's close-up. She doesn't. Instead, she exhales softly and shifts closer, one hand trailing from my chest to her belly where it settles. It must be muscle memory. And then she drools on me, not figuratively, actual drool. Warm on my shirt, my favorite one which until now had avoided the hazards of pregnancy cravings, emotional outbursts, and stovetop s'mores. I don't move. I should. I could get a towel, nudge her awake, pretend I need water, but I don't, because somehow this, her asleep, pressed against me, her hand resting over what I still can't bring myself to call the bump without sounding ridiculous, is the most peace I've had in months. The movie flickers in the background, voices blurring into soft nostalgia. Sarah twitches once, then stills, her hand tightening slightly as she's anchoring herself. Or the 3 small lives she's carrying. 3. I never do anything halfway. Of course I'd end up with triplets. I watch her for a while. Her lashes don't flutter. Her brow is increased with whatever stubborn thought she usually doesn't share until it explodes at 1:30 a.m. She's not bracing, not bartering with her emotions, just sleeping. And I think, damn, she's brave. Not in the self-help book sense, not in the stand on a TED stage and talk about overcoming adversity way. No, Sarah's bravery is quieter, sharper, the kind that still shows up after it's been betrayed, the kind that lets someone lie next to you even when every reason in your body says run. I can't remember the last time I trusted someone enough to sleep this close to them, to stay when it would be easier to go, to let my shoulder serve as both pillow and evidence of mouth-related gravity. But here I am, shoulder soaked, heart loud, and I make a decision without the benefit of a whiteboard or a weighted risk matrix. I'm in. Fully, recklessly, without fine print. I'm in for the mess, the morning sickness, the swelling, the 3 a.m. medical panics, the endless gallons of chocolate milk we're apparently going through weekly now. I'm in for every brutal, beautiful, infuriating inch of it. Of her. Because whatever happens next, whatever bomb Isla drops, whatever storms come barreling toward us, I'm not leaving. I've left a lot of things in my life. She won't be one of them.
Chapter 33. Sarah. I last approximately 14 minutes before I regret insisting on coming in to work today. The elevator doors open on the floor, and the air already smells wrong. Too filtered, too still. The whole office might as well be holding its breath. I smooth a hand over my stomach. The bump isn't much yet, just enough to make my jeans a war crime, and enough for my bra to feel like it's punishing me for my sins. But to anyone who's been watching closely, yeah, they might be able to see. Shit. Are you sure about this? Nick asked this morning, arms crossed, voice lined with concern he tried to hide behind logic. You could log in from home, or not at all. I'm pregnant, not dying, I told him. I need to feel normal. And now, standing here, I'm wondering if I overestimated how much I care about normal. Because I step off the elevator and the whispering starts before I make it past the glass conference room. Quick glances, broken eye contact, the subtle hush of conversations folding like cheap lawn chairs. I walk faster. Morning, Sarah, Tina chirps the second I reach my desk, appearing from behind a filing cabinet with something roughly the size of a twin mattress in her arms. What is that? It's lumbar support, technically for third trimester, but why wait? She half whispers so no one else can hear, shoving it against the back of my chair with alarming efficiency. You're a precious resource now. We guard precious resources. I'm not a Fabergé egg, Tina. You're carrying triplets. You're basically a Fabergé egg full of more eggs. She beams. I sigh. To her credit, Tina is discreet in the way only an HR director who's seen 6 scandals, 3 divorces, and a minor embezzlement attempt can be. She's the one person who needs to know so she can set up my medical benefits and keep a lid on things until I'm ready, which I'm not. Not even close. Can I get you anything else? Crackers, ice chips, a blood oath from facilities to install a footrest? I'm fine, Tina. She narrows her eyes. Drink your water. I hold up the bottle she refilled 30 seconds ago. Good. And if anyone says anything inappropriate, you tell me. Or Nick. We need to take care of you. I nod, half listening as I open my inbox and try to pretend I don't hear 2 junior associates whispering near the supply closet. Did I just hear something about all that time off? Oh, God, I don't like this. Not one bit. My throat tightens. I turn back to my screen, focus narrowing to the inbox as I scroll as if it might hold something sharp enough to cut through the weight pressing behind my ribs. 10 new emails. 3 flagged high priority. 1 from legal, 2 from marketing, and a follow-up from a client I forgot to respond to the last time I was here. Perfect. Work. Glorious, mind-numbing, soul-sucking work. I click open the spreadsheet attachment as my life raft. I can do this. I have done this on 2 hours of sleep, on no sleep, once with food poisoning and a deadline from hell. I've done it with a broken heart, a broken printer, and once, memorably, a broken heel that snapped halfway through a pitch deck to a room of board members who all resembled the Monopoly man if he'd discovered crypto. This should be easy. But 10 minutes pass, and I've reread the same email 5 times. My brain keeps hiccuping. I try to update a client tracker and find myself staring at a blank cell, blinking wildly. I shift in the chair, trying to find a position where my spine isn't crying and my ribs aren't arguing with the underwire that's now compressing a solid third of my soul. Focus, I whisper under my breath, dragging the cursor back to where I left off. I can feel my heartbeat in my gums. Behind me, a laugh bubbles up from someone's desk. Too loud, too close. You think it's true? Someone says. Another voice answers, low and conspiratorial. Come on, you've seen the way he looks at her. The air leaves my lungs and I deflate. I don't turn around. I don't need to. The smile I plaster on is brittle, teeth clenched just tight enough to keep from cracking. I minimize the spreadsheet, open Slack, start a message to myself just so I have somewhere to type. Reminder, they don't matter. You're doing your job. You're allowed to exist here. It helps for exactly 7 seconds. Then another message pings in from Courtney in Creative. Hey, can I ask you something? Totally random, LOL. No, you may not. I don't answer. I click out of the chat, shove away from my desk, and head toward the bathroom before I snap. The restroom is blessedly empty. I lock the door, lean against the cool tile, and breathe. In, out, hands braced on the sink. I catch my reflection in the mirror. My face looks the same, mostly. A little paler, a little softer around the jaw. There's a smudge of mascara under one eye and the beginnings of something that might turn into a second trimester glow if I squint hard enough. I touch my stomach. It doesn't feel real yet, not entirely. I might as well be wearing a secret under my skin that the rest of the world is only just starting to notice, and I don't get to control when or how they do. I'm not used to being looked at in this way. Not like I'm a person, but a headline, a whisper. A rumor wrapped in a cardigan and trying not to puke. I don't want to cry. I hate crying at work, especially in public bathrooms with motion sensor sinks that don't care if you're having a breakdown. They just blink their red eyes and dribble lukewarm water as if your tears aren't their business. So I dry my hands, smooth down my hair, open the door, and keep walking. Past the kitchen, past the conference room, past the hallway that smells of toner and overpriced lavender hand soap. I duck into the stairwell, press my back to the cool wall, and pull out my phone. I scroll through my contacts, hesitating for exactly half a second before tapping Laura's name. She picks up on the second ring. Tell me you're calling to say you finally decided to fake your own death and open a waffle truck with me. I'm hiding in a stairwell. Not no, then, she chuckles. What happened? I exhale, the sound catching. I think people know. There's a pause, the kind only your best friend can fill without saying anything. Then, Sarah, you're 3 months pregnant with Nick freaking Ashford's triplets. You're not a secret. You're a limited edition collector's item. Laura, I mean that with love. I press a hand to my mouth to smother the laugh that threatens to escape. I didn't think it would be so obvious. Sweetheart, your boobs announced it 3 weeks ago. They did not. Oh, they absolutely did. I saw you in that gray sweater the other day and nearly sent a sympathy card to your underwire. Despite myself, I snort. You are the worst. I'm the best, and you know it. Now tell me what's really going on. I slide down the wall until I'm sitting on the cold concrete step, knees pulled up, one hand still resting over the barely there curve of my stomach. I don't know. People are whispering. Courtney messaged me with a random question, which means she definitely has a theory. Someone in legal looked at me like I was a live feed of a royal baby reveal, and 2 junior associates practically fainted when I walked past the Keurig. Okay, Laura says, her voice slipping into that firm take-no-bullshit register she uses when I spiral. First of all, didn't half your office gossip for 3 weeks when Rob from accounting switched to oat milk? You think they're not going to lose their minds over you and a billionaire breeding like a fertility myth? Wow, that sentence was accurate, deeply unsettling. Look, she continues, you don't owe them anything. Not your story, not your timeline, not even your eye contact if you don't feel like giving it. You are allowed to take up space. Especially right now. You are literally growing 3 humans. That's like elite level multitasking. I don't feel elite. I feel like a lumpy balloon in business casual. You feel human, and you've spent the last decade pretending to be bulletproof. That kind of shift doesn't happen overnight. It's going to feel raw, but that doesn't mean you're not handling it. I'm hiding in a stairwell, which is both dramatic and sensible. Iconic, really. I breathe again, fuller this time. The knot in my chest loosens by a millimeter. You're very annoying, and yet deeply beloved. I close my eyes. True. Thank you. Always. Now get out of that stairwell before someone thinks you're trying to unionize. I let out a laugh. What would I do without you? You will never have to find out because, as you know, I'm not going anywhere. My throat tightens again, but this time it's not from panic. It's from that strange, overwhelming kind of comfort that only comes from someone who's seen you through every version of yourself and never once flinched. I smile into the phone. I love you. I know. Now hold your head up high, will you? Kick some ass. When I step out of the stairwell, I feel better. Not invincible, not fixed, but steadier, like I've found solid ground beneath the wobble. I can do this. I will do this. I have to.
Chapter 34, Nick. The call comes just after 6. Early enough to be serious, late enough that Jonah has already had time to vet whatever's landed on his desk. I take it in the kitchen, phone pressed between shoulder and cheek, one hand braced on the counter. "She's moving," he says. No greeting, no small talk, just 2 words that settle in the pit of my stomach, heavy as stone. How bad? Jonah doesn't answer immediately, which is answer enough. "Talk to me." She's got a draft in queue for Thursday morning. Digital release, top of the front page, edges big as slot. My fingers tighten around the edge of the marble counter. What does she have? The pregnancy, that it's triplets, that you and Sarah are together, though she doesn't use the word together. She says embroiled in a high-profile liaison that's raised more than a few eyebrows in elite circles. I close my eyes, exhale through my nose. What else? She refers to Sarah as the latest addition to the Ashford dynasty and implies you've kept her hidden for image control. She mentions your father, the estate. There's vague but pointed reference to your complicated lineage and speculation about a fractured relationship with extended family. My jaw tenses. I say nothing. She stops short of naming anyone outright, Jonah adds, but it's enough. Anyone who's followed your family for more than a decade will know where to look, what threads to pull. And her source? One, anonymous, cited as close to the family, which could mean anything from an ex-gardener to someone who once stood next to you in a photograph. I stare out the window, watching the first edge of sunrise cut between buildings. It should feel steadying. It doesn't. She wants comment? I ask. She's requested it. Says she's holding the story for one business day to give you the opportunity. That she's trying to be fair. I let out a humorless breath. Fair. She's playing with theater, Jonah says. She wants a reaction. Yes, that's the game. The story itself is bait. The reaction becomes the headline. Engagement validates her premise. Silence gives her less oxygen. Has it been sent to print partners? Not yet. Edge will see how it performs digitally before allocating real estate. So we have time. A window, narrow. I reach for the espresso pod, slotting it into the machine with a sharp click. The motions feel mechanical, grounding in their uselessness. I can't fix this with caffeine, but I don't trust myself to stand still either. What's your recommendation? I ask. No engagement, in my opinion, Jonah says. Complete blackout. Legal threats will only escalate it. Comms can reinforce the firewall, redirect press traffic, and manage any board-level concerns, but I guess that depends on how you want to handle it. You don't think I should just make the announcement? I sigh heavily. Just tell the world that me and Sarah are together? There's a pause on the other end of the line before Jonah answers. I've thought about it, he admits. I mean, in a normal world, sure. You've got the babies, you've got a relationship that's not going anywhere anytime soon. It's not like you're trying to hide an ex-wife or a scandalous affair. You could spin it, say you wanted to keep things quiet until it was really serious and now you're ready to share, but what about Sarah? I lean back against the counter, letting the silence hang for a moment. It feels suffocating, and my mind is racing through every possible angle. What about the board? I murmur. Well, I guess Sarah could quit. It's like a vice-like grip on my chest. I can hardly breathe. I just can't stop thinking that Sarah isn't ready, and that if I tell the world about us now, then everything changes. It's not just us anymore. I would rather do this in my own time so I can deal with the board, I declare. I need to think about this. I don't want to tank Sarah's chance to get another job because of the scandal. I can't see a way out. No matter which way I turn, Sarah gets hurt, which is the last thing I want to do. He hesitates. Then we contain and protect the people who didn't ask for any of this. My gaze drifts to the closed bedroom door, the soft hush of quiet on the other side of it. I can picture her, still asleep, one hand resting on her stomach, the way she does without realizing. It's become instinct now. She doesn't know. Not yet. And I don't know how to tell her. Not just because of the article, but because of what it might bring with it. Old ghosts, old names, threads I've worked my entire adult life to sever. I've kept my past out of the press for a reason, not for lack of interest, but by deliberate design. And now Isla Vale wants to drag it into the light because it suits her editorial calendar. And I'm going to see if I can put a stop to this before Sarah even needs to find out. She doesn't need any more pressure on top of what she's going through. Jonah's voice softens. Understood. I sip the espresso. It burns, but I need the jolt. We'll reinforce the internal firewall today, I continue. Review every external partner, vendor, and staff member with access to sensitive data. If there's a leak, I want it traced. Comms reviews every narrative channel. Nothing moves without my approval. And if Vale follows up again? She gets silence. Let her print the piece. Let her speculate. I'm not going to dignify it. And the board? I glance at the clock. It's just past 6:30. I'll have a full inbox by 8. I'll handle them. Somehow. Jonah pauses, then says, "You sure you want to absorb this whole thing yourself? No one else has the context, and no one else has the incentive to bury it as deeply as I do." He hesitates. "This might pull things to the surface, Nick. Things you've kept buried for a long time." I know. She's not just coming for the story. She's coming for your legacy. I look back toward the bedroom. She can take mine, I say. She doesn't get to touch theirs. I end the call with Jonah and stare at my phone, then the espresso, now half cold in my hand. I drain it anyway. The day is already decided. Not by her, by me. This isn't the first time I've had to put out a fire before breakfast, but it's the first time the collateral could touch the only part of my life I'm not willing to compromise. I walk down the hall, basically on my tiptoes past the bedroom door. I don't stop. I don't open it. If I do, I'll wake her, and if I wake her, I'll have to lie. It's not that I've never lied before. It's that I don't want to lie to her. Instead, I grab my laptop from the den, bring it to the small study, and lock the door behind me. I log in, pull up the internal comms directory, and start drafting a list. Every vendor, every assistant, every freelance contractor who's touched anything under NDAs in the last 6 months. I include the digital service teams, those who've scheduled press releases, scrubbed metadata, handled inbox triage. Someone talked, and I don't believe for a second that Isla Vale found her way here by accident. Someone handed her the map. I create a secure task thread and loop Jonah in, marking it Priority 1. He'll know what to do with the list once it's complete. Then I open a new document. This one isn't for Jonah, it's for me. A full inventory of leverage. Everyone Vale has burned before, every reputation she's sliced open for clicks and ad revenue. I start making calls, quiet ones, discreet. I don't ask for favors, I offer insulation, a future buffer. Because if Vale wants to wield a narrative as a weapon, then she should know she's not the only one who understands how stories can be shaped or dismantled or buried. But even as I plan, my mind drifts, once and without permission, to the last time someone I loved ended up in the headlines. It had started with a photograph, a grainy image taken outside a courthouse. She wasn't the subject, not really, just background noise to someone else's scandal. But that didn't matter. They made their minds up. She'd made one mistake, one, and they'd devoured her for it. They called her unstable and a liability, a cautionary tale, a symptom of the so-called Ashford rot. And when she stopped answering the phone, when she disappeared from the society columns and cut ties with anyone who sold even a whisper, they labeled that too. Mysterious, erratic, possibly institutionalized. I remember the look on her face when I told her it was over, that I'd taken care of it, that the press wouldn't touch her again. She didn't thank me. She didn't cry. She just said, too late. That was 15 years ago. I keep the photo. It sits in the bottom drawer of my desk, tucked behind a stack of quarterly briefs no one ever reads. Sometimes I take it out, not to remember, to make sure I don't forget. That's what the press does. It strips people for parts. Sarah doesn't know any of this. She's never asked about the woman in the photograph, and I've never volunteered. Because some stories don't belong in the daylight. Some are better left where they were buried. But this morning, with the Isle of Vale circling like a hawk, I feel the same cold pressure in my chest I felt then, the same tightening at the base of my throat. I won't let it happen again, no matter what I have to do.
Chapter 35. Sarah. I regret it before I even take off my coat. There's a circle of yoga mats laid out in pastel symmetry, a soft instrumental playlist wafting from a Bluetooth speaker in the corner, and pairs. So many pairs. Couples sitting cross-legged, palms resting on rounded bellies, faces arranged in practiced anticipation. Some are rubbing backs, some are whispering affirmations. One guy is spoon-feeding his partner strawberries like this is a fertility-themed Bridgerton spinoff. And then there's me. Solo. Hood up. Hoodie one size too large, and hair tucked under a baseball cap as if I'm auditioning for the role of Anonymous Pregnant Woman number 2 in a very low-budget drama. I hover near the edge of the mat circle, wondering how fast I can fake a phone call and vanish. Maybe I should. I could say I forgot my water bottle. I could say I'm contagious. I could say the triplets are unionizing and refusing to attend any prenatal events without representation. But then the instructor clocks me. "Welcome," she chirps, in the bright, borderline evangelical tone of someone who's made peace with kale and self-actualization. "Come in. Make yourself comfortable." I do not feel comfortable. I might as well be an exposed nerve. Still, I nod, make a vague gesture toward an empty mat near the back, and lower myself with the grace of a collapsing futon. My body is not built for stealth these days, or speed, or subtlety. The triplets make their presence known in everything I do, from the way I breathe, to the way I sit, to the way I blink too hard and nearly cry. The instructor introduces herself as Camber. Of course she's named Camber, and explains that today's focus will be on support systems. Excellent. We start with introductions, names, due dates, birth plans, partner insights. Everyone has one. A partner, I mean. A glowing, eager-eyed co-creator of life. There's an accountant named Ben who's brought an actual binder. A woman named Tessa, whose wife has made them matching Labor Squad shirts. A high school teacher named Raj, who says, "Whatever she needs, I'm there," while his spouse beams as if she invented him. When it's my turn, I pause. "I'm Sarah," I say, "due in 4.5 months' time." "Do you have a partner joining you?" Camber asks gently. I lie. He had a work conflict. A pause. Then that soft, knowing nod. The kind that isn't judgmental, not exactly, but deeply aware. She smiles with extra warmth, the way people do when they think you're alone, but bravely soldiering on. "Well, we're so glad you're here," she says, and somehow makes "your" sound like "bless your heart." Throughout the session, she keeps glancing my way every time she says support. It's subtle, but not that subtle. I can feel the eyes of the room darting over, trying to figure out which sob story I am. Widow? Divorcee? Surrogate for a couple who ghosted? They don't ask, but their silence is louder than any question. We transition into breathwork. Camber dims the lights and encourages us to find a rhythm with our partner's breath. She demonstrates with her husband, who's joined for the demo. He's very tall, very calm, and has the dead eyes of a man who has attended 17 of these classes and seen things he can't unsee. Everyone turns inward, matching inhales, gentle exhales. I breathe alone. Which I've done for most of my adult life, honestly, so this shouldn't sting as much as it does. Maybe because this isn't just adult life anymore. It's motherhood. It's the beginning of something seismic and brutal and beautiful. And here I am, sitting in a room full of affirmation cards and partner poses, pretending I haven't already started counting down the exits. My eyes sting. I press my fingertips into the corners as if I'm fixing eyeliner instead of dignity. Camber dims the lights further and puts on an acoustic cover of Here Comes the Sun. I want to scream. Instead, I sit through the next 20 minutes, half listening to labor position tips and pelvic floor metaphors that make me want to crawl into the earth. I try not to look at the other women, their soft smiles and whispered check-ins. I tell myself it's fine. I tell myself this is brave, independent, empowered. But it doesn't feel that way. It feels lonely. Not because I need someone to rub my back or whisper mantras in my ear. Not because I believe Nick should have been here or would have been if I'd told him. It's not about him. It's about me. The instructor is demoing counter-pressure techniques on a bolster when the door swings open with an audible thud. Everyone turns. He's flushed, slightly out of breath, and wearing the full armor of a 3-piece suit, minus the jacket, which he's holding in one hand, with his tie slightly askew. The sleeves of his shirt are rolled to the forearms, and he's got the look of a man who ran here, literally, through traffic, possibly over small furniture. Nick. His eyes scan the room, find me instantly, and soften so quickly I feel it in my chest. Without hesitation, he crosses the floor, drops to one knee beside me, and says low and steady, "Sorry I'm late. What did I miss?" I blink. Actually blink, because for a second, I think I've conjured him. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. The instructor blinks, too, stunned, though she tries to hide it behind her practiced glow. Around us, the room shifts, not in a dramatic gasp sort of way, but in that subtle, rippling recognition of a story realigning itself. Nick looks wrecked, in the way only someone who's fought through Manhattan congestion in designer shoes can look. There's a sheen of sweat at his collar, a small smudge of something on his shirt cuff, and not a single part of him that seems to care. He's here, with me. And somehow, without needing to say more than a sentence, he's placed himself directly between me and the storm inside my chest. I find my voice, barely. "How did you—" "Tina," he says. "Apparently she has very strong feelings about prenatal education." That earns a light laugh from someone across the room. I glance up and see it. The shift, the recalibration. Camber, bless her over-enunciated optimism, gives a small nod, gracious in her surprise. "Well, welcome," she says, addressing Nick. "We were just discussing pressure points and support positioning. Would you mind sitting behind her?" He doesn't answer. He just moves and settles onto the mat behind me, one knee brushing my hip, steady hands adjusting to support my back like he's done it 100 times. His mouth is near my ear. "You okay?" I nod, or try to. I feel warm, shaky. Not from nerves, not now, but from the quiet, disarming sense of being seen. He didn't need to come. I hadn't told him. I hadn't even planned to. And yet here he is, suit and all, body folding into the space beside mine, as if it was always meant to be here. I don't speak. I don't trust my voice not to crack. We resume the session. Camber resumes her cheerful instruction. This time, when we're told to sink our breath, I feel Nick's chest rise behind me, calm and measured, anchoring mine. His hands rest carefully at my lower back, not possessive, just present. A silent promise, one I didn't have to ask for. When the class ends and the room starts gathering their things, I stay seated for a beat longer, just breathing, just feeling. Nick's hand slides into mine, and I realize something I didn't know I needed to learn. I'm not doing this alone. Not anymore.
Chapter 36. Nick. The cafe is quiet. I don't like it. It gives me way too much time to think. But I chose it deliberately. I wanted distance. Distance from the world that knows me, from the people who think they understand me. Here, I'm just another man waiting for a meeting. And Isla Vale, she's just another journalist. She walks in through the door, and at first glance, she doesn't look like much. She doesn't have that air of evil. I don't know why I've expected that. I think I've built her up into something in my mind that she isn't, really. She's dressed simply, nothing flashy, but everything about her seems calculated. Her movements are fluid, confident. She walks with the poise of someone who knows exactly how much space they occupy. She spots me immediately, of course. She doesn't need to search for me in the crowd. It's as if she has some kind of radar. Isla takes her time walking toward me, and when she finally sits down, she doesn't need to say anything. The silence says it all. "Ashford?" She finally declares, her voice cutting through the quiet in the room, more coldly professional than anything else. "I didn't expect to hear from you. I was told I was being cut off." I don't offer a smile, no handshakes. It's not that I don't want to engage, I just don't think it matters. "You're late," I remark. She shrugs as if it's an afterthought. "A little bit of drama builds anticipation." It's not a defense, it's just a line. And the way she says it, so effortlessly, so practiced, tells me everything I need to know. She's not here to be intimidated. She's here because she thinks she can control this conversation. And maybe she can. She doesn't waste time. "Do we really need to talk about this in circles, Nick? I came here for a reason, as did you, so let's get to it." I narrow my eyes. I've seen enough to know this is more than just a journalist trying to get a scoop. Her eyes may be calm, but I can see how quickly they dart, calculating, looking for the angle, looking for leverage. Damn, she's sharp. But she won't take me down. "I'm offering you a way out," I say, keeping my voice low, measured. "A sum that should be more than enough to make you reconsider publishing the story you've been drafting. No headlines, no follow-up, just nothing." She's quiet for a long moment, her gaze unwavering. When she speaks again, her voice has an edge of amusement, as though she's toying with me. "A buyout, then. Interesting. How quaint." Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. "You think I'll just take your money and walk away? You think I'm the kind of journalist who can be bought off that easily?" I can see the challenge in her eyes, but I'm undeterred. "I think you can be bought off, and I think you'll take it." Well, this is interesting," she says, eyes glinting as she reads the check. "I have to admit, this is a lot. You really don't want this story to get out, do you?" I lean forward slightly, watching her. "So you'll take it?" She shifts in her seat but doesn't answer immediately. Instead, she takes a long breath like she's considering the weight of it. "This would change a lot of things for me, Nick. It's not just money, it's control. I'm not sure you realize what you're asking." "I know exactly what I'm asking," I reply, the edge of my voice softening. "I'm offering you an escape. No mess, no drama. Just walk away with your check and this is over." Her eyes narrow, searching me for something. "You think you're the first person to try and buy me off? You don't get it, do you? This isn't just about money for me." "Then what is it about?" I ask, my tone sharpening. "I've offered her everything. There's nothing more to give." She's on the edge. All I need is for her to take the final step. She glances at the paper again, her fingers brushing it before she pulls her hand back. "It's about power. I get to choose whether or not you get to control me. If I take this deal, then you've won." "I'm not trying to control you," I say, matching her intensity. "I'm trying to give you an opportunity to walk away with something that could set you up for years." She bites her lip, and for a moment I wonder if I've lost her. But then she speaks. "What happens if I don't take it? What's the fallout for me, Nick?" I don't hesitate. "It's not just the story, it's everything else. I'm giving you a choice. You walk away with a quiet victory, or you stay in this game and you'll lose everything you've built." She looks at me long and hard. She picks up the paper again, folds it once, twice, and then looks back at me. "You think I can't handle the fallout?" "I think you can," I say quietly. "But why take the risk? The money's here. You've got the leverage. You're in control of this moment." Isla's lips curl into a small, reluctant smile. "I've never been offered so much money. Not like this." I press the point. "So you think it's worth it?" Her eyes flicker with indecision for just a moment, but then she nods slowly, the decision made. "All right, fine. I'll take it." I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. She's agreed. The weight of the conversation shifts, the tension in the air dissipating. "But let's make something clear, Nick," she adds, her voice suddenly hard again. "This is a one-time thing. Don't mistake this for a trend. You think you've won, but remember, this is just business." "I'm not mistaken," I reply, leaning back in my chair. "I know exactly what I'm doing." I stand, pushing the chair back with quiet finality. "Glad we're on the same page." As I turn and head for the door, I can almost feel the shift in the air. I've won. I've solved it. And Sarah doesn't need to know a thing. The clock on the wall blinks 2 a.m. when I finally give up on sleep. It's been a long day and my mind's still running. Too many things to process. I don't know how long I've been staring at the ceiling. Time feels meaningless when I can't get her out of my head. I sit up, throwing back the covers. The room is still and dark, the city hum outside the window a soft lullaby I can't escape. There's only one place I want to be. I walk quietly down the hall, not bothering to check the time. The kitchen light spills from under the door, and I don't need to wonder. I already know she's there. If she wasn't in bed beside me, where else is she going to be? The sound of the freezer door opening meets my ears as I round the corner. She's standing by the counter, spoon in hand, eyes fixed on the pint of rocky road. There's no sound except the electric buzz of the fridge and the quiet scrape of her spoon against the ice cream. She doesn't see me yet. I lean against the doorframe, arms crossed, taking in the way the light hits her skin, the way she moves effortlessly, even in the stillness of the night. The way she's always so damn beautiful without even trying. "You're still up?" I ask, voice rough from sleep. She doesn't look at me, just shrugs, a smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth.
"I could ask you the same thing."
I step into the room, the tension in my shoulders easing at the sight of her, even if I can feel it in my gut. I glance down at the counter and see the melted chocolate smeared across her belly. "You got a little something." I nod to her stomach, a grin tugging at my lips. She looks down, surprised.
"What? Oh."
I move before she can wipe it away. Dropping to one knee, I lean in close, my lips brushing against her skin, tasting the chocolate. Her breath catches as I lick it off, the sweet and rich flavor coating my tongue. I pull back, my eyes meeting hers, feeling the heat between us intensify. "Everything about you is ridiculous." She lets out a quiet laugh, the sound light, almost breathless.
"You're ridiculous."
I don't look away. Instead, I reach up and run a thumb along the curve of her stomach, the warmth of her skin still lingering beneath my touch. I want to pull her closer, feel her body against mine, but I hold back. I'm not sure if it's her hesitation or my own, but I need to give her a moment. She watches me, her eyes darker now, more intense. Her hand finds the edge of the counter, her fingers curling. She leans in, the scent of vanilla and chocolate on her breath.
"You know," she says softly, "you're a real distraction."
I smile, standing up, my body closer to hers now. She's all soft curves and heat, and it takes everything I have not to pull her in and kiss her senseless. But I don't. Not yet. I take the spoon from her hand, gently, the moment hanging between us, full of something I can't quite name. "You don't need that." I hold the pint in front of her, raising an eyebrow. "Not when you've got me." She laughs again, a low, sultry sound that makes my pulse spike.
"Is that so?"
I pull her toward me, the air between us thick with anticipation. Her eyes flick to my lips before meeting mine again. "You don't need anything else," I murmur as I brush my lips against her ear, feeling her shiver at the closeness. "Not when I'm right here." I press my lips to the soft curve of her neck, the heat between us now undeniable. She's breathing a little faster, her hands moving to my chest as if to push me away. But she doesn't. Instead, she grabs the collar of my shirt, tugging me closer.
"I think you might be right,"
she says, a wicked smile on her lips as her fingers trail down the buttons of my shirt. The way she looks at me, the way she touches me, she's unraveling every bit of restraint I have left. I kiss her, slow and deep, tasting the remnants of chocolate still lingering on her lips. She responds immediately, pressing herself against me as if this moment was inevitable. When we pull away, both breathless, I can't help but smile. It's the only thing that makes sense right now, the only thing that grounds me in this overwhelming chaos we've created. "You're a hell of a woman." I murmur, brushing a strand of hair out of her face, my thumb grazing the curve of her jaw. She leans in, her lips just a breath away from mine. "You have no idea." And then, before I can kiss her again, she grabs the pint of ice cream and holds it up to my face, her eyes daring me. "You wanted this, right?" I grin, feeling the playful tension in the air shift, the easy warmth between us radiating into the small space. "Yeah," I say, taking the spoon from her and holding it up to her lips. "I wanted this." I pull away from her slowly, a wicked grin tugging at the corner of my mouth. "You know," my fingers brush the rim of the half-empty pint of rocky road that's still sitting on the counter, "I think we could do something interesting with this." Her brow arches, lips curling into an intrigued smile. "Interesting how?" I step back toward her, my gaze never leaving hers as I grab the pint and spoon. The chocolate glistens in the light, an invitation to play. "You like chocolate, don't you?" I ask, a teasing glint in my eye. She nods, a little breathless, her pulse quickening under the weight of anticipation. With deliberate slowness, I bring the spoon to her lips, offering her a taste. She takes it, savoring the rich flavor, the sweetness sliding down her throat as her eyes meet mine, her body already reacting. But I'm not done yet. I dip the spoon in again, this time slowly trailing it down her neck, letting the cold, thick chocolate drip down her skin in a slow, sensual line. She shivers, a breathless laugh escaping her lips. "You're making a mess." "Good," I murmur. "I want to make a mess of you." My lips follow the trail of chocolate, licking it off her skin, tasting the sweetness mixed with the heat of her. My mouth finds her collarbone, kissing and nibbling as I move lower, my hands pulling her closer, urging her to give in. Her breath hitches when I reach the curve of her breast, and I place a dollop of the ice cream right on her nipple, the cold touch sending a jolt through her. She gasps, eyes wide as she looks down at me. "Don't move," I order, my voice rough with need. I press my lips to her nipple, sucking the chocolate off, taking my time, letting the cold mix with the heat of her skin. Her back arches, a soft whimper escaping her, and I can feel the shudder that runs through her. "Fuck, you taste amazing," I growl, licking the last remnants of chocolate from her, making sure to pay extra attention to the sensitive skin. She grabs the back of my head, her fingers threading through my hair, pulling me up to kiss her deeply, passionately. She can't get enough of the heat, the sweetness, the hunger that's consuming us both. I shift her onto the kitchen table, her legs spread wide. This time I pour a small amount onto her stomach, teasing her with the chill of it. As it drips down her skin, I lean down and lick it off, my tongue moving in slow, agonizing circles. She gasps, her body writhing beneath me, desperate for more. "I'm going to make sure every inch of you tastes as good as you feel." I whisper against her skin, my hands sliding up her thighs, finding the heat between them, my fingers grazing the lace of her underwear. Her hands grip my shoulders, urging me on, pulling me toward her. "Please," she gasps, "I want you now." I look up at her, locking eyes. "Patience," I tell her. "I'm not done with you yet." I take a strawberry from the nearby bowl, its ripe, juicy sweetness a perfect contrast to the decadent chocolate. I press it against her lips, letting her bite into it, then lean in to taste the fruit on her tongue, mixing it with the remnants of chocolate, deepening the kiss as she moans into my mouth. I trail the strawberry down her chest, using the fruit to guide my way, pressing it against her skin before I lick the juice off, my mouth following the path I've just made. She's trembling beneath me, her breath coming in shallow gasps, her body aching for more. I'm not sure how much longer I can hold out, the heat of her skin, the sweetness of the fruit and chocolate driving me wild. But I take my time. Every lick, every kiss, every touch is deliberate, pushing her closer to the edge. "Please," she whispers again, her voice rough, begging, but there's still a controlled intensity in it. I slide her shorts down slowly, enjoying the way her body moves beneath me. The night is still, but every inch of us feels alive, trembling with anticipation. She's bare beneath me now, her skin flushed, her body glistening with the remnants of ice cream and the heat of her desire. I lean back, taking in the sight of her, every curve, every inch of her exposed to me, inviting me. I move lower, my lips trailing down her stomach. Her breath is a series of gasps, her hands moving to my hair, tugging me closer as if she's trying to pull me into her. But I need to draw this out. I lean down, kissing the inside of her thigh, feeling her shiver beneath my touch. Her legs tremble, but she doesn't push me away. She pulls me closer, her body yearning for more. I can feel the heat radiating from between her thighs, the pulse of desire calling to me. Slowly I kiss my way up her inner thigh, my lips barely brushing against her skin, teasing her. She's almost writhing beneath me now, desperate for the touch she knows is coming. But I'm in no rush. Every inch of her deserves to be savored. "Nick." Her voice is breathless. She's losing control. I look up, meeting her eyes. She's all fire, her chest heaving, lips parted as if she's struggling to breathe. I place a single kiss on her lips, soft but intense, before I move lower, finally closing the gap between her legs. Her body reacts immediately, her back arching, her hands gripping the edge of the counter as she gasps, her head falling back. The tension is built to a breaking point, and now I can feel the sweet release of her breath as I let my tongue glide against her. She cries out softly, her body trembling, and I know I've just pushed her to the edge. Her taste is sweet and intoxicating, the mix of chocolate and something uniquely her. I keep my rhythm steady, not rushing, indulging in each response from her. Her hands are tangled in my hair, pulling me closer, her legs twitching with need. She's completely consumed by the moment now, her voice hitching with every press of my lips against her skin. "Nick, please." She gasps again, and it's all the permission I need. I shift my position, and as my tongue continues its slow, teasing dance, my hands roam, exploring every curve of her. She's so responsive, so open to me, and every touch makes her shiver with pleasure. The sounds she's making are driving me wild. Soft moans, quick breaths, the occasional sharp gasp. Her body tightens, her hips pressing closer, and I know she's close, so close. I don't want to rush her, but the need to feel her break is overwhelming. I shift slightly, my mouth moving faster, more urgently now, and her body follows suit, her legs trembling as she pulls me closer. Nick! Her body shudders beneath me, and I feel the surge of her release, the soft cry she lets out as her hips jerk upward in pleasure. I don't pull away. I follow her through the wave, my hands holding her steady as her breath catches, as her body trembles and shakes with the intensity of it. When the shuddering finally subsides, I move up her body, my lips finding hers in a heated, desperate kiss. She tastes of chocolate and desire, and it's everything I've been craving. Her hands find my shirt, pulling it over my head in one swift motion, as if she can't wait any longer. There's no hesitation now, no waiting, just need, raw and powerful, as she presses herself against me. Now, Nick, she breathes, her voice hushed but full of longing, and that's it. I can't hold back any longer. I shift between her legs, positioning myself, feeling her heat, her hunger. Then I push forward, burying myself in her slowly, feeling the tightness, the heat, the perfect fit. She gasps as I stretch her open, slow at first, but deep, intentional. Her legs lock around my waist like she needs to keep me inside her. Fuck, you're tight. I growl into her neck, biting down just enough to make her moan. So fucking wet for me, Sarah. She claws at my back, breath hitching with every thrust. Yes, Nick, don't stop. I don't plan to. Not until she's wrecked. I grab her wrists and pin them above her head with one hand, thrusting harder, rougher. The slap of skin against skin fills the room, echoing off the walls with her moans. Her body arches, already close, but I slow, control her, tease her, torture her just a little more. You want to come? I murmur darkly. She nods frantically. Please, I need... Then get on your knees. I pull out and flip her fast, pressing her down by the back of her neck until she's where I want her on the kitchen floor, ass high in the air, dripping for me. Her thighs tremble when I run the head of my cock through her folds, but I don't push back in. Not yet. You're going to take everything I give you, I say as I fist her hair in one hand, stroking myself with the other. And when I come, it's not going to be inside. You're going to wear it. She whimpers, looking back at me with wide, wrecked eyes. Please, you want me to mark you, baby? Want to feel me all over your skin again? Yes, she breathes. Use me, Nick. Come all over me. That's all it takes. I grip her ass with one hand and stroke faster, watching her, watching my mess dripping from her thighs, her back arching in surrender. When I finally let go, I groan low and rough, coming in hot, thick ropes across her lower back, her ass, the curve of her hips. It splashes across her skin, warm and dirty and mine. Fuck, I growl, watching it drip. You look so goddamn good like this. Ruined, marked. She's breathing hard, arms trembling, completely spent. I lean down and drag my tongue up her spine, tasting sweat and skin and sex, then kiss the nape of her neck. You okay? I ask, brushing her hair from her face. She nods, smiling sleepily. Never better. I grab a towel to clean her up, but not all the way. I want her to feel it later, to remember. You're mine now, I whisper as I pull her into my chest. Every inch of you. And she doesn't argue.
Chapter 37. Sarah. I know it's bad, but curiosity has well and truly gotten the better of me. So I've been doing some light internet sleuthing. Nothing major, just a little investigative work to try to unravel the mystery of the photo. I want to know who that woman is and why Nick was so cagey about her. That's all, really. I told myself I'd let it go, that I wouldn't get sucked into the rabbit hole, but of course I did. And now, here I am, lurking around gossip forums like I'm part of a secret society that's too nosy for its own good. Eventually, I come across a reference to a bookstore in Brooklyn, completely out of the blue, one of those throwaway comments that seems to have no connection to anything, but it catches my attention. Apparently, it's tied to Nick's family in some cryptic, way too vague for my comfort way. No specifics, but that's all I need to start wondering if there's more to this little thread than it seems. So I go. Why not? What do I have to lose? I take the subway, dodging commuters and the usual mess of city life until I finally step off into Brooklyn. The bookstore's tucked in a quiet corner, far from the main street, and as I walk up to the door, I feel it. The shift. The soft, quiet pull of something hidden. I push the door open, the small bell above it tinkling softly, and immediately feel as if I've stepped into a different time. The air smells of old paper and a faint, comforting scent of lavender, like someone's grandma's house, warm and safe. The space is small, but the bookshelves stretch up to the ceiling. Everywhere I look, there's something I want to pull off the shelf. I move slowly between the aisles, browsing like I'm any other customer, hoping to find something that could give me a clue, something that might explain the way Nick's eyes darken whenever his past is mentioned. But it's hard to focus when the place is so damn peaceful. It's a relief, a calm in the chaos of my mind. I almost don't notice her at first. I'm scanning the spine of a book when I hear a soft voice from behind the counter. Can I help you with anything? It's a simple question, but when I turn, I stop dead in my tracks. There, standing behind the counter, with her hands resting lightly on an open book, is a woman with the kindest face I've ever seen. She's older than me, but her eyes, those green eyes, are so familiar they make my chest tighten. It takes me a second to realize why. She looks exactly like Nick. Exactly. I don't know how I didn't see it sooner. The eyes, the shape of her face, the way she carries herself, it's all there in front of me without a single word spoken. I hesitate for a second. I don't know what to say. My heart's beating faster than it should, and I can't seem to gather my thoughts. All I can do is take a small step forward and ask the only question that's been eating away at me for days. Do you know someone named Nick Ashford? She blinks, and for the briefest of moments, I see a flicker of something. Recognition? Surprise? Whatever it is, she masks it quickly, the smooth demeanor never leaving her face. I know him, she says simply, almost too calm. I swallow, the words hanging in the air between us like an unspoken invitation. It feels like the room just got smaller. I take a cautious step closer, unable to help myself. You do? My voice is hesitant, as if I'm still trying to gauge her reaction, unsure of what this all means. How do you know him? She looks at me more closely now, her gaze appraising, before she speaks again. Who are you? There's no immediate judgment in her voice, but the question feels sharp, like she's trying to piece something together about me. I hesitate, my heart racing. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I'm Sarah, I manage. I'm with Nick. It feels strange saying it aloud, but it also feels like the only thing that matters right now. She studies me for a moment, and for a second, I wonder if I've said too much. But then she nods slightly, as if my words have clicked into place. Nick and I. She trails off, her voice distant now, almost like she's pulling herself back from some memory she didn't want to revisit. We don't talk much anymore, but we're related. I blink, the air suddenly feeling too thick. This is the moment that could shed light on everything I've been wondering about Nick. But I don't know how to process what's unfolding. The silence stretches between us, and I don't know how to break it. Finally, she gestures toward a small seating area in the back of the store. Would you like some tea? I think we both could use something calming. I don't need to think twice. I'd love that. She leads the way through the maze of bookshelves, and I follow her, suddenly struck by how strange it feels to be in the presence of someone who knows Nick so intimately, yet remains a mystery to me. We settle at a small wooden table in the back, the scent of tea leaves mixing with the musty, earthy scent of old books. The quiet in here is almost sacred. As she pours the tea, I can't help but notice how steady she is, how composed. It's not an act. She's simply at peace with herself, even in the face of something as intense as what she's about to share. I'm Evelyn, she says softly, offering me a cup, her gaze searching mine. Sarah, me and Nick are... I don't know how to say it, but I rub my belly. I see her freeze just for a split second. Everything changes. Her eyes narrow slightly, studying my belly, and the calm, collected composure she's had up until now shatters. Her breath catches, and there's a flash of something, surprise, maybe even concern, before she forces herself to steady. She takes a deep breath and sets the teapot down, her fingers lingering just slightly on the handle. You're pregnant? She asks, the words almost soft, like she's not sure she wants to confirm it. I nod slowly, watching her carefully. Yeah, it's Nick's. My voice falters, unsure whether she'll react with anger or something else. But I have to say it. I need her to know this is real. Evelyn's eyes widen just enough for me to see the shift. The veil of distance she had carefully put between us slips for a moment. She's not just looking at me anymore. She's looking at something far deeper. Her fingers twitch at the edge of her cup, and she inhales sharply, as if the air's been knocked out of her. For the first time since I walked in, I see the weight of the moment settle on her. She's reacting to what it means. For Nick, for me, for all of them. Nick is serious, then, she murmurs, more to herself than to me. Her eyes drift down to my belly again, and the softness in her expression gives way to something else, something like recognition. I didn't think he'd ever let anyone get this close, especially not after everything. I don't know if I'm supposed to ask what she means by everything, but I say nothing, choosing instead to let her guide the conversation. She looks at me again, her gaze softening, almost in awe. He doesn't let people in, Sarah. Not the way he's letting you in. And this, she gestures toward my stomach, this is huge. I swallow, a lump forming in my throat. I'm not sure what to say, so I stay quiet, hoping she'll offer more. And she does. After a pause, Evelyn sets her cup on the table with a soft clink. She looks at me, her expression more open now, but still tinged with urgency. You're serious about him, too, aren't you? I don't even hesitate. Yeah, I am. She nods slowly, as if absorbing that, her eyes still locked on mine. "I can see that," she says quietly. Then, with a shake of her head, she exhales and seems to relax, her posture softening. "I didn't expect this. But if Nick's serious about you, then I guess I should be too. I'm his sister." Sister? Now it's my turn to stare in shock. Why didn't I know this? I swallow, taking the cup from her hands, but I don't drink just yet. "He hasn't really mentioned you." Evelyn studies me for a moment before nodding, as if she understands exactly what I mean, exactly what's left unsaid. That sounds about right. She takes a slow sip from her own cup before setting it down, her fingers brushing lightly against the porcelain. Her eyes drop to her hands for a brief second before meeting mine again. "There was a time, a long time ago, when Nick tried to help me." Her words are heavy with the weight of something old, something she's lived with for years. "I had a breakdown, severe anxiety, depression. The kind of darkness that doesn't just go away with time. And he was the only one who showed up. The only one who didn't treat me like a problem to be fixed." My chest tightens as I watch her, the layers of emotion flickering behind her eyes. It's clear this isn't an easy thing for her to talk about. "I'm sorry," I murmur, unsure of how to say anything more without making it worse. But Evelyn simply shakes her head, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "Don't be. He was there when I needed him, and for a long time I thought that was enough. But then the press started. The attention, the pressure, the Ashford name. It all became suffocating. I didn't have a choice but to escape it. Staying would have broken me." She pauses, her eyes clouding for a moment as she stares into the distance. She's pulled herself back to that time, reliving something that still feels raw. "Nick begged me to stay," she explains, "but I couldn't. I couldn't be part of that world anymore, not in the way they wanted me to be. I had to leave for my peace, for my sanity. I mean, he was so well known in the business world, and it was just too much." I don't know how to respond. Part of me wants to comfort her, to reassure her that she made the right choice, but I don't. Instead, I just sit there, holding my cup of tea, listening as Evelyn continues. "So Nick did the only thing he could," she continues. "He basically did everything he could to erase any mention of me. To help me, Nick hired the best digital lawyers money can buy." She pauses, her gaze steady on me before she adds, "To make sure no one could find anything about me. He erased all traces. My name, gone. My life, inaccessible." Wow, that's... I know. She smiles. "But I haven't really spoken to Nick since I left," she adds, her eyes now focused on the tea in front of her, as if it holds all the answers she's ever needed. "Or to anyone. I've kept to myself. I had to protect my peace, Sarah. You don't understand it until you're on the other side of it, but peace is a fragile thing, and once you lose it, you have to fight to get it back." I swallow hard, feeling the sharp sting of her words. I can't imagine what that must have felt like for her, living in the shadow of her family while suffering. "I think Nick's always carried that guilt," she adds, her voice gentle now, "that he couldn't save me. But he never could have. Not from that." I set my tea down, my hands trembling slightly. "He never told me any of this." Evelyn meets my eyes, her gaze steady. "He wouldn't. He doesn't share his burden. But maybe you should know, Sarah. Nick Ashford has a history of carrying other people's weight. He always has." I nod, processing her words, feeling like the door to Nick's past is slowly creaking open. So, you and Nick? She has a cheeky little twinkle in her eyes, which warms me to her. We met once on a night out. I wasn't expecting it to lead anywhere, but then he became my boss. Things got complicated after that. She raises an eyebrow, and I can see the understanding in her eyes. You don't have to explain. I know how these things go. She sips her tea again, her fingers wrapped around the warm cup as she looks at me with a knowing expression. With Nick, it's complicated. The press, the expectations, the spotlight. It makes everything harder, especially when it's personal. I nod, a weight settling in my chest. Exactly. I never thought it'd go this far, but here we are. Again, I press my hand to my belly, thinking about everything still to come. Evelyn looks at me for a long moment, then her eyes soften. You're lucky, then. I blink, unsure of what she means. Lucky? She nods slowly, setting her tea down and folding her hands in front of her. Nick is loyal. When he cares about someone, he'll do anything to protect them. He's always been that way, even when it meant sacrificing himself. I've seen him do it for people who weren't worth it, but he never complained. He just kept going. The way she says it, with such certainty, makes my heart ache a little. I didn't realize how much of Nick's past was tied to this, to her, to everything that shaped him into who he is today. But it's not easy for him, Evelyn adds. There's a part of him that's always trying to control everything, because when he can't, the world around him falls apart, and people get hurt. I nod slowly, my thoughts drifting to the man I know, the one who always seems so certain, so put together, yet still haunted by things he hasn't told me. I wonder if I'll ever be able to understand him fully. Eventually, as the conversation winds down, Evelyn reaches over to a small desk in the corner of the room and grabs a Post-it note. She writes something quickly, then hands it to me, her expression both serene and a little sad. Here, she says, pushing the note toward me, if you ever need to talk. I glance down at the number on the paper. For a moment, I just stare at it, my mind racing. This whole conversation has left me with more questions than answers, but something tells me that Evelyn is right. Nick has been carrying this weight for so long, and maybe it's time for him to unload it. But how do I even begin to bring this up with him? How do I tell him I've spoken to his sister, the woman from the photo, the one he's kept hidden away in this corner of his life? Thank you, I add, looking back at Evelyn, for sharing all this. I can't imagine how difficult it's been, but I'm glad I know, for Nick's sake and for mine. She gives me a small nod, a flicker of understanding passing between us. I just want him to find peace, she says quietly, and for you, too. I know how this life can weigh on a person. I think we're both just trying to figure it out, I reply softly. Evelyn smiles, but it's bittersweet. She stands up slowly, as if the conversation has drained her more than I realize. I'll leave you to think, she says. But remember, peace is something you can only find when you stop running for it. You have to allow it to settle in.
Chapter 38, Nick. I went to this incredible bookshop in Brooklyn today, Sarah says softly, her eyes distant as if she's still holding on to the peace of the place. I glance up at her, caught off guard by the shift in conversation. She's been quieter than usual over dinner, and now it makes sense. There's something in the way she speaks, a trace of excitement or perhaps wonder that catches my attention. I wasn't expecting much, honestly, she continues, and I can tell she's still there, back in the shop. But it was like stepping into a different world. The shelves were all old wood, the smell of leather and paper everywhere. It was so quiet, so peaceful. I didn't want to leave. I don't know why, but the image of her there in that space fills me with a strange mix of relief and unease. The way she talks about it, like she found a part of herself in that quiet corner of the world, makes me wonder just how much I still don't know about her. Sounds like the kind of place I could spend hours in. I murmur, trying to ground myself back in the conversation. She smiles faintly, but the expression doesn't quite reach her eyes. Then she hesitates, her fingers tracing the edge of her glass. I met someone there, she says, her words careful, measured. The bookshop owner. I don't say anything. I can feel the tension in the air, a slight shift. Her gaze doesn't meet mine, and I realize something in this story is important. You did? I ask, my voice even, but I'm already bracing myself for what's coming. She looks at me now, and I see the moment she makes the decision to tell me. It's your sister, she says quietly. My pulse slams against my chest as if I've been sucker punched. Time freezes for a second, but I don't know if it's because of the words or the sudden realization of what she's saying. I freeze too, but it's a kind of stillness that's so damn loaded it threatens to crack the walls around us. My eyes lock on hers. Her face is calm, but there's something different, something I can't quite place in the way she's looking at me now. You found her? The words come out sharper than I mean, but I don't care. I need to know. I need to hear her say it. I should have known this would happen the moment she saw that photo. The photo from the past. Sarah doesn't say anything for a moment. She just meets my eyes, waiting for me to process whatever the hell it is I'm feeling. Her fingers twitch at the edges of the couch. She knows what she's done, knows I'm not ready for it. But then she nods, and it's like a weight falls from the sky and lands right on top of me. I don't know why you did that. I snap as the emotion takes hold. I grab my plate and put it on the kitchen counter. I didn't tell you about it for a reason, because I'm not ready to. I turn away from her, my breath coming too fast, and my chest feels like it's closing in on me. My pulse pounds in my ears, and I can't shake the feeling that everything is spiraling. But Sarah doesn't leave me in this space. She doesn't let me retreat, doesn't let me run. She's moving toward me slowly, her voice quiet but firm. Nick, please, she says, her hands resting lightly on my arm. I'm not asking you to talk about everything. I just want you to know I found out. She's supposed to be living her life in secret. That's the whole point. I spin back toward her, the words spilling out of me before I can stop them. You don't get it, Sarah. She isn't something I just talk about. It's not some fucking story that's nice and neat and has a happy ending. You think meeting her is going to change something? It won't. It won't fix anything. I can see the hurt flash across her face, but it's quickly masked by determination. She doesn't back down. She never does when it comes to me. I'm not trying to fix anything, Nick, she says softly, her voice steady but full of that gentle defiance I've come to know too well. But you can't just keep hiding from this forever. You can't keep pretending it's not there, that it doesn't matter. It matters. You matter. I slam my hand against the counter, my fist clenched tight. The urge to run, to get out of here, to not have to face any of this is almost overwhelming. But I'm not sure if I'm more angry with her or myself. I don't need you to fix me, I bite out. I didn't need you to find her, and I sure as hell didn't need you to drag all of this back into the light. Sarah's face tightens and her hands ball into fists in her lap. I'm not trying to hurt you, Nick. I'm just trying to help you stop hurting yourself. I let out a frustrated laugh, bitter and hollow. You don't think I know that? I shake my head, pacing now, feeling the frustration building. You don't understand. You don't know what it was like, how fucking hard it was to let her go. I thought if I just erased everything, if I just kept everything locked up, I could move on, and you walk right in here and open the door again. I'm not ready, Sarah. I'm never going to be ready. Her eyes soften, but there's still a fire in them, a desperation to reach me. I get that you're not ready, but you don't have to do this alone. You don't have to carry all of it by yourself. That's all it takes. I wasn't ready for this, for the flood of everything I've buried to come rushing back. Not here, not like this. But it doesn't matter. My chest is tight, my throat burning, and before I can stop it, the sobs explode out of me. They tear through my body, violent and sharp. I can't breathe, can't think, and I'm losing control of everything. Of myself, of this, of her. It's a sound I haven't made in years. Ugly, raw, desperate. It's coming from a place so deep inside of me that I don't even know how to stop it. I don't know how to put the pieces back together. The worst part? It's unexpected. I didn't plan for this. I didn't expect to fall apart, but here I am, choking on my own grief, and every word I never said, every regret I buried is rising to the surface all at once. Sarah's arms wrap around me, pulling me close. Her voice is a low murmur in my ear, but it doesn't do anything to stop the brokenness flooding through me. I can't stop it. I don't want to stop it. I let it go. I choke out between ragged breaths, my chest aching, the grief wrapping around me in a vice grip. I told myself I let it go, but I didn't. I never did. I thought I could move on, but I can't. I feel her body shift, feel her pull me in closer as if she's trying to hold me together, but nothing can hold me together right now. Nick, she murmurs, her fingers in my hair, brushing my forehead. I don't know if she's trying to comfort me or hold me back from falling apart even more. Maybe both. I'm sorry. I croak out, the words bitter and raw in my mouth. I should have fought harder, should have done more, but I didn't. I let her go, and I never should have. Her hands press against me, firm and steady, as if she's trying to ground me. It's okay to feel this, Nick. Evelyn understands. I swallow hard, but there's something stuck in my throat. Something lodged so deep I can't get it out. I didn't save her, Sarah. I wasn't enough. I couldn't even keep her from hiding away. Because of the press. Sarah doesn't say anything right away. She just holds me tighter, her fingers pressing into my back as if she's trying to shove the pieces of me back together. And in that moment, I wish I could believe that. I wish I could believe that I was enough for Evelyn, that I could have fought the world for her. She pulls back just slightly, her hands steady as they rest on my shoulders. I'm still gasping for breath, struggling to keep myself together. I'm teetering on the edge of something I can't control. "Sarah," I murmur, but my voice is still too shaky. She doesn't wait for me to finish, her voice cutting through the fog of my mind. "I spoke to Evelyn today. We got to know one another a bit. She's doing well. She's at peace now, I think. I mean, she's still cautious, but she's found a way to be happy." I try to breathe through the tightness in my chest. "Is she—" I can't finish the sentence. I don't know what I'm even asking. "She's okay, Nick," Sarah says softly, as if she knows exactly where my mind is. "She's okay, and I got her number. I think we can maybe move forward with this when you're ready. I think you can reconnect. She must be at least a little open to it." Everything stops. For a second, I can't hear anything but the pounding of my own heartbeat, each thud echoing louder and louder in my ears. She got her number. 1,000 questions flood my mind, but none of them come out. Because if I say the wrong thing, if I push too hard, if I show how much I need this, then maybe it'll fall apart again. Maybe it'll hurt too much to ever fix. I let out a long breath. "Sarah." Sarah's hands slide up to my face, her fingers brushing over my cheek, trying to smooth away the rawness of this moment. Her touch is gentle, but there's a quiet fire in her eyes. I can't read it. I don't know what to make of it. All I know is that my chest is tight, my mind is a whirl of confusion, and yet, somehow, she's still here, still holding me. She doesn't say anything at first, but her gaze never wavers from mine. She leans in, and for a split second I think she might pull away, but she doesn't. Her lips brush against mine, just a soft, tentative press, and the whole world falls silent. Every breath I've been holding, every inch of me that's been screaming for something to feel right, is answered in that kiss. The kiss deepens as she tugs me back onto the couch, and everything else falls away. Noise, thought, time. There's only Sarah and the slow, pulsing heat building between us. She's sin and surrender, her mouth warm and open under mine, her body pressed so close I can feel every breath, every heartbeat. Her hands roam my chest, fingers slipping under the fabric of my shirt, dragging across my skin, relearning me by touch alone. It drives me crazy how unhurried she is, how deliberate. She knows exactly what she's doing to me, and she's savoring every second of it. She pulls away from the kiss just far enough to look at me. Her eyes are dark with need, her breath fast, chest rising and falling in sync with mine. And then she straddles me. My breath catches hard in my throat. Her knees settle on either side of my hips, her thighs warm against mine, and I feel the full press of her heat through our clothes. She moves slowly, her hips shifting just enough to tease. My hands fly to her waist, gripping tight, grounding myself. Damn, Sarah. My voice is barely a whisper, rough and thick with want. She leans in again, her lips brushing against mine. I want to feel you, she murmurs. All of you. She rolls her hips just once, and lightning strikes through my core. My eyes slam shut, my fingers digging into her, but she just smiles, confident now, drunk on power and desire and something deeper I can't name. She sits up straighter, pulling her top off in one fluid motion. My breath stutters at the sight of her, bare, bold, beautiful, her skin glowing in the low light, her body outlined, a living sculpture. My hands move before I can think, sliding up her waist, over her ribs to cup her breasts. She arches into my touch, her lips parting in a sigh that shoots straight to my gut. You're perfect, I rasp. She doesn't answer. She just leans down and kisses me again, deeper this time, her body grinding slowly over mine in a rhythm that's pure torment. I can feel how ready she is, even through the last layers of fabric between us, and my self-control is hanging by a damn thread. I need to touch you, I murmur against her mouth. She nods, wordless, breathless. My hands slide down between us, unfastening her jeans, tugging them over her hips. She rises just enough to help, and then she's straddling me again, her panties the only thing separating us. I groan at the heat radiating off her, the way she moves slow and steady, creating just the...
Take a slow breath and allow this gentle interlude to steady your heart before the story continues.
Heart racing, we're on the prowl. In the dark, we're not backing down. In the dark, we're not backing down. Whispers in my ear, you're taking control. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. Fingers tracing, you're leading the way. I love this feeling, I can't help but stay. Love this feeling, I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way. Love this feeling, I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way. Lead the way. After you, lead the way. I'll follow you. Tonight I'll stay. After you, lead the way. Heart racing, we're on the prowl. In the dark, we're not backing down. In the dark, we're not backing down. Whispers in my ear, you're taking control. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. I can't resist, you got me in a hole. Fingers tracing, you're leading the way. I love this feeling, I can't help but stay.
right friction. "Take these off," I say, tugging at the lace at her hips. She smiles, a sultry, wicked smile, and peels them off without breaking eye contact. Then she reaches down and frees me from my jeans, her fingers brushing over me with maddening slowness. I nearly lose it right there. When she lowers herself again, guiding me to her, bare, wet, wanting, I grip her hips hard, anchoring myself as she sinks onto me inch by inch. We both gasp. She still feels unreal, tight, hot, perfect. Her body was built to take me in. She was made for this, for us. She rests there for a second, seated fully on me, her hands braced against my chest, her breath shaky. Her eyes meet mine, and what I see there steals what's left of my sanity. Need, hunger, and something tender, something sacred. Then she starts to move. Slow at first, torturously slow. Her hips roll in a sensual rhythm that has me cursing under my breath, barely holding back. She rides me with a deliberate grace, her head falling back, her moans soft and ragged as she chases her own pleasure. I let her. I watch her. Every arch of her back, every flick of her hips, every breathless whisper of my name is branded into me. I reach up, dragging my hands along her waist, her ribs, her breasts, worshiping her with every touch. "Damn, Sarah," I groan. You feel so good." She leans forward, bracing her hands on either side of my head, kissing me hard, her pace picking up. I meet her thrust for thrust, lifting my hips into hers, matching her rhythm until we're both lost in it, panting, grinding, gasping. Sweat slicks our skin, and the sound of her moans becomes a low, aching symphony that I'll hear in my dreams. I wrap an arm around her back, holding her flesh against me, her breasts pressed to my chest, her lips at my ear now as she whispers something broken and breathless. I think it's my name. I don't know. I can't think. She tightens around me, and I feel her start to fall apart, her breath catching, her rhythm faltering. She buries her face in my neck, trembling. "I've got you," I whisper. "Let go, baby. I've got you." And she does. She cries out, a raw, beautiful sound that sends me over the edge with her. I grip her hips, holding her down as I thrust up once, twice, and then I'm gone, completely undone, spilling into her as my whole body shudders with release. We collapse together, still tangled, still connected, her heartbeat against mine, a drum calling me home. I press a kiss to her damp temple. "I love you." Her breath is still shaky, her smile dazed but so real. "I love you too, Nick. So much." And just like that, I know I'll never be the same.
Chapter 39. Sarah. I don't know why I'm back here. I mean, I do, but I've also spent the last 4 minutes pretending to browse a table of books as if I'm not totally loitering. Evelyn's behind the counter, flipping through a hardcover. She hasn't looked up, which I'm taking as her version of a welcome mat, or a challenge. Hard to say. I fake read the back of 1984 as if I didn't suffer through it in 10th grade. Finally, I clear my throat. "Hey." She glances up and smiles. Back again? Yeah, I hope that's okay. Evelyn closes the book with a soft thunk and raises one brow. That depends. You aren't haunting me for sport, are you? Fair. Mostly haunting, I say, but also maybe attempting human connection? Evelyn gives me a look, but it's not sharp this time. Ambitious. I shrug. Yeah, well, we had such a nice chat before. Her lips twitch. About my brother. I nod. But I also want to know you. I don't know if I can fix what's broken here, but I want to try. She nods, and I swear the air between us warms by like 2 degrees. I glance at the nearest shelf. So, what's the verdict? Are you one of those alphabetized by author types or chaos librarian? She tilts her head amused. Genre first, then alphabetical, but with exceptions. Oh, no, you're one of those. I take offense to that. I grin. You're the kind of person who says things like, actually, the film adaptation lost all nuance. It does, in most cases. I knew it. I tap the counter. Next, you're going to tell me you judge people by the first book they buy here. Only a little, she says. It's more of a spiritual read, like book astrology. I bet you read banned books for fun. Obviously, she says deadpan. What's the point of a story if it doesn't challenge something? I let that sit for a second because it's actually kind of profound. Then, okay, fine. What's my book sign? My last purchase here was a battered copy of Matilda, which I will defend to the death. Her eyes sparkle. Sparkle, I kid you not. You're a quietly furious idealist who drinks too much iced coffee and hoards childhood trauma under a pile of sarcastic T-shirts. Wow, I breathe, ruthless and accurate. She leans on the counter, a little closer now. What are you really doing here? I glance down at my shoes, then back up at her. I have something for you. My heart thunders. I haven't okayed this with Nick, but he won't hate me, will he? I reach into my bag and slide an envelope across the counter. Okay, now I'm really going to cross a line. Evelyn lifts a brow. It's from last week, I say. Ultrasound. She doesn't open it immediately. Why give it to me? Because you seem like someone who sees things other people miss, and these kids are going to need that. They're going to need someone in their life who doesn't flinch when the world gets weird or loud or complicated. She opens the envelope slowly, then stares down at the grainy photo. 3 little blobs huddled together in the inky black. They're going to need an aunt, I say. Someone who reads banned books. Someone who knows how to disappear when things get loud, but who always finds her way back. Evelyn opens the envelope slowly, then stares down at the grainy photo. Her brow furrows. She squints, tilts the picture sideways, then back again. Wait, are there 3? I nod a little sheepishly. Yeah. Her eyes widen, real surprise blooming across her face. 3? Triplets, I confirm, because apparently the universe thinks I'm hilarious. Evelyn lets out a short breath that's half laugh, half disbelief. Shit, I thought I was holding the paper upside down. Nope, that's just my uterus, currently hosting a clown car situation. She's still staring at the image, her thumb brushing the edge as if she's afraid it might vanish. Then softer. You know, this store is chaos most of the time. Messy, loud in a weirdly specific way. Kids knock things over, and teenagers sit in the poetry section, pretending not to cry. And I think maybe I like it that way. I smile. Then maybe they'll fit right in. She looks up at me, really looks at me, for the first time since I walked in, and something in her gaze shifts, less guarded, more wonder, maybe. "You're brave, Sarah." I laugh under my breath. "I'm terrified." Evelyn nods. "Same thing sometimes." She still doesn't say she'll be there, doesn't promise anything, but she's holding that photo as if it's something fragile and full of light. It might even mean something to her. Evelyn leans back, fingers laced over her knee, as if that small gesture might keep the rest of her from flying apart. I wonder how many times she's done exactly that, held herself in place because everything felt too slippery. I open my mouth to ask if there's anything I can do for her when my phone vibrates on the side table, jittering hard enough to rattle the ceramic coaster. Laura's name flashes across the screen. "Give me 1 sec," I murmur, already swiping. Laura hardly ever calls from work. "Please tell me you're sitting down," she blurts, voice pitched high with the special panic reserved for genuine emergencies and sample sale stampedes. I frown. "I'm in a bookstore. Why?" Her answer is a hissed, "Edge magazine." The blood drains from my face. Evelyn straightens. "Sarah?" I slam the phone to speaker, thumb trembling. Laura's already talking a mile a minute. "Edge just dropped a feature, full spread front page online. $1 billion baby scandal, notorious bachelor CEO's secret HR affair, and surprise triplets. It's everywhere, Sarah. They've got photos of you leaving Nick's building, screenshots from some intern's Slack. Shit! They even pulled your GoFundMe from when your mom was sick. They're framing it like a Cinderella to gold digger pipeline." My stomach turns to ice. Each word lands hard as a slap. "Nick didn't say this was happening," I whisper, though I'm not sure if I'm arguing with Laura or reality. "He didn't warn you at all?" she asks. "Did he not know?" "I don't know." The room tilts, or maybe that's just me. Laura curses. "Paps are outside Ashford HQ already. I spotted 3 vans on 6th. You need to get somewhere safe before—" I end the call. Not because I want to, but because the roar in my ears is louder than her voice. Evelyn is beside me now, gentle hand on my elbow. "Sarah?" I shove the phone toward her, screen still glowing with the headline, my face plastered beneath it like a mugshot. She scans the page, eyes widening. A beat later, her expression shifts. Recognition, sorrow, something eerily close to déjà vu. "This," she says softly, "is exactly what I ran from." And in that instant, I finally understand viscerally why she left, why she hid, why Nick's guilt is a living thing that sleeps with him at night. Because the spotlight doesn't just burn, it brands. My pulse hammers. I picture Meatball alone in the penthouse, the elevators, the security desk, the inevitable swarm. I picture Nick at his desk, knowing this was coming, choosing not to tell me, or maybe failing to stop it. I don't know which version hurts more. Evelyn squeezes my arm. "What can I do to help you?" But right now, I feel impossibly, catastrophically alone, and I don't think anyone can help me, not even someone who's been through it before. "I need to go," I choke out, already grabbing my bag. "Where?" I don't have an answer. Home? Nick's office? The moon? Every step toward the door feels heavy. The article might as well have hooked talons into my back. The bell jingles overhead, far too cheerful for what's happening. Outside, a gust of February air slaps my cheeks, sharp as betrayal. The chapter of my life where I was invisible is over. And the next one, whatever it is, has started with a headline I never agreed to.
Chapter 40, Nick. I don't like the offices of Edge magazine. Not one bit. The building itself is forgettable, glass and steel wedged into Midtown like every other overstyled monument to ambition, but the atmosphere inside is calculated, an affectation of minimalism that somehow screams for attention. I didn't come here to be impressed. Jonah walks beside me, silent, but I can feel the tension coming off him in waves. He knows better than to intervene when I'm in this state. I'm not here as CEO. I'm not here as a man looking to negotiate. I'm here as someone whose patience has worn paper thin. Sarah's face is out there. Her name, her past, her image, our children, all of it laid bare in a glossy expose that never should have seen the light of day. She trusted me, and I failed her. I thought I'd silenced Isla, thought I'd given her an offer she couldn't refuse. It's safe to say I was wrong. The assistant at the front desk, barely out of college by the look of her, recognizes me instantly. Her expression flickers from surprise to unease as she points toward the executive wing without waiting for me to announce myself. Of course she knows why I'm here. They all do. I walk the length of the corridor without hesitation. Isla Vale is standing by the floor-to-ceiling window when I enter, arms crossed, a faint smirk playing on her mouth. The skyline stretches out behind her, a backdrop she commissioned for moments just like this one. She doesn't offer a greeting. "Miss Vale," I say, closing the door behind me. "I'm sure you were expecting me." Her smile sharpens.
"The numbers speak for themselves, don't you think? I made the right choice going with my news story."
"This wasn't news," I say flatly. "It was an invasion."
Pfft, come on, you're Nick Ashford. You're used to the spotlight.
"This isn't about me." Isla rolls her eyes.
"She's involved with you, Nick. That makes her a story."
I step forward. "She's not a public figure. She didn't ask for this. She didn't seek it. She's carrying my children, and you exploited that for clicks." Isla shrugs, not even pretending to feel remorse.
"You know how this works. If you don't want attention, don't act like a headline. I mean, this is a scandal and you know it."
"I don't take the bait. You had a choice. You ran it anyway." She walks around the desk with an air of amusement, as if she's indulging me.
"Let's not pretend you're unfamiliar with consequence. You built a life on image, on exclusivity, on mystique. People don't just want the boardroom anymore. They want the bedroom, the baby carriage, the heartbreak. You handed them a storyline they couldn't resist."
That's when the door opens and Greg Turner, the editor-in-chief of Edge magazine, steps in, clearly overhearing the tail end of our argument. He's not looking at me directly, his gaze flicking from Isla to me and back again. "Isla," he says, his tone even but laced with tension. "What's going on here?" Isla's face tightens, a flicker of unease passing over her expression before she masks it.
"Just a little misunderstanding. Nothing to worry about."
She turns to me, her smile shifting into something more performative.
"Right, Nick?"
But I'm done playing games. I walk straight toward Greg and drop a folder on Isla's desk, my voice firm. "I'm not leaving until you know what's really going on. This is what she did. Took money from me not to run a story, then ran it anyway." Greg takes the folder and flips through the papers quickly, his brow furrowing as he reads. Inside are the bank transfer details so we can see what happened. "You're telling me," he says slowly, his voice rising with disbelief, "that she took the money and still published it?" I nod, crossing my arms. That's exactly what happened. Isla's face hardens, her eyes flashing with irritation, but she knows she's caught. Greg looks at her, then back at me, his anger rising. Isla, you accepted a buyout and you violated the agreement? Her lips tighten, but she stays silent, clearly weighing her options. Greg takes a step back, his tone sharp. I'm done with this. You know we don't run sketchy tactics here. Isla looks up at Greg, her expression turning defensive.
This isn't what it looks like.
She starts, her voice rising with the tension in the room.
I had my reasons.
No, you don't. Greg cuts her off, his voice sharp. You made a choice, Isla, and it was the wrong one. You don't take buyouts, and you certainly don't take them and run the story anyway. Isla presses her lips together, clearly seething but trying to maintain composure.
I did what I thought was best for my career. I didn't think Nick would.
I don't care what you thought. Greg interrupts, his tone now cold, authoritative. You broke a trust, and you went against everything Edge magazine stands for. We don't use our platform to blackmail people, Isla. You've crossed a line. Her face reddens, frustration boiling over.
This is a smear campaign, Greg. You don't know what...
I know exactly what I'm dealing with. Greg snaps, taking a step back, his tone even sharper. You've been getting worse and worse over the last few years. Your methods have become more and more questionable, but this is unacceptable. You're fired. He pauses, his eyes narrowing. Pack up your things. Isla stares at him, her mouth open, trying to formulate a response, but Greg doesn't give her the chance. You'll be reimbursing the money you took, and if you want to take legal action for your firing, fine. I have a good lawyer. Isla's face goes pale, and for the first time, she looks like she's truly been knocked off her pedestal.
You can't do this.
She hisses, but Greg's expression is unmoving. I can, and I just did, he says. You don't get to take a bribe and go back on it. Not on my watch. I don't need to say anything else. Greg's made the decision for me. I turn to Jonah, who's standing by the door, watching with an expression that's half relieved, half disappointed. We leave Isla's office without another word as I hear my banking app chime with the money being paid right back to me. The driver says something as I get out of the car, but I don't register it. The words disappear behind the low hum in my ears, the static of a day I've already lost control of. The building security nods as I pass. I don't respond. Every step toward the penthouse feels heavier than the last, not because of what Isla said, but because of what I didn't do, what I should have seen coming. The article. Sarah. I'm a piece of shit for thinking I could just throw money at the issue and it'd all just vanish. I'm an idiot. My hand rests on the door for a moment longer than necessary before I open it. She's standing in the middle of the living room, barefoot. The same hoodie she wore this morning is hanging off one shoulder, and her arms are crossed, tight, defensive, as if she's holding herself together with the last thread of restraint she has left. Meatball lifts his head from the couch, but doesn't move. Even he knows not to interrupt whatever this is about to become. She doesn't say anything right away, just stares at me. The silence stretches. Sarah, I say, stepping inside, but the sound of her name from my own mouth feels foreign.
You knew it was coming,
she says flatly. Her voice is calm, but it's the calm just before a storm hits.
Didn't you?
I stop 3 paces in. I had reason to believe she was working on something, yes. Her eyes narrow.
And you didn't think to mention that to me?
I was trying to get ahead of it. I met with her and tried to end it. She lets out a sharp, incredulous laugh, but there's no humor in it.
You tried to end it?
And I went to the magazine headquarters this afternoon to confront her.
You confronted her after it went live? That's not getting ahead of anything, Nick. That's damage control.
I thought I'd handled it, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. I didn't want to worry you.
Too late.
The words slice clean through me. She walks toward the kitchen island, too restless to stand still. Her fingers wrap around the edge of the marble as if it's the only solid thing left in her world.
I didn't know until Laura called me.
She sighs heavily.
Now I have 22 missed calls, and I've been harassed by a goddamn stranger who somehow got my personal number to ask me if I'd sold my story to people or if they could buy it first.
I shut my eyes for a beat. I'm sorry.
Don't,
she snaps.
Don't say that like it fixes anything.
I open my mouth, close it again. She's right. She turns to face me fully now, and the pain in her eyes is worse than anything Isla could have written.
I trusted you,
she says, softer now.
Not just with me, with them, with everything. I stepped into this chaos because I thought maybe if I held on tight enough, you'd make space for me inside of it.
You have space, I say immediately, my voice low, urgent. You are not chaos. You're what brought me out of it. Her throat moves as if she's swallowing glass.
Then why does it feel like I'm constantly playing catch-up to things you already knew were going to hit me?
I was trying to protect you.
By keeping me in the dark?
I thought I could stop it, I admit. I thought I could shield you from it, from her, from the spotlight. I underestimated how far Isla was willing to go. That was my mistake.
You're damn right it was.
She doesn't raise her voice, but the weight of her anger is louder than any shouting could be.
I didn't sign up for this part, Nick. I didn't sign up to be your cautionary tale.
She looks away then, and I see her hand move instinctively toward her stomach, a small, unconscious touch that makes something twist deep in my chest. I thought if I could just keep moving forward, I say, the words catching at the edges. If I could fix the next thing, or stop the next leak, or silence the next voice, then maybe you wouldn't have to go through what everyone else around me eventually does. The exposure, the fallout, the scrutiny. Her eyes meet mine again.
And what if I wanted to be a part of the solution? What if I wanted you to tell me things instead of trying to clean them up behind my back?
She shakes her head.
You can't protect me from the world if you're not willing to stand in it beside me.
That hits harder than anything else. The room is quiet again, but not empty. It's charged, heavy with every unsaid thing between us.
I read the article,
she says finally.
All of it. I kept waiting for the punchline, the part where you stepped in, the part where you did something. But you didn't. It was just me, alone.
I won't let that happen again.
I'm not asking you to be a hero, Nick,
She says, her voice breaking.
I'm asking you to stop hiding behind the excuse of protecting me. If we're doing this, really doing this, I need you to show up.
I cross the room slowly, but I don't touch her. I'll do better, I say. I swear. I got her fired.
But the damage is done.
I know, but it still hurts. She doesn't respond right away. Her eyes search mine, looking for something real, something solid to hold on to. And for the first time since I walked in, I see it, just the smallest crack in her armor. Not forgiveness, not yet, but something close, something human. The beginning of a reckoning we both know we need.
Chapter 41. Sarah. My ankles hate me. They've officially surrendered to gravity, hormones, and the weight of 3 increasingly athletic babies doing gymnastics on my bladder. I've learned to accept this. What I haven't accepted or forgiven is how a 100-degree July afternoon in Manhattan feels when you're basically 9 months pregnant and still trying to act as a functioning adult. You know, Laura says, glancing sidelong at me as I waddle beside her in what used to be a breezy sundress. Most women at this stage would be horizontal, somewhere air-conditioned with snacks. I have snacks, I mutter, fishing a half-melted protein bar out of my bag. And I can't sit down, or I may never get up again. She laughs, but her eyes are scanning my face, watching me carefully like she always does when she knows I'm carrying more than I'm saying. So, she says, heard from HR? I chew slowly, then nod. They want me to come back after maternity. Technically, my leave was unofficial, just a pause pending resolution, as they so eloquently put it. Uh-huh, Laura says dryly. That's corporate speak for we're not admitting guilt, but we don't want to get sued. I mean, it's bullshit, right? Isla's article came out months ago. It really took them this long to get their shit together? I smile, but it doesn't reach my eyes. After everything, I say, it feels hollow, like a box they're checking, hoping I'll just be grateful and quiet. They fired you because of optics, not policy, and they only changed their tune because Nick forced the conversation in the press. I nod. He was relentless. Because he loves you, and because he's seen what happens when silence wins. I pause at the corner and lean against a tree, letting the shade cool my back. He's been different lately, softer. No less himself, still overprotective, still terrifying in meetings, but more aware of how far his shadow stretches. Laura smiles. You mean he's finally letting you take the lead when it matters? I look down at my belly, watching it shift beneath the fabric as one of the babies rolls a foot across my ribs. He doesn't try to shield me anymore. He stands beside me, even when it's uncomfortable. He's learning. He's trying, I say, and that means more than I ever thought it would. Laura tilts her head. So, what's holding you back? I sigh. The idea of going back there and pretending they didn't humiliate me, that they didn't toss me aside the second I became an issue. You wouldn't be going back for them, Sarah. You'd be going back because you earned it. Because it's still your seat at that table, no matter who tried to pull it out from under you. I go quiet. The truth is, things are good now. Better than good, actually. Nick's been patient and present in a way I didn't know he was capable of, learning to read my moods, cooking when I can't stand the smell of anything, sleeping with one arm permanently curled around me as if he's afraid I'll vanish in the night. He talks to the babies every morning, whispers things to my stomach as though they'll remember. He's already in love with them, and it shows in every plan he makes, every article he deflects, every press request he shuts down with a sharp no. We've carved out something real, something ours. But that doesn't erase what happened. You know, I murmur, I spent so long trying to prove I belonged, that I was competent, professional, deserving of my role. And the second a headline questioned that, it all unraveled. No warning, no defense. Laura's quiet for a moment. Then, do you want to go back? I don't answer right away. A cab honks as it speeds past. Somewhere behind us, someone's playing jazz on a speaker. The city feels both distant and immediate, alive and unaware. I don't know. I guess I'll need to see what happens with these babies first. A shadow passes over us as we near the corner cafe. Laura looks at her phone. I've got a meeting in 10. You good to grab your decaf sugar sludge alone? I promise you this place is good. You'll love it. I'm waddling, not immobile, I say, smirking. Go, I'll survive, and I'll be the judge of your drink's expertise. She kisses my cheek and disappears into the crowd. I push open the cafe door, the blast of cool air washing over my skin, a blessing from the gods. The place is mostly empty, mid-afternoon lull, soft music, quiet baristas. I step toward the counter. Before I can open my mouth, the barista gives me a strange smile, one that's too knowing. Large iced decaf oat milk latte with a pump of caramel? I blink. How did you... It's already paid for. He sets the drink down, then slides a folded piece of cardstock across the counter. And this came with it. I stare at it for a beat. It's thick, high-quality stationery, the kind you don't just carry around in a cafe apron. My name is written across the front in blocky, familiar handwriting. Nick. I glance behind me, half expecting to see him lurking in a booth, but the room is empty, save for a guy on a laptop and a woman reading The Goldfinch. With a slow breath, I unfold the card. Clue number 1. We met in an elevator. You were wearing that navy dress. I was pretending not to be intrigued. Go to the place where you first called me a Wall Street cliché. You were right, by the way. What the hell is this? No one answers me. I have to go back to the Armand Hotel? How embarrassing. The last time I was there, I ran from the elevator, thoroughly wrecked by the handsome stranger I had no idea would become my boss. Beneath the note is a second slip of paper, a black car voucher. The driver's name is already written. My ride is waiting. I should have known Nick wouldn't make this easy. I'm standing at the front desk of the Armand Hotel, trying to smooth the front of my dress as I fight to keep my face from turning into a tomato. The receptionist, blonde, perfectly manicured, with the kind of smile that could sell you a penthouse, hands me a delicate envelope with my next clue. I slip it into my bag without making eye contact, hoping the floor might open up and swallow me whole. No such luck. Enjoy your day, Miss Brooks, she says, and I'm nearly out the door when I catch a glimpse of the note. Clue number 2. I couldn't breathe when I saw you in that dress. I might have fallen in love with you right there and then. Thanks, Bianca. At the bottom of the note is a picture of a little black book. I stare at the words for a second, then let out a short laugh. Of course, the last time I was there, I nearly passed out from sticker shock, but somehow managed to walk away with a dress that cost more than my rent. Bianca, the slightly snooty assistant, really did find me the dress for that gala, and it was a magical night until Rebecca turned up. But I'm not going to let the memory of her ruin, well, whatever this is. My stomach twists as I think of the boutique, its ridiculously sleek, minimalist vibe, and the exorbitant price tags that make the idea of even looking at something feel like a criminal act. But this scavenger hunt, it's not exactly giving me a choice. I head back to the car. Take me to Soho, I mutter, sinking into the back seat. I guess. Bianca, ever the picture of poised, effortlessly chic, and mildly terrifying, hands me the note with a glint in her eyes that almost makes me laugh. I blink, trying to focus through the dizziness of what I'm holding. It's another high-quality cardstock note, this time with an elegant, scrawled message that makes my stomach drop just a little. Clue number 3. Remember that apartment you almost called home? Go back to where you left a piece of yourself behind. The place where I found out that things were never going to be straightforward. The sting of those memories comes crashing in uninvited. My old apartment. The one I was living in when Laura casually dropped the bombshell that I was pregnant with triplets and that Nick had no clue. The one I'd nearly left when everything went haywire. I force a smile, though it feels a little too tight around the edges. So you're telling me I'm going back to my old place? It seems fitting, Bianca says coolly, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. The journey wouldn't be complete without it. Journey? This is fun, but definitely odd. Yeah, sure. Good luck, Bianca says with that knowing smile of hers. I force another smile back. I don't need luck. I just need some coffee and a very long nap. With a last glance at the boutique's over-the-top glitz, I head out the door. The city's noise hits me all over again. The traffic, the constant chatter, the sense that the world is moving faster than I can keep up with. And just like that, I'm heading to the starting line of everything that's happened since. The moment I step into my old apartment, it hits me. The smell of old takeout, the sticky feeling of trying to make a place work that was never meant to feel like home. But it's not just the place, it's the memories. The memories of a time when I was a totally different version of myself. The Sarah who thought she had everything figured out. I mean, wow. That Sarah was clueless. And now here I am, standing in the middle of this stale space, not sure what I'm supposed to be looking for. Another clue? Something else? I can't see a thing, just a space where right now no one lives. I just kind of stand there, doing my best to not let my face betray the fact that I might be more than a little confused. And that's when I hear it. Boo. I spin around, and there he is. Nick. Looking like he's been waiting in the wings for this exact moment, as if he knew I'd need a minute to process everything. And of course, because it's him, he's just standing there with that damn smile on his face. The one that says, I'm not going anywhere. For a second, all I can do is stare, because here we are, in the very apartment where everything felt uncertain, where I had no clue how the hell I was going to get from one day to the next. And there he is, a man who might have just solved the world's problems by showing up. Nick? I say, but it comes out as a question. I don't even know what I'm asking, but I'm pretty sure I don't need to. He steps forward, slow but with intention, and there's that look in his eyes, that thing he only pulls out when he's about to drop a hammer, the one that makes me want to put my head in my hands and scream for all the reasons I should be terrified and all the reasons I'm actually not. I'm here because I can't imagine doing life without you, he says, his voice steady but with that edge to it. It seems he's about to put his entire future in my hands. You, me, the babies. We're in this together. I want this. All of this. And that's when Meatball enters the scene, strutting like he owns the place. Because, well, once upon a time, he pretty much did. With something in his mouth that I can't quite make out. It's pink and shiny. I freeze. Is he? I don't even finish the sentence, because I know. Nick, grinning foolishly, gets down to Meatball's level. Yep, he's got the ring. And sure enough, Meatball drops the damn ring at my feet. No big deal, just the latest in his list of performances. He even gives me a little wag of his tail, as if he's saying, "Nailed it." I laugh. I laugh because only Nick could pull this off. A proposal with a dog, of course. What else could go wrong or right, depending on how you look at it? The ring's there, and I'm pretty sure I'm about to cry or laugh or do both at the same time. Are you kidding me? I'm almost choking on my words, still holding on to the ridiculousness of it all. You're proposing to me with a dog? Nick looks up at me, serious for once. Yeah, I am, because I want to marry you, Sarah. I want all of it. The highs, the lows, the ridiculousness, everything. I mean, we've had a crazy time, right? From the moment you crashed into my life like a hurricane, it's been insane. And now, well, I want to carry that on. Forever. Nick, I whisper, completely thrown. I can't even process what he's saying, but all I know is I want this. I want him. So, what do you say, Sarah? Will you marry me? Yes. I hiss out. And then, just when I think nothing else could possibly surprise me, it happens. I gasp as a jolt of electricity shoots through me. My heart drops into my stomach. My breath catches in my throat. I don't know what's happening at first. My body just goes into shock. Everything has suddenly gone on pause. It's not a cramp, not a sharp pain, but a rush. A heavy cold weight that makes my knees buckle. Before I can even register what's happening, I double over, clutching my belly as if holding on to something that might slip through my fingers. My hands tremble. The only thing I can focus on now is the sudden wetness, the heat that rises in my face. For a split second, I think I'm dreaming. No, this can't be happening. Not now. Not here. I look up at Nick, my vision blurry around the edges, and I can't even speak. I try to take a breath, but it's caught somewhere in the air, thick and suffocating. His face goes from calm and serene to pure panic in the span of a heartbeat as the wetness spreads. What the hell, Sarah? Nick freezes, eyes wide with panic. Is this... I think so, I manage through a laugh, holding on to him for support. My water just broke, Nick. Nick understandably starts to lose it. Sarah, what? No, wait, we're not. What the hell do we do now? I just laugh harder. I can't even help it. The situation is so completely absurd, it might as well be scripted. I turn to Meatball, who's happily trotting around us as if nothing is wrong. I guess we're going to the hospital, huh? What? Nick asks again, his voice climbing the higher register. The hospital? You're really doing this now? And of course, Meatball, sensing the chaos, howls on cue, just to add more flair to the situation. I clutch Nick's arm, trying to steady myself. I guess so. You did propose with the dog, after all. You should have expected the babies to want to join in. Oh my God. Babies. The babies are coming. Are we even ready for it? Nick looks like he might pass out, his panic on full blast now. I can't even process it because I'm too busy dying from the absurdity of it all. Okay, we need to get you to the hospital. Now. But before we can make any moves, Meatball goes full diva, howling again, this time louder than before, announcing the chaos to the entire building. It's hospital time. As Nick scrambles trying to coordinate a car, and I'm halfway between laughing and holding back tears. I think to myself, of course it's happening in this way. This is us. This is our life. And surprisingly, it's kind of perfect.
Chapter 42, Nick. I'm not exactly sure how we've ended up here. One minute we're in Sarah's old apartment. I'm on one knee, my heart racing with the words I never thought I could say aloud. and the next we're in a hospital room and everything I thought I could control is slipping through my fingers. I don't handle this well. It's the smallest things that throw me off. The way the nurses move around the room with a calmness I can't quite match. The beeping monitors that seem to amplify the intensity in the air. The scent of antiseptic that's supposed to reassure, but only makes everything feel colder. And then there's Sarah, who seems unnervingly composed. Every contraction, every moment of discomfort, she handles with a kind of calm strength that I should probably be emulating, but instead, I'm a mess. The kind of mess who's asking for organic ice chips, as if that's going to fix things, or yelling at nurses about blanket softness, as though her level of comfort is what's going to get us through the next several hours. My heart's hammering in my chest, and I don't know how to stop it. Sarah, though, she's not flustered. She's sitting there steady as the hours slip away. 12 of them, and I can't stop thinking about how good she is at this. Not just the pregnancy, not just being calm for me, but how she's good at showing up when I'm fumbling, how she's already holding it together for us, for all 3 of them. I tried to take a deep breath. I tried to focus on her, to ground myself in what's happening. But I can't. I feel the panic building again. The nurses come and go, Sarah's labor progressing, and I keep looking for the next step, the next thing I'm supposed to do. "Nick," she says, her voice calm despite the strain. "I'm fine. You're fine." But I'm not really, and it's getting harder to hide it. The tension in my chest won't ease. Every minute is a battle, and every time I try to be a calm presence, to offer something that resembles control, it falls apart. I keep thinking, what if something goes wrong? What if I don't know what to do when it's time? What if I don't know how to be the father these kids need? And then, an emotional sucker punch. It happens. Her contractions overwhelm her. She gasps, doubling over, clutching her belly, and for a moment, the world goes still. Sarah's always been strong. I can see the effort on her face, the determination in her eyes. But this moment, it knocks the wind out of me. I lean forward, ready to support her in whatever way I can, but my brain isn't catching up fast enough. I'm caught between my love for her and the terror of what's coming next. I feel her hand grip mine, her fingers tightening around me so she's holding on to something solid. "Nick, I'm scared," she whispers, her breath shaky. I don't even hesitate. I'm here. I'm right here. I assure her, my voice thick with everything I'm trying to hold back. I press my forehead to hers, trying to let her know I'm present, that I'm ready to do whatever it takes. And that's when I realize it. It's not about me fixing this. It's not about me staying in control. It's about being there. That's all. Just showing up in the mess, in the chaos, in the waiting room of fear, and never once stepping away from her side. I stay with her. I'm there when the nurses rush in, when the medical teams begin to prep her. I'm there as the minutes tick by, dragging on, stretching into hours. And then, finally, we reach it, the moment I've been waiting for. The moment we both have been waiting for. I feel a sharp intake of breath from Sarah, and suddenly the room is alive with action. The first cry echoes in the room, loud, strong, perfect. I don't even realize I'm holding my breath until it's released in a rush. And then the second cry follows, and the third, and the room is filled with the sounds of our children making their entrance into the world. Sarah looks at me, and for the first time in hours, I see her smile. There's a quiet joy there, despite the exhaustion on her face. She's done this. We've done this. And everything that was out of my control has finally fallen into place. I lean down, kissing her forehead, feeling the warmth of her skin, the weight of everything we've just experienced. Finally, I feel my entire body loosen. I hadn't realized how tightly I'd been holding myself together until it all released in one long exhale. It's a strange kind of relief, sweat-slicked, emotionally raw, and yet somehow the most overwhelming sense of peace I've ever felt. We did it. The room is filled with chaos, not just from the babies, but from the nurses and doctors. I'm rooted to the spot, watching them move in tandem, their professional calm contrasting with the storm of emotions raging inside me. I take Sarah's hand, squeezing it gently. "They're here," I say, my voice rough, because suddenly I can't find the right words for any of this. And they are amazing. She's exhausted, her eyes still wide with the wonder of it all, but there's a smile on her lips, a smile that is mine to keep. For a moment, the world outside this sterile room, outside of our little universe of tiny, perfect beings, doesn't matter. I glance over at the nurses, trying to decipher what's going on, who's doing what. There are two little boys, both healthy, screaming their lungs out, and a tiny girl. "Look at them," Sarah whispers, tears welling up in her eyes. "They're perfect." I nod, my throat thick. They're everything. The first nurse comes over to me with one of the boys, passing him to me as she smiles warmly. I freeze for a second, completely unsure of how to hold him. He's so small. I glance at Sarah, who's watching me with a proud smile. "We need names," she says, her voice suddenly light, as if the enormity of what just happened has lifted into something soft and almost whimsical. I think about it for a moment, staring down at our son, our firstborn. A name, I think. A legacy. I want it to be perfect, something that carries weight like he does. "Ethan," I say, meeting Sarah's gaze. "Ethan James, what do you think?" Sarah nods, her smile growing even wider. "I love it. Ethan James Ashford." The nurse smiles at us before turning to take Ethan back, and I'm left holding our second son, a feeling of warmth spreading through me. I've always been good at names, and numbers, deals, power moves, but this is something else. "Samuel," I say, the name feeling right on my tongue. "Samuel Cole Ashford." Sarah nods again, her tears now falling freely. "They're perfect," she whispers as if she's still coming to terms with the fact that they're real, our sons. But then my gaze shifts to our daughter, and everything seems to stop. She's the last to be cleaned up and wrapped in a blanket, her tiny hand reaching out as though she's ready to be held. This one, this little girl who will always have me wrapped around her finger. Lily. I say softly, the name coming easily. Lily Grace Ashford. Sarah's breath catches.
Lily,
She repeats, almost as if she's savoring the sound of it.
Lily Grace.
The nurse gives us a moment with our new daughter, and I sit down on the edge of the bed, holding her against me just like I had the others. I'm finally starting to feel the enormity of this moment, of how my life has already changed in ways I couldn't have anticipated. I hear the door crack open, but I barely register the movement. My focus is entirely on Sarah, the babies, the overwhelming wave of everything I can't control. The sound of soft footsteps at the threshold doesn't even compute. But then I hear it. Her voice, low, hesitant.
I thought you might need someone.
I freeze. It's as though the entire room just disappears. The world outside this sterile hospital bubble fades. My pulse quickens, my heart stutters. It's her. Evelyn. She's standing there in the doorway just looking at us, as if she never left. My mind races, but it can't catch up to the sight in front of me. My sister. It's been years since I've seen her face, heard her voice, felt the weight of her presence. I don't know how to process this, how to react to the fact that after everything, she's standing there, looking at me with those familiar eyes that still hold all the sharpness, the coldness, and somehow a softness I haven't seen in a lifetime. She's wearing an oversized sweater and jeans, her hair a mess of curls held loosely in a bun like she just threw it up in a rush. Her face is a little tired, maybe from a long shift, maybe from something else entirely, but she's here. I blink, trying to shake the fog that's clouding my head, but it doesn't help. I look at Sarah and I see the same disbelief mirrored in her expression. We both stare at Evelyn in shock. How is she even here right now? How does she know? She steps inside the room, her gaze flickering briefly to the babies, Ethan, Samuel, and Lily, before landing back on us.
I saw the hospital dash online. Sorry, I know that sucks.
I roll my eyes. I'm getting thoroughly sick of journalists. Sarah, still holding Lily, looks at Evelyn with a calm I can't quite match.
I don't care how you found out about this. I'm just so glad you're here.
I try to steady my breath, but it's getting harder. Sarah doesn't seem as thrown as I am. She just looks at Evelyn with those steady eyes of hers, the same eyes she gave me when she first saw me, and the same eyes she's giving our children now. Her calmness is almost a balm, even if I'm too tense to appreciate it. Finally, Evelyn steps forward, her gaze still on the babies, her expression softening in a way I haven't seen in years.
They need an aunt,
she says, the words quiet as though testing them out.
Like you said, they need family.
The words hit me hard. Family. I had no idea how badly I needed that word to be spoken, or how long it's been since I've heard it from someone who isn't Sarah. But hearing it from Evelyn, especially after everything, it cuts deep. The silence in the room stretches, and I'm acutely aware of the distance between us, between me and Evelyn, between me and the person who I wish had been there all along. The guilt, the regret, the weight of everything unresolved. It hangs over me in a storm cloud. Sarah, though, she just nods, soft but strong.
You're right, she says, her eyes flicking to me. They need family, even if it's messy.
I glance at Sarah, then back at Evelyn. I don't know how we got here or why this is happening now, but I realize something. Despite everything that's happened, despite all the damage, there's room for this. There has to be. There has to be room for us to heal. For Evelyn, for Sarah, for me. Maybe even for the broken parts of our past that never quite made it whole. Before I can say anything, Evelyn's voice cuts through the tension.
You've got a good life here, Nick. Sarah seems great with you.
I blink, caught off guard by her words. I don't know whether to feel defensive or grateful. What do you mean? Evelyn's eyes flick to me for a beat before she speaks again, softer this time.
You've always been the one trying to fix things, even when everything felt broken, but you're different now. I can see it. She's good for you.
I swallow hard, the lump in my throat thickening. Her words carry more weight than I want to admit. You think so?
Yeah, she says, nodding. I've been watching from the sidelines for a while, you know. I wasn't sure if you were ever going to let someone in again after...
She stops herself, like she's afraid to say too much.
But Sarah, she's the real deal, Nick.
I let out a breath. It's as though a part of me, something I've been holding on to for years, finally exhales. I'm so glad you're back, Ev. And I will do what I can to keep you out of the public eye, I swear it. Evelyn doesn't say anything for a moment. She just looks at me. There's a flicker of pain in her eyes, but it's gone almost as quickly as it appears. She steps closer, her hand moving to rest gently on the back of Sarah's chair, a gesture that feels so natural it catches me off guard.
You didn't need to protect me anymore, Nick,
she says, her voice softer now, more vulnerable than I've ever heard it.
I needed to fix myself. You tried, though. I know that.
I feel a strange mixture of guilt and relief wash over me. I should have tried harder. I should have been there. You needed me, and
No,
she interrupts, shaking her head.
You were trying to fix things that couldn't be fixed. You were trying to be everything for everyone. You were lost, too.
She pauses, her gaze lingering on me.
But I think you found your way back. I think you're okay now.
For the first time, I can feel the possibility of something, of a new beginning, a new chapter. It's not perfect, it never will be, but as Evelyn takes a step closer to Sarah and looks down at the babies, something shifts. There's a tenderness there, something raw but genuine, and I didn't know how badly I needed this. But I'm beginning to realize we all do. And maybe this could be the start of something I didn't think was possible anymore. A family.
Chapter 43. Sarah. 2 months later. Home is a beautiful disaster these days. Nick's sleek bachelor pad is no more. I don't know if there's a manual for this kind of thing. Honestly, I don't know how any of us are surviving, but here we are. Nick's office? At the kitchen table. Samuel in one arm, a Zoom meeting in full swing with his shirt definitely not on under that bathrobe. I'm sitting at the counter, hunched over my laptop, back to freelancing. Mostly for companies who don't seem to care about deadlines, but who also send the most awful feedback. You know, the kind that makes you want to go home, slap on a cozy hoodie, and bury your head in a pile of laundry. Instead, I drink too much coffee and eat the banana muffins I somehow managed to bake this morning after surviving a sleep-deprived nightmare with 3 babies. The muffins are the only thing in my life I have control over, and let's be real, they're probably the only reason I'm still awake. Thank God for Evelyn. Her voice carries softly through the nursery, wrapping around the room in a gentle hug. In the deep, dark woods where shadows play, the creatures come out when night turns to day, she reads, her tone smooth, weaving a spell. I glance over, watching her carefully, as if every word she speaks is important. Lily stirs slightly in her arms, her small fingers curling around the fabric of her sweater, as if even she knows there's something soothing in her voice. They climb the trees, they swim the streams, they fly on wings and dance on beams, Evelyn continues, her eyes scanning the page. She looks up at Ethan in his basket, her gaze soft but intense, trying to paint the world she's reading about into their little minds. I smile without meaning to, watching her. There's something powerful in how she can take a sweet little story and turn it into something magical. One by one the stars do fall, lighting the world for one and all. But beware, child, of the shadows near, for when the moon is full, they come to fear. I don't know what we'd do without her. She really has been a lifesaver. Not like Meatball, who's currently snoring at my feet, no doubt planning his next protest against our parenting. And the wedding planning. Planning a wedding while you've got triplets crying in your ears, and a fiancé who keeps accidentally leaving his Zoom meetings on mute for 45 minutes while wearing a bathrobe and cradling a baby is not exactly straightforward. Suddenly, Samuel makes a noise. A low grumble followed by an unmistakable splat. I glance over at Nick. He freezes mid-meeting, his brow furrowed in that serious CEO mode, eyes locked on the screen as if he's trying to pretend this isn't happening. Too late. The smell hits before the look of sheer horror takes over his face. I can't help it. I'm already laughing. Nick, I say between giggles, come on, we have to change him. That sounded terrible. Samuel slumps into full meltdown mode, his little face scrunched up in that I just destroyed my diaper way that's both pitiful and hilarious at the same time. He starts wailing, performing a concert for the ages. Just a minute, team, Nick says into his laptop, trying to act calm as he rocks Samuel, who's clearly not cooperating. I can barely hear the conference call as I continue to watch him shift uncomfortably. It's taking him way too long to realize that he's about to need a lot more than just a few quick minutes. Just 1 second, he mutters, tapping on his screen as he tries to turn off his mic. But the more he struggles with it, the messier the situation gets. Samuel kicks his tiny legs, and I swear to God, it's leaking out of the side of his diaper. I can't stop laughing. Did you seriously just forget to mute yourself? I ask, unable to hold it in. Nick groans and hits the wrong button. His face is turning as red as a tomato. Gentlemen, just, give me a moment, please, he says, suddenly desperate. Then he slaps the laptop shut. I'll just be right back. Evelyn also chuckled from the other room. Lucky for her, Lily and Ethan are being angels. For now. Come on, really? Nick's voice is muffled as he tries to untangle Samuel from the mess. I can't even go a week without some disaster happening. I stand up, still laughing, but then pause. I look at Nick, holding Samuel as though he's holding a ticking time bomb, and feel a little guilty for laughing so hard. He's trying to be the calm, cool CEO in the middle of a diaper apocalypse, and it's working, just not for much longer. You know, you've got to stop scheduling Zoom meetings during peak diaper explosion hours, I say, walking toward him. We need to set some ground rules for working from home with triplets. Ground rules? Nick looks at me incredulously, his free hand gesturing vaguely toward the mess. What do you propose? No crying during meetings? I can't help it, I snicker. Well, yeah, but also maybe no poop explosions either. That might help. Oh, perfect, he replies sarcastically, trying to adjust Samuel, but the little guy just keeps wiggling. Maybe we can also set a rule about no one else in the house interrupting my meetings with ridiculous demands like, feed me, or I have to poop right now. I laugh, but there's a fondness in it, a moment of normalcy in the chaos. This is us now, and we're figuring it out, disasters and all. You know, I say, I was thinking maybe we could set a wedding date. Maybe in, I don't know, 5 years? That sounds realistic, right? Nick gives me a mock glare. You're going to leave me with a whole company to run, 3 crying babies, and an unplanned wedding? Nice. Well, we could just do a Vegas elopement, I suggest, teasing. I've heard they have great chapels. Maybe we could even get a package deal with the diaper service. That's actually not a bad idea, Nick says, his eyes narrowing mischievously. We could have our wedding right after the baby's diaper changes. Perfect, I laughed, sitting on the arm of the couch and throwing my arms up. We'll get married in the living room with a backdrop of baby formula stains. I'll even wear the bathrobe you're currently sporting, if you promise not to wear it to our first dance. Nick looks at me, then Samuel, then back to the screen, where his meeting attendees are probably wondering if he's still alive. I promise I won't wear the bathrobe, but only if you promise not to throw up on your dress before the ceremony. I chuckle. Deal. But only if we have cupcakes, big ones with lots of frosting. Deal, he says, as Samuel lets out a squeak, and then finally a triumphant burp that somehow makes the whole mess worth it. I guess we've got wedding planning down to a science, huh? Oh, yeah, I say, grinning. It's all in the details, baby. And with that, the chaotic noise of parenthood rings louder than the Zoom call as I pick up the baby wipes. It's messy, it's ridiculous, and it's exactly how we like it.
Epilogue. Nick. 6 months later. Well, I wouldn't exactly call this traditional. If you had told me a year ago that I'd be standing here today, surrounded by our 3 children, an over-eager dog, and a series of increasingly ridiculous mishaps, I would have smiled politely and thought you were crazy. But somehow, here we are. Jonah, my best man, is standing beside me. I'm not sure if he's actually paying attention to the ceremony or if he's just trying to juggle a baby bottle in one hand and keep Meatball from licking his shoes. Meatball, for his part, is wearing a bow tie, but he's too busy monitoring the proceedings to actually be useful. As if on cue, he trots up to me with the kind of self-assuredness that suggests he's the one running the show. I'm beginning to suspect he knows more about weddings than I do. And then there's the baby tux Bjorn, as Evelyn insists on calling it, with a baby strapped to my chest in a carrier. It's probably the most uncomfortable thing I've ever worn, and I'm pretty sure Lily is making an active effort to ruin my tuxedo by drooling on it. But I don't care. This moment is bigger than any discomfort I'm feeling. The aisle, once covered in flower petals, has now become a battlefield. One of the boys, Ethan, I think, has decided that the flowers are a delicacy, while Samuel seems more interested in creating a mess. I don't even know how it happened, but now we have a bouquet of crumpled petals and half-chewed flower parts. Babies are so much easier before they start moving. Why did no one tell me that? And then there's the efficient. I don't think I've ever seen anyone look more out of place in their life. I don't think he's used to this kind of chaos at all. I am, though. This is every day for me. I'm half embarrassed, half laughing, but at this point, I'm not even sure it matters. And then, through the haze of noise, chaos, and all-around pandemonium, I see her. Sarah. She's standing at the entrance looking more radiant than I could have imagined, and for a brief second, I forget how to breathe. It's not the dress, though it's perfect. Tea-length with pockets, a bouquet of baby socks tucked into her arms, as if to make some ridiculous point about the chaos that's come to define us. It's not the way her hair is pinned up, with curls rebelliously escaping in a way that could only be described as effortlessly perfect. It's something about her, something about this moment, that makes everything else fade into the background. She starts walking down the aisle, and all of a sudden, the world starts moving in slow motion. Everything else falls away. I'm a mess. I'm holding it together only because I've no other option, but every part of me is wrecked. The babies, the wedding, the chaotic life we've built, it all fades into a blur of insignificance compared to her. It's a ridiculous scene. In fact, I think if I weren't so in love with her, I'd probably be rolling my eyes at the absurdity of the situation. But I can't. Not when she looks at me with those eyes. Not when she's holding on to the same love and belief in us that I'm trying to hold on to, despite everything falling apart around us. And then, just as she reaches me, my daughter decides this is the moment to express her feelings about the event. Lily lets out a wail so loud that I'm sure it could be heard in another zip code, and before I even have a chance to react, she's upchucked all over my tuxedo. Sarah, of course, laughs. I would have joined her if I weren't so horrified by the mess we've created. "Is it too late to elope?" she asks, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she stands in front of me, all poised and perfectly chaotic. I can't help it. I laugh too, because the truth is, I wouldn't change a single thing. The disaster, the noise, the unpredictability, it's us. It's real. And somehow, despite all of it, this feels exactly the way it was always meant to be. No turning back now, I tell her, pulling her closer. You're stuck with me. She smiles, and in that instant, I know whatever happens next, whatever challenges, obstacles, or absurd moments we face, I am exactly where I'm meant to be, with her, here, in the middle of this beautifully imperfect life. And with that, she pulls me in for a kiss, sealing the moment, sealing us, in a way that feels so complete that nothing else seems to matter. We've been married for hours now, but the chaos of the day, the scattered flower petals, the impromptu diaper changes, the frantic laughter, still hasn't fully settled. The moment I slipped the ring onto Sarah's finger, I think I knew this was the beginning of something bigger than a wedding. This was the start of the rest of our crazy, beautiful life together. And now we're here, alone, in a honeymoon suite. Evelyn, bless her heart, volunteered to take the triplets for the night. I didn't even have to beg. Well, maybe a little, but she agreed and maybe even seemed a little eager. I look over at Sarah as she slips out of her wedding dress, her smile still lingering like it's a secret between us. The dress lands in a heap on the floor and she moves toward the bed in that way of hers, effortlessly graceful, even though her hair's a mess from the day and her makeup smudged. But she's more beautiful than ever. She sits on the edge of the bed, a soft laugh escaping her lips.
You know, I thought I'd love this.
I raise an eyebrow, moving closer. Love what? She gestures around the room, at the bottle of champagne chilling on the side, the bed that's too big for just two people, the soft flicker of candles.
The quiet, but it just feels strange.
I smile, leaning down to kiss her forehead. It's only until the morning. She looks up at me, those eyes of hers holding a little mischief now, the tension of the day finally starting to slip away.
Well, if it's only until morning...
She reaches for my hand, pulling me onto the bed beside her.
We should start with getting some of that uninterrupted quiet time.
The moment our lips meet, the floodgates open. Everything, all the pent-up need, the longing, the urgency we've both held back for so long, explodes between us. Her lips are soft, but there's fire in the way she kisses me, a hunger that's mirrored in every touch, every movement. I pull her closer, my hands finding their way to the curve of her back, slipping under the fabric of her dress, and she gasps against my mouth. That sound, low and needy, makes my heart race. It's been too long, too damn long, and now with nothing between us but skin and fire, I can't stop myself. I pull back for a moment, eyes meeting hers, dark, full of desire, and she looks like she's been waiting for this, waiting for me to lose control.
Nick...
Her voice cracks, the tension hanging in the air with electricity, and I need to hear her say it again. Say it. I rasp, fingers slipping down her side to the hem of her dress, pulling it higher, exposing the soft skin of her thighs.
Nick, I need you.
She whispers, her breath warm against my lips, and I can't take it anymore. Without a word, I grab her by the wrists, pulling them above her head, pinning them to the bed. Her gasp vibrates through me, but I don't let her move, don't let her control anything. Not tonight. Don't move. I command, my voice rough, sending a shiver through her. She nods, her chest rising and falling with quickened breaths, eyes full of heat and hunger. I let go of her wrists for a second, only to push her legs open gently, my knee coming between them, pressing her back onto the bed. The air is thick with tension, the weight of what's coming making the whole room close in around us. I drop my head, mouth hovering inches from her ear. You're so fucking beautiful, Sarah. I whisper, my lips brushing against the soft curve of her neck. I can't wait to ruin you. My wife. Her body arches against me, a soft moan escaping her lips, and my grip tightens on her thighs, holding her still as I take my time, teasing, tasting. My fingers skim her body, grazing over the lace of her underwear, pulling it aside slowly, feeling the heat radiating from her. When I press my thumb over her clit, she jerks beneath me at the sudden contact.
Fuck,
she breathes, her hips moving with a desperate need, grinding against my touch. Patience, I murmur, my voice a low growl. You've got to wait for it. I slide a finger down, dipping into her, feeling the slickness of her arousal, and I can't help the chuckle that escapes me. So ready for me. She moans, her body writhing beneath my touch, but I pull away just as she's about to grind against me, leaving her panting and desperate. I want her to beg, to need me.
Nick,
she gasps, frustration and need making her voice break.
please.
I look at her, my heart racing as I drink her in, her lips swollen, her chest heaving, her whole body begging me to take her. I could do it now, take her fast, hard, but that's not what I want. I want to break her down, make her ache for me, for more. With a growl, I slide my hands to her wrists, pinning them above her head again, feeling her pulse race beneath my fingertips. I lean down, kissing her deeply this time, my tongue exploring her mouth. When I pull back, I'm met with a glint of defiance in her eyes. She wants me to push, to make her lose control, to make her beg for it. You're mine tonight, I say firmly, the words slipping from my lips in a command, and her eyes flicker, dark with excitement. And every night now. With no warning, I slide my hand lower, my fingers brushing against the edge of her lace panties. I let her feel the pressure of my hand, but I don't give her what she wants. Not yet.
Please,
she whispers again, the desperation in her voice making me harder than I thought possible. I know you want it, I murmur, my fingers slipping just beneath the waistband of her panties, dipping lower. But you're going to have to wait for me to give it to you. I slide down her body slowly, my mouth trailing kisses over her skin, kissing the sensitive spots behind her knees, her thighs, teasing her, pushing her to the edge. Her body shivers under my touch, every inch of her alive, reacting to me. And when I finally slide my mouth over her, when I taste her, deep, slow, unrelenting, I don't let up. I take everything she gives, pulling her apart with every flick of my tongue, each pressure of my mouth. I feel her body tense, the way she pushes against me, trying to force me to go faster, but I don't. I make her wait, make her beg again, because I need her to know who's in control. Sarah, I whisper against her skin, my voice dark and thick with desire. I'm going to make you beg for everything you've ever wanted. I'm going to make you come so hard you forget your name. And when she does, when she finally breaks beneath me, her body shuddering, her back arching off the bed, her hands gripping the sheets because they're the only thing keeping her grounded, I know I've won. I lean over her, my body pressing down against hers, feeling her heart race beneath my chest, and I whisper into her ear, "Now we can really get started." Without warning, I flip her over, pressing her into the sheets as I lift her hips into position exactly how I want her. Her breath hitches, and I pause for just a second to take in the view. Flushed cheeks, tousled hair, the curve of her back arched just for me. The sight alone nearly undoes me. My hands grip her thighs, her skin hot and silken beneath my palms. She shifts beneath me, the anticipation written in every line of her body, and when I thrust into her, deep and hard, a raw, broken gasp tears from her throat. That sound, that desperate, breathless sound. I've been dreaming of it. She clenches around me, trembling under the force of every stroke, and I swear I lose myself in the feel of her, the heat, the tight, perfect fit of her. My grip tightens as I drive into her again, harder this time, dragging another moan from her lips.
Fuck, Nick. Yes!
She cries, her voice ragged and wild, and it shatters something in me. All the control I've been clinging to slips through my fingers. I grab a fistful of her hair, tugging gently but firmly, forcing her head back so I can lean in, teeth grazing the curve of her shoulder. The way she arches into it, the way she gives herself over to me, spurs me on. The rhythm turns punishing, my hips slamming into hers, the wet slap of skin on skin echoing through the room. Her moans come faster, louder as the pleasure mixes with the sharp sting of each movement. Her hands clutch the sheets, holding on for dear life, and I know she's close. So fucking close.
Nick,
she chokes out, barely able to form the words.
I'm gonna... Please don't stop.
I pull out suddenly, and she lets out a desperate, keening sound that shoots straight to my spine. Stay just like that. I growl, low and commanding. We're not done. She obeys without hesitation, back arched, waiting, breath trembling. I run my hands over her hips, down the back of her thighs, savoring the way she shivers under my touch. Then I slide back in, slower this time, inch by inch, and she lets out a whimper that might as well be worship. Her body grips me tight, pulsing with every deep, deliberate thrust. I reach forward, one hand splaying across her lower back, anchoring her in place, the other sliding up to tangle in her hair again. Fuck, you feel like heaven. I groan, burying myself in her over and over. So good, baby. So fucking good. She's unraveling beneath me, her cries turning into soft, helpless little sounds that fuel every thrust. Her hips meet mine in a frantic rhythm, the need in her matching the hunger in me. You're gonna come for me. I growl into her ear, my voice harsh with restraint. You're mine, Sarah. Every breath, every moan, it's mine. And when she comes, when her body tightens and shatters around me, her scream muffled by the pillow, her fingers clawing at the sheets, I lose it. The pleasure crashes over me in a tidal wave, fierce and consuming. I drive into her one last time, spilling into her as our bodies collapse together, trembling, panting, utterly wrecked. I rest my forehead against her spine, her heartbeat a frantic thrum beneath my lips. And in the stillness that follows, with our bodies tangled, our skin slick with sweat and satisfaction, I whisper, "You're everything, Sarah. My wife, my obsession, my home."
Bonus chapter. Sarah. If paradise had a smell, it would be this. Salt and hibiscus. Mango and sunscreen. The sharp tang of ocean air mixed with the lazy sweetness of rum and sun-warmed skin. It's our third full day on the island, and everything feels suspended. Time, obligation, reality. The rest of the world got left behind with the stroller at airport security, and now it's just us, our little family. Me and Nick, Evelyn and the triplets, all in one giant villa tucked into the cliffside like something out of a fantasy. private infinity pool, white linen canopy bed, open-air shower. The kind of place celebrities sneak away to and wedding magazines can't stop drooling over. Right now, the sun is melting into the ocean, a smear of orange and gold spilling across the sky, and our tiny chaos crew is gathered on a woven beach blanket in the grass just beyond the patio. Lily is in my lap, sticky-fingered and covered in mashed banana from dinner. Samuel is determined to crawl into the pool despite 3 separate adults telling him no. And Ethan, my sweet little snuggler, is currently draped across Nick's chest, thumb in his mouth, watching the waves with a solemn frown, contemplating stock options or the meaning of life. Nick's fingers stroke absently over Ethan's back, his other hand nursing a glass of wine. He's shirtless, sun-kissed, relaxed in a way that's still new and precious to me. The CEO has left the building, and in his place is just my husband for the honeymoon, my kid's father, my partner in chaos and sunscreen, and accidentally singing Baby Shark in the grocery store. Evelyn sprawls nearby, hair in a braid, arms behind her head as she watches the clouds drift by. She's changed so much since those tense first days. I honestly don't know what I would do without her now. Maybe I shouldn't have intervened in Nick's family business, but I'm so glad I did. Lily lets out a hiccupy giggle as I tickle her side, and Nick glances over, eyes catching mine. "You happy?" he murmurs, voice low, lazy. It's not the kind of question that needs a long answer. "Yeah," I breathe, nuzzling my daughter's cheek. "I really am." The rooftop hot tub is bubbling like champagne, stars scattered overhead, a spilled velvet bag of diamonds across the sky. Somewhere in the distance, the ocean is whispering secrets I can't hear over the pounding of my heart. I'm weightless, boneless, loose-limbed and wine-warm, sinking into the water with a sigh that's more moan than breath. The kind of sound you only make when your body finally stops fighting the grind of motherhood, deadlines, and sleep deprivation. Thank God for Evelyn helping us here. And then he's there. Nick slides in across from me, all clean lines and sharp cheekbones and sin. The water laps at his chest, steam curling around those broad shoulders. Even the heat wants to touch him. His gaze is molten, dark, lazy, and dangerous. A warning, a promise. And I want all of it. My foot brushes his calf under the water, playful, but his eyes go heavy-lidded, lips quirking in that just wait baby smirk that gets me wet faster than a string of filthy words ever could. He crosses to me in one smooth glide, his thighs bracketing mine, the water swirling where our bodies meet. His hands slide under the water, finding my waist like he owns it. And hell, maybe he does. Maybe I want him to. "Hi," I breathe, which is ridiculous because what I mean is, please do unspeakable things to me in this bubbling sex cauldron before I combust. He doesn't speak, just leans in, mouth brushing mine, soft at first. He's pretending we're still innocent, as if we didn't already break a headboard 3 nights ago. His kiss deepens, slow and hungry, one big hand curling around the back of my neck while the other glides lower, under the water, over my thigh. The bubbles hide us, but it's deliciously filthy, secret, reckless. His fingers slide higher, and my legs part on instinct, my brain already melting into steam. I feel him smile against my lips when he finds me slick and ready, his mouth breaking into a low groan that echoes through my entire freaking pelvis. I'm a mess already, and he hasn't even done anything yet. "You gonna be good for me?" he murmurs, voice low, rough velvet in the dark. Or do I have to make you behave? My breath catches. The water's suddenly not the hottest thing in this tub. Nick. He pulls me closer, sliding me into his lap, the hard press of him nudging between my legs under the surface. Every nerve ending screams yes. Every muscle tightens. I brace my hands on his shoulders, my hips already rolling without permission, chasing friction like a shameless little addict. He leans in again, mouth at my ear now. Be still. I freeze. God help me. I love it when he takes over. The next few seconds are a blur of tension and pleasure. Heat and need so sharp it borders on pain. His hands roam, palming my breasts, teasing the peaks with flicks of his thumbs, then sliding down my ribs with a low, possessive sound in his throat. I gasp, arching into him, and he chuckles, that low, smug rumble he makes when he knows I'm already unraveling. He drags his mouth along my collarbone, tongue tracing a lazy path up to my ear, while one hand dips beneath the water, sliding between my legs again. Slow, patient, obscene. The jet pulses against my back, but it's nothing compared to the way his thumb circles right there. Slow at first, then tighter, firmer, until my head drops to his shoulder and a wrecked moan rips out of me before I can bite it back. Fuck, baby, he murmurs, lips grazing my temple. So needy, so sensitive. He likes it, how fast I fall apart for him, how wet I get from nothing but his voice and a little pressure in the right spot. His other hand slips around my throat, not tight, not choking, just there, a reminder, a threat, a promise. I freeze, shudder. My thighs clamp around his hands under the water as if they're trying to trap him there forever. Color, he breathes, his lips brushing my jaw, even as his fingers keep working me, coaxing, teasing, owning. Green, I gasp, my voice already shaking. So fucking green. His breath hitches. That word always does something to him. He's unlocking a darker version of himself, the one who doesn't stop until I'm wrecked. Good girl, he growls, and just like that, I melt. I whimper, honest to God whimper, as he presses me tighter to his chest, his grip on my throat firming just enough to make me dizzy. I feel weightless, tethered only by his arms, his voice, his body sliding hot and hard against mine under the bubbles. He adjusts his angle slightly, and suddenly his thumb hits just right, a perfect, ruthless rhythm, and I jolt, legs twitching as sparks shoot up my spine. It's torture, glorious, brutal torture. His fingers keep working, relentless, dragging me higher and higher, while that firm hand stays at my throat, grounding me. I'm panting now, clawing at his shoulders, water splashing around us as I fight the urge to chase it, to take what I want, because I can't. Not until he says, and he knows it, knows he's got me wrapped around his finger in every possible way. You feel that? He murmurs, hips grinding against mine, his cock thick and heavy between us. That's how close you are. Just one more stroke, one more circle. I could make you come right now if I wanted to. Please, I gasp, tears burning behind my eyes from the sheer need of it. Nick, please. Not yet, he repeats, voice darker now, rough, edged in control and sin and want. You're going to hold it for me. You're going to take it. I nod frantically, biting my lip so hard I taste copper. My entire body is buzzing, writhing, desperate. Eventually, he sinks inside me in one slow, devastating push that robs me of air and sanity in equal measure. I swear I black out for half a second. The hot water, the cool air, the tight grip of his fingers on my hips, all of it short-circuits my brain. I grip his shoulders. I might float away without him, panting against his neck as he starts to move. Water sloshes, bubbles churn, and somewhere in the distance, I think a palm tree explodes. Or maybe that's just my self-control. He fucks me slowly at first, deep and claiming, every roll of his hips perfectly timed to drive me right out of my own skin. I'm moaning into his neck, clinging to him because he's the only solid thing in a world made of heat and salt and stars. Nick! Oh my God! I've got you. His voice is ragged now, his rhythm faltering as I clench tighter around him. You come for me, Sarah, right now. And I do. Shattering, gasping, the kind of orgasm that rips the world into pieces and glues it back together in his shape. I fall apart in his arms, shaking, crying out, too far gone to care who hears or how many hotel security guards are about to need therapy. He groans into my neck, thrusts turning wild, frantic, desperate. And when he follows me over the edge, it's glorious. I feel him spill inside me with a broken curse, his whole body going tense, trembling with release. And then we just float. Me in his lap, his arms wrapped around me, our breath mingling in the quiet. I'm limp, blissed out, wrecked in the best way. Somewhere below, real life waits with diapers and emails and baby bottles that smell of sour milk. But up here, I'm nothing but soft sighs and wet skin and the delicious ache of being wanted, of being taken apart and put back together in a rooftop hot tub under the stars. And I wouldn't trade it for anything. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Babies for the Big Shot, an age gap billionaire boss romance by Summer James. Narrated by Cece Diaz and Stephen Bourne. Copyright 2025 by Summer James. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Media, Incorporated. Tantor is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.